Melanin is one of the most biologically powerful substances in the human body. Order the Great Book of Melanin. Research today and explore the science that has too often been reduced, simplified, or overlooked. Learn how melanin absorbs radiation, protects DNA from cellular damage, and influences neurological function. Mechanisms documented across multiple scientific disciplines, but rarely explained together in one place. The Great Book of Melanin Research brings these findings into a single, accessible record, connecting biology, chemistry, and human health with clarity and precision. For decades, this information existed across journals, laboratories, and institutions, yet most people were never taught it. Not in school, not in health education, and not in the conversations that shape public understanding. Instead, melanin was reduced to pigment, assigned a color, and set aside because context changes conversations. Order the Great Book of Melanin Research and see the research compiled, explained, and placed back into plain sight.
Every day, high-stress encounters test the trust between communities and authority. Reactive systems respond after harm, costly and too late. KYRF is changing that. Our scalable legal literacy programs equip people and officers to know their rights, reduce escalation, and build lasting. Invest in prevention. Visit KYRF.org and join the movement to reshape public safety, city by city, life by life.
What it do, party people? What be cracking on this Saturn's Day? This partly cloudy Saturn's Day in Los Angeles. We gonna make do. What's cracking, people? What's pop locking? What's happening on this partly cloudy Saturday? What up, Jason Rivers, Chaz McFly, True Knowledge, Sekou Allah. What is that? That J7 Son 7? I think that's it. J7 Son 7. Danielle Cates. What up? Linda Nyanor. Melanated Brown. Tanky 316. What up, Transcendental? What's happening? We good? Audio loud and clear. That's what's up. All right. Travis Bailey, what's happening? He says no cloudy down here in Chino. What? I don't want to hear that bullshit. I mean, we got a little bit of sun outside. It's not as bright as it usually is over here. You got a few clouds trying to darken my day, but it ain't gonna happen. You understand? It ain't gonna happen. But what's crack? What up, Dwayne Hicks? Happy Saturn's Day, brother. Third Eye Jedi, what's happening? What is that? Jody Stickamo. Is that it? Stickamo? I think I got you. What up, Corey? Chad Zero Anubis. What's happening, brother? What up, True SAT? You know, I got everybody in here. People piling in slow. Is it a holiday? Is it supposed to be like a holiday this weekend or something? Yeah, holiday this going on weekend. But I want to say what up to the Geminis, the Gemineses. We just entered Geminese season, so shout out to the Geminis. What's popping, people? Crazy motherfuckers. You two people, motherfuckers. Gemini is the sign of the twin, so they got two people. Gemini is a little bit of they both people too. So when people be like, they're this way, but they're also like that, and like, yep. That's why people get two different people when you hear them talk about Tupac, or people get two different people when you hear them talk about Trump or Kanye. They all Gemini. They this person, and they're that other crazy ass motherfucker too. So shout out to the Geminis. Shout out to the homie Zoe. Zoe's birthday is the day. Y'all know them. I go on the Zoe show. That's where you guys probably first seen me, on the Zoe show. You go to his channel also, say what's up. That's the Zoe Williams, the Zoe morning show on YouTube. But shout out to the homie Zoe. His birthday is today. Also shout out to my sister, my homie. That's crazy, huh? My sister and one of my best homies, Zoe. They born on the same day. Two crazy ass people. But shout out to my sister. Shout out to Nikki, my sister Nikki, out there in Atlanta. She moved. She left me in LA, man, by myself. God damn it. She left me. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this happy birthday because you left me. You left me and the family. But shout out to my sister and again, the homie Zoe. Shout out to the peoples. And let's see. What else we got in? Sandstone was cracking. I think I got everybody in here today. Just piling in slow, wait for some more people to get in. But real quick, if you ordered your Great Book of Melanin Research, it was sent off. So that was the people who had ordered along with the Mother's Day deal. That Mother's Day deal is over, but you still can't support. That's the best way to support Real Nagas is to go to realnagas.com and get the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy. You will get the whole police stop law package for free. That's the Know Your Rights manual, the public official bonds book, the constitutional rights card, and qualified immunity card and notice. You get the brand new ones right there. I know you see the old ones right there, but you get the brand new with the Know Your Rights Foundation logo and name on it right there. We also have still the civil rights constitutional rights cards. People like these because they got the 3 civil rights gods on there. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and Johnny Cochran. Shout out to the 3 gods right here. You can, when you order, you don't get both of those. You have to say which one you want in your email. If you want the constitutional rights card, you say which one you want. But then you also get the qualified immunity card right here. Oops. Where'd it go? Oh, that's me. No, sorry. Get the qualified immunity card right here, and that comes with the qualified immunity notice right here. So the constitutional rights card lets police officers know what your rights are and what will happen when they violate those rights. It's all right here, all in black and red. And they can see it. Then if they violate those rights, or before they become in danger of violating those rights, you show them your qualified immunity card. This qualified immunity is the shield they get when they violate your rights and they don't know they violated your rights. So before that happens, you pull out this card and you pull out this card right here, which has all the laws on it. And it says, officer, you are in danger of violating my constitutional rights if you proceed further. So then when they do, and you get them on camera, you got them. What's that meme that said, got him? Got him. That was made for you when you get the police officer on camera and then they still violate your rights. Because right here at the very top, you can see right here, it says a police officer or public official loses their qualified immunity when they knowingly violate the law or are plainly incompetent. So that means if they just choose not to follow the law, look it up when they have a duty to look up the law. There's also a Supreme Court case, Florida versus Royer, that says police officers, they have a duty to institute the least intrusive means possible in a detainment to ascertain, in an investigation, meaning whatever is the simplest way to solve the investigation, they're obligated to do that. So if all they have to do is look up a law before they violate your rights, that's the simplest way to solve the matter. And then they don't do it, and you get them on camera not doing it, boom, you got them. They lose that qualified immunity. See, you got to, I'm telling you, you guys are going to understand. You got to learn this law real quick. You see, Israel, they're putting the full court press on your constitutional rights, all because they don't want you to talk about them. But in doing that, they have to destroy all the other constitutional rights as well, which is what they want to do. They have to destroy America so Bitchreal can rise. That's the whole plan. The destruction of America, so it produces the rise of Bitchreal. But it's not gonna happen. We're not gonna let it happen. So again, you get these cards. Also, we got the ICE rights cards for all you people out there who look like you ain't from America, look like you may be melanated and speak Spanish. ICE is rolling up on you. We have the ICE rights cards as well. And then you also get one free You don't get the hoodie, but you get the Rapstrology shirt right here. You get one free Rapstrology shirt. So this is Rapstrology 1, Volume 1, Volume 2, or Volume 3. You don't get all three. That was with the Mother's Day deal. The Mother's Day deal is over, but you still can support. Don't just support because you're getting deals, damn it. Don't just try to support because you're out here getting deals. But bam, as you can see, we have the new. And then right here, this is Rapstrology 1, 2, and 3. Bam, right here. But we also have the Rapstrology groups right here. I love this shirt right here. I ain't gonna even lie. I started off with the Rapstrology groups. It has the groups right here. As you can see, we got the Fat Boys, Run DMC, Salt and Pepper, the Beastie Boys. Shout out to the Beasties. One lonely beastie I be. All by myself without nobody. The sun is beating down on my baseball hat. The air is getting hot. My beer is getting flat. Looking for a girl. I ran into a guy. His name was MCA. I said howdy. He said hi. Shout out to Beasties. We got Public Enemy. We know about we don't even have to talk about PE. They self-explanatory right there. Got Eric B and Rakim. Too bad they not together no more. Come on, Rakim. Y'all need to break. Y'all need to make up, man. Eric B, Rakim, make up, baby. We got De La Soul. Had to kick out X-Clan. Had to kick X-Clan out of the shirt for De La Soul, but it seems like that was the right group. And then EPMD and Houdini. This is Eric and Parrish making dollars, and then we got Houdini. The Freaks come out at night to round it off. So this is the brand. This is the newest shirt I have in here. The group's Rapstrology shirt, Volume 1, and the dates go by their first album release. The date whenever their album was released, that date is the sign that they get. So that's how we work that out. So again, you get one of these T-shirts when you order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy. Oops. You order Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy. Bam. You get one of those. And I also have Rapstrology Volume 2 coming in. Groups Volume 2 coming in this week. It's the 90s. Off the chain. It's already done. I wish I could show you. I have it on my phone right here. I wish I could show you. Let me see. Can I pull it up? Can y'all see? Can y'all see that right there? Oh, bam. Can y'all see that right there? Oh, bam. Oh, it's off the chain. It's fire, too. Oh, man, it's so fire. Man, I can't show y'all who is on there, though. I'll tell you. Let me see. Mobb Deep. I'll tell you a couple. Mobb Deep. We got the Ghetto Boys. We got the Roots. We got X-Clan. Had to put them back on. X-Clan. Naughty by Nature. I ain't gonna tell you the rest. You gotta order. I'll put it in there. You gotta order the shirt. But Rapstrology 2 Volume 2, the groups come out this week. So I will give you you can order either one of those. So you order either one of the 5 group shirts that I have, Rapstrology 1, 2, or 3, or the groups 1 and 2. And it's not in there yet. It'll be in there this week. They just touching up the colors, making sure the colors is right on it. So appreciate you guys. That's the best way to support. Or go to patreon.com/realnagas and sign up to any one of the status class levels. But at the highest level, I will give you the paperwork for free. If you want to get out of the system, learn how to have 1 foot in the system and 1 foot out of the system. Not totally, you don't get out of the system, but you learn how to contract with the system, which is a corporation. And corporations can only do business by contract. And so that's what leaves you on the out when you have no idea how to contract legally. So this is what I teach. You had to contract with the system, but not be obligated to the system. So you can keep all of their documents, your social security card, driver's license, all that stuff. These are documents that would normally obligate you to the system, that would tie you to the system. However, once you pull yourself out of the system, you can keep these documents because they don't give you any other option to move around freely within the system. So you keep these documents, but you keep them under duress, which makes them null and void. So you can have these documents move around freely within the system. However, when it comes time for the government to come at you, boom, your status is already established and they have no jurisdiction. So boom, this is how, if you want to be able to do that, get over to patreon.com/realnagas, sign up to the status class level. At the highest level, I will give you the paperwork for free when you can explain it. All right. This paperwork is like a bazooka, like a a supernova bazooka. Trust me, this paperwork, no one has it. It's 4 different types of paperwork that you have to have the file to free you from 4 different types of obligation that you're attached to. So it's not just one type of paperwork that you have to free yourself. All these people don't just give you one. No, you got to do multiple things. And I give you all these pieces of paperwork for free when you can explain it. So again, patreon.com/realnagas and sign up. And yeah, man, somebody just sent me the dang text that Rob Bass died. Here we go, Rob Bass now. Joy. Joy and pain. Joy and pain. Got sunshine and rain. Shout out Rob Bass. He said, I tried to buy the book, but I don't have PayPal. So if you can put card options, I appreciate you. You can buy it. You can send me the money through CashApp. I can do it, or Venmo. So those are the only other 2 things I got. You can do Cash App, Real Nagas at number 9. Make sure if you send me the money, let me know what it's for. That it's not a donation, but let me know that what the money's for, and I will put it towards your package. All right, and send you the package. No diddy. But that's the other way that you can get it. Also, if you want, you guys, I forgot to show you the dopest shirt that I think I have. I got all the good shirts, but the dopest shirt I love. Woostrology. This is my shirt of all shirts right here. Wu-Tang is my favorite group. Wu-Tang and Tribe Called Quest. They're my 2 favorite groups. They're the yin and yang. So shout out to Wu-Tang. But Tribe Called Quest doesn't have enough members to do their own shirt, or they would have got their own shirt too. But this is the dopest shirt that I think I got. Shout out to Wu-Teezy. Wu-Tang is a religion unto itself. So you can get the Woostrology shirt right here. Also, I have the Woo-W. So if you order the package, you can get the Woo-W shirt that only comes for free if you order the package. Or I can't sell it on the website. So if you want to order the Woostrology with the W, make sure you can get at me through Cash App. And then I can hook you up with the Woostrology shirt. But not many people have this shirt. This is a very limited shirt that people have right here. So this is the best way for you guys to support. So appreciate you. And he said, Rob Bass. Are you past the cancer? Man, y'all better stop, man. Y'all better get out here. Y'all better get out here and get healthy. God dang it. I'll go on my cleanse in what? I got another 7 days, 1 week from today. Is it 1 week? The first? When is the first? About another week or so? Gotta stay a week. What they call a stay of execution for 1 more week. I'm about to go crazy. About to go ham on these damn cookies. About to go crazy, baby. But you gotta cleanse, everybody. Make sure that you got to take care of yourself. You're gonna eat crazy. You got to make sure you balance that out and cleanse yourself. All right. So I've been going a little nuts for the last. I got off my cleanse at the end of February, middle of February, end of February. So I've been going a little crazy with the Dewey's cookies. Dewey, oh! And then I was injured, so I couldn't work out. Just eating Dewey's, just not working out. Man, it was bad. But I've been working out again for about another month and a half, so I feel good. But I still got to get the last of the Dewey's out of me. It's like I got to get it out. Dewey. Got to get the Dewey's out of me, guys. But again, order the Great Book of Melanin and Research. You get the whole Police Stop Law package for free. Plus, you get a free Rapstrology shirt. You can get any T-shirt in that I have on Real Nagas, actually. So, but most people love the Rapstrology shirts. But you can get all of the actual shirts that I have because I do have some dope gear. Let me show you. You can go, oops. Bam, here it is. So you can get any one of these I have right here. I have the FAFO shirts. These are the dope FAFO shirts, the art FAFO shirts that are Picasso blended with Ernie Barnes. I got Most of these are blended with Ernie Barnes, but some of these are, as you can see, these are some spiritual FAFOs. Also, I got the Boondocks FAFO. This is Van Gogh. This is blended. This is Ernie Barnes with Van Gogh. As you can see, I got a lot of FAFO shirts right here. Bam. So you can order any one of the shirts. Oops. You can order any one of the dope shirts I have in here. Bam. It's the Rap Astrology. Then I also have the God and the Gangster shirts. The God or the Gangster. So it's basically the Gangster or the God. The one you get is up to you. And then right here, Yoda says, make me smack you, do not. Make me smack you, do not. Shout out to Yoda. So again, best way to support, you can do that. Go over to realnagas.com, order the Great Book of Melanin Research, get the whole all that stuff for free. For all that free stuff is worth over $300. I'm giving you for free. So again, go ahead and get the deal. Get the hook up. Appreciate you. Who was this? Third Eye Jedi. Appreciate you. He says, what do you do for a cleanse? I do my own cleanse. So I juice. I fast for the first couple days, get everything out, and then I juice. I do about a juice cleanse for a good week or so. And I throw everything in the damn pot. Every green that I can find, ginger, turmeric, everything, boom. I throw all of that, make me a whole like week or so worth of juices. I juice for about a week, and then after that, I do fish, because fish is actually really good for you when you're cleansing. People don't understand the omega-3s are really good for you, especially your heart health. It also helps when you're doing a cleanse. You want to do an inflammation cleanse. Basically, your body's inflamed. All of the things that cause disease in your body is inflammation. So you're trying to cool all those fires down. Just think of inflammation like little tiny fires in the body. And so you're trying to just CO2 all of those fires during a cleanse. You're trying to calm all those fires out in your body. So you have to take the body down to it, or bring it up to an alkaline level. That's the, alkaline is anything above 7. So on the alkaline chart, you have 0 to 14. 7 is neutral. Anything above 7 is alkaline. So you want to get slightly above 7 to help calm all the fires down in your body. I do that for about a good week or so. Then I go back to the salmon. Salmon is great in anti-inflammatory. So I just basically do anti-inflammatories and parasite for the whole month. So I do 2 cleanses, one in December for about 2 to 3 months, and one in June for the whole month. So make sure I get all of that out. So I got another week, and it's on and popping. Leah, appreciate you. Thank you for the Cash App. Appreciate you guys. Where we at? We're $20 into the goal, everybody. You guys know we had the goal for the day. Appreciate you guys for helping me get to the goal. Helping me get to the donation goal, everybody. Let me give you some love for that, everybody. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
May the force be with you.
That's the super chat. My bad. But thank you for the super chats. Appreciate you. Just remember the Cash App is at the bottom down there. So, all right, you guys, ready to get into it? Let's do it. Let's get into it. Let's do it. Let's get into it. Oh, you can't. Hold on. Let me get that off the screen. Oops. All right. All right, you guys. Let's get it cracking. Hey, what'd you say? You start off with grapes, watermelons, ginger, and cucumbers for your first few days? No, you can. That's a way to get alkaline, but I go spinach. I mean, not spinach, but collard greens. I do collard greens, kale, all the different types of kale, cucumber, celery. Celery is great for your cleanse, just so you know. Especially cleanse your digestive system. Takes down the digestive system. Celery, ginger. What else I do? Throw some apples in there. Chard. I do colored chard. It looks like greens, but it has the colored stems. I do chard. Parsley is a great blood cleanser. So I do 2 different types of parsley. I can't even remember. I mean, I go crazy on it, man. I just go and get all of them and and juice all of that at once. Again, I'm leaving out. I'm leaving out a whole bunch actually, because what else do I? Beets. I do beets, 2 different types of beets, yellow and red beets. Those are great blood cleansers. Got to be careful about those because beets have a lot of sugar. So only do maybe like 1 or 2 beets to throw in there. So then the apples, you want to sweeten it up with some of the apples. Not too many apples because you don't want too much sugar in there. But I put a lot of ginger. I'll do a whole lot of ginger inside. So ginger is great anti-inflammatory and turmeric. And so, but if you do turmeric, you want to make sure you put pepper inside your drink. Anytime you do turmeric, you absorb turmeric 2,000 times greater with pepper in it. So just make sure anybody who's consuming turmeric, you have to take it with pepper. Your body absorbs it without pepper, but just not as well. It absorbs 2,000 times greater if you have pepper, black pepper, not just regular pepper, black pepper in your turmeric. All right, people, let's get it cracking. So it was a crazy ass election that went on this week, Tuesday. I forgot to talk about it last week because I was talking about the LA election, which is still coming up on June 2nd. So if you live in LA and you still in the system, make sure you get out there and affect change. LA needs some change. Vote for that dude. What's his name? Tyler Pratt or something Pratt? Spencer Pratt. Because right now, California is messed up. We got nothing but a bunch of women running California, and they fucking it up. And it ain't nothing about against women, but when you see when 2 + 2 = 4, you got to say, hey, goddamn, what's going on right there? There's a woman who's the head of the city council. There's 3 out of 5 people on the city council is women. Then you got the woman mayor. Then you have California. The county California is the county, Los Angeles County, not California, but Los Angeles County is broken down into 5 districts. And so each district is ran by a woman. And so literally California is run by all women and is going to shit. So, hey, you put 2 and 2 together. So this dude, Spencer Pratt, though, he killing the game as far as his policies. Now, will he do anything? Who knows? But damn it, it can't get no goddamn worse. So I was focused on Los Angeles's election last week, but there was an election that happened this week with Thomas Massie. Thomas Massie was the only good person in all of Congress. There's like one good person in Congress, and Thomas Massie was him. And he's the one who got the Epstein files released. He voted against this is Trump's first term. He voted against the lockdowns. I mean, Thomas Massie is all about the people. He don't take any money from bitch real. None. Zero money from bitch real. And his problem was that they say that he never votes for Trump. First of all, he's a congressperson. He doesn't work for Trump, even if he's a Republican. The party is not a goddamn dictatorship. This is what Democrats and Republicans think. When you come with their party, you have to vote 100% their way, or you're against them. When you work for the people, when you're a congressperson, you work for the people. You don't work for the goddamn incumbent president or whoever's in office. So Thomas Massie was true to that life. He voted what the people wanted or what he thought was best for the people, and they basically shitted on him for it. Now, even though he voted 90% of the time with Trump, when he goes against bitch real, and it's not even majorly going against bitch real, because you still got some other politicians who may vote against bitch real, but it was more so he was calling attention to how much they run and own the politicians in America. And when you do that, you can't shine the spotlight on them. Oh shit, what the fuck he say? Now, you may be able to vote against us, but don't shine no spotlight on us talking about how much we run America. You can't do that shit. This main transgression against the Khazarians was the Epstein files. Him and Ro Khanna, that's the Democratic congressman. They're the 2 who got the Epstein files released. So Ro Khanna's probably going to be next. They're going to vote him out. But when he got the Epstein files released, hell to the no, bitch. He said, no, buddy. And shout out again to Thomas Massey, because he was one of the good ones. He still has 7 months left in office. So I hope he tears shit up this last 7 months that he's in office. But he's the only one who would talk shit about bitch real. I mean, like the only one. It's fucking crazy. It's insane. Oh, let me see if I can find it. Hold up. But when he lost the election, people are saying it kind of looks weird, even though. So the reason that they're saying that he may have lost the election is bitch real. So most primary elections, local, state primary elections, the most amount of money that usually goes into those elections are around minimum 500,000, most or maybe 1.5 million. But Khazarians spent $32 million to upseat Massey. 32. This is the most expensive primary race in the world's history, because America spends more money on politics anyway. So whenever America spends money on politics, it's already overspending whatever the rest of the world spends. So the fact that now you have, if it's the most expensive primary in America, which means it's the most expensive primary or any election in, or local election in world history, to get him out. And they barely won. They still only won by like 9 points. But let's see if it was a little suspicious. It was looking a little suspicious. And I think Kim Iverson, she might have found a little something going behind. Oops. I think Kim Iverson may have found a little something. Check this out. Because bitch real, they played their hand. Even though they took Massey out, they created such a big backlash in America. And I remember I showed you guys a couple of weeks ago. Now, bitch real said their biggest problem in America is black youth, the young black people in America. So they're coming for you. They're coming, and when they say black, I mean that really means all of us. When they say young black youth, that really means all of us. Black people. We're not fucking with we're not buying their bullshit anymore. So they say black people, the biggest problem we have in America is black people, because they know we move mountains emotionally, movement wise. So if they get us on some shit, then everybody else follows. But we're not fucking with them. So who you think they're coming for next? So just be prepared. I'm trying to tell you. Here we go.
Because a lot of people are looking at this election and saying, this doesn't smell right. And I think it's always important to question election results. I'm not one of those people that says, just stop being such a conspiracy theorist and just believe what you're told. No, part of democracy is the constant checks and balances on that. And so you should always question every single democratic election to make sure it's truly democratic. And this one does look, I'm not going to lie, a little bit suspicious. And let me just caveat that with, why wouldn't it look suspicious? You've got an entity, the pro-Israel entity, that absolutely wanted to win this. And they put gobs and gobs of money into this.
Real quick, that's right. Take your shoes off, people. That means hit the like button for the people who are newer into this stream. If you're new to the channel, taking your shoes off in the dojo. Don't disrespect my dojo. That means hit the like button. Appreciate you. Also, that new hype button, whatever. Hype this shit up. Again, you can only hype it within the first 7 days. So if you're watching this after I did the live stream, go down to the bottom where the comments are, slide over, find the hype section, and hit the hype button. All right. If you're watching this within the first 7 days, which most of you watch it within the first week anyway. So hit the hype button for sure. So this moves it within the algorithm, the YouTube algorithm. All right, here we go.
This election, a fortune. Do you think if you put in millions upon millions of dollars, do you think you can afford to lose? Probably not. And so if you're willing to spend that kind of money on an election, and that's not even counting all the other things the pro-Israel and the Israelis have been willing to do in order to get their agenda through. They kill children. They do the Epstein honey traps and pedophile traps. So they're not above anything. I wouldn't put past them anything. And if that's the case, then I think we should always ask the question of, well, what else are they willing to do? Would they be willing to meddle in our elections? And I think that's a fair, yeah, they would be, considering whatever else they're willing to do. So that being said, let's go through some of the numbers. So here is Massey losing after the vote count is doubled. So this primary brought out double the number of voters as previous primaries. So if we look at this, let me just go ahead and pull this up full screen.
Massey wasn't a rhino. Who said Massey was equals paid rhino for Venezuela? No, he wasn't. Massey was the only nigga who his donations was $80. That's the highest donation he would get. $80. That's the highest money he get. He takes no money from nobody, no outside people. Massey only takes money from American donors. What are you talking about? That's why he was the best person in Congress. He's the only honest nigga in Congress. The only honest nigga in all of Congress. Nigga take no money from nobody. And he's all about America first. So I don't know where you get this rhino shit from. That means Republican in name only. No, he actually embodies the principles of what Republicans are supposed to be. The Trump is a Republican in name only. But here we go. Oh, real quick, Transcendental, thank you for the cash app, bro. Appreciate you.
May the force be with you.
Everybody else, make sure you hit the cash app or the super chat so we get to the donation goal today. Appreciate you. Here we go.
This is Kentucky 4th District Republican primary, Massey versus opponents of Massey. This shows 2024 to 2026. Massey's votes in 2024 were 39,929. In 2026, they were 47,539. That is an increase of 19.1%. Now, the opponents of Thomas Massey in 2024 received 12,664 votes. But in 2026, the opponent, Ed Balrain, received 57,822 votes. That is an increase in opponents' votes of 356%. The increase in voting in total, the total votes from 2024 were 52,593. 2026 was 105,361. Double the people voted in this election. And they want you to believe that Thomas Massey only got, of those new 52,000, well, it would be, another 52 and a half. So 52,500 people, double the votes, literally. Thomas Massey only gained 8,000 of those. That's what they want you to believe.
It was really 56,000 votes, ultimately. And they want you to believe that out of 56,000 brand new votes, not old votes. Remember, Thomas Massey, the most popular dude in the race right now, probably all of Congress. Thomas Massey is the most popular congressman in all of Congress. And they want you to believe out of 56,000 new people voting in his just in his district, he only got 8,000 votes. And the dude who lost a state senator election, not a national senator election for his state, he lost the local state election. He lost. They want you to believe that this dude came in and got 50-something thousand more votes, or almost 48,000, 49,000 more votes than Thomas Massey. Brand new, of all the new voters voting in. When he won, did you see? They're gonna show like his campaign headquarters. It was like 3 niggas. It was 3 people at his campaign headquarters. They want you to believe this nigga was so popular that all of these people registered to vote and voted for him. The dude who never went nowhere, never went anywhere, never had a debate with Thomas Massey at all. They want you to believe this brand new dude got all of them damn votes. Absolute bullshit. So local elections can be stolen. I was telling you about national elections are more fucked up than local elections. They can steal local elections, but they're much more obvious when they do, because not a lot of money goes into local elections. So when they're trying to steal a local election, you can see it right off the bat, like from $500,000 normally to $32 million. And if they spend $32 million on a damn election, they're not going to leave it up to chance. Fuck that. That's just bad business practice. So check it out.
That Thomas Massey only gained 8,000 votes. That's it. Does that make sense to you? This reminds me of when Donald Trump was obviously very much in the lead in the 2020 presidential election. And then I woke up and suddenly Joe Biden won. And it was just all of these mail-in ballots came in and they just so happened to all be for Joe Biden. And they told you to believe that. And if you questioned it, they said you were a conspiracy theorist. And now we've got double the votes. And yet Thomas Massie only gained 8,000 of them. Is that believable to you? Is Ed Galbraith that much of like a, he's such a superstar. Do you even know who this guy is? He's such a superstar that many people would just come out to vote for Ed Galbraith. Ed Galbraith ran for Kentucky House for the Kentucky state legislature and lost. And that was just a couple of years ago. So he wasn't even popular in Kentucky running for a House seat in the Kentucky state legislature. He lost there. And yet they want you to believe that suddenly somehow Ed Galbraith received more votes than Thomas Massie has received in previous primaries. Suddenly out of nowhere. That Thomas Massie is that unpopular, even though Thomas Massie very clearly in the polls just trounces Ed Galbraith in all of the demographics under the age of 65 years old. So none of those voters came out to vote for Thomas Massie. Like 8,000 extra of them showed up and the rest went to Ed Galbraith. No, I don't know if I believe that, but here's Haaretz saying that this election was the most consequential Republican primary for Israel. So again, I ask you, do you think Israel would have allowed any other outcome? And do you think that they would be willing to do anything at all in order to get what they want? Now watch this video.
So this is the Israeli paper saying this is the most consequential Republican primary. Why would a local state election be more consequential for a country? For a sovereign country? Why is a local state election of a congressman the most consequential primary for Israel, says happening right now? Why is that the most consequential race? A foreign country should not have this much control or any control over a state election, over any election, really, in America. But the fact that they have this much control over a state election, and that's only because Thomas Massie don't lick Khazarian ball. Not even a little bit. They about to show you. Yo, real quick. Darius Foster and Roderick Rose, appreciate you, bro. Thank you guys for the Cash App and the super chats. Oops. There you go. One more time.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you. He said, "What's up, peeps? Sorry I'm late. Had to finish up, but okay, I see. Appreciate you. Thank you for dropping in, bro." He says, General Soul's chicken and rice. You stupid. So here we go.
Hey, what is going on, y'all? Listen, here's that second video that I promised you.
Want. And do you think that they would be willing to do anything at all in order to get what they want? Now watch this video.
Hey, what is going on, y'all? Listen, here's that second video that I promised you. Now listen, rock with me real quick. I'm about to eat real quick, but I want to show you something. Listen. All right. So I looked up some results for Thomas Massie, right? Just to kind of see like how many people were voting in Kentucky around that time and in the primary specifically, right? So it first gave me the general election results, and you'll see right at the end there. I'll show you that right here. But you'll see right at the end here. Let me see. Go a little bit higher. Here's all right. We have 278,000 votes, right? That's general election kind of results. Right here, we have 167,541 votes, 256,000 votes, 162,000 votes. You get the point, right? That's just the general election results. So Thomas Massie fares very well in the general election, results. And sometimes uncontested, sometimes contested. It varies, it flip-flops. As far as especially the primary, I'm sorry.
We're gonna get to the summary.
They can spend all they want and
we're gonna get to the summary of what he's saying because he breaks it down, but just it's hard to see. So we're gonna just get to the summary.
You can spend as much as for merely. They're asking you to believe that election that's doubled in size, all of those voters went to the new guy.
Yeah. Okay. And let me just show you how absurd that actually seems. Here is Ed Galbraith's party when it was announced by Fox News that he had won. Now look at the size of his party. This was his massive party. Lots of supporters for Ed.
It's like 3 motherfuckers at that party. There's nobody at that damn party. They want you to believe that dude that had 3 people at his party drummed up so much of a stir to vote that he beat Thomas Massie, the most popular congressman in all of Congress. Locally, when he lost already. This nigga got 2 niggas there. Like, what the fuck is that? Ain't nobody at his party.
Galbraith, as you can see. I say that sarcastically. because there's really not that many people there.
Look, ain't nobody there.
Now you might say to me, but Kim, is that really truly Ed Galrain's actual party, or is that just some random party that you pulled up? Because that's what I thought when I saw it. But no, here's Ed Galrain's. This is what the room looked like. This was the official Ed Galrain party. This is a journalist that was there taping it all and showing. So that's the room we just saw that they were announcing his grand win. The room that was earlier on in the night, but what we just watched was after they just called it for him. Here's Ed Galrain himself at his party.
Well, thank y'all for coming tonight.
How are you feeling about the race right now?
Good, good. The people of the district are going to speak. And they're going to speak for President Trump, the Republican Party, and the Constitution. And they're going to stand against radical Democrats. So thank y'all for coming tonight. All right?
Early in the night, would you like to say to support yourself?
I want to thank you.
Wow.
I want to thank you folks. God bless them. God bless our great nation. I've been inspired by them on this journey. Absolutely. And it's interesting how many, as I navigate these 21 counties, how small they get, in terms of folks in different connections. So in Kentucky, that's just the way things are. Not just Kentucky, as y'all tell. Common sense. All right, thank y'all.
Does it look like anybody excited to see him win? Does it even look like anybody excited to be there? People look like they was forced. That nigga dragged them out of their house down the street, nigga, barefoot to be at that damn place. And he talking about we're gonna fight for the Constitution. Nigga, Thomas Massey is the only motherfucker who actually fights for the Constitution. He is literally a strict constitutionalist. That's what he does. That's why they hate him. Because if you go against the Constitution, Thomas Massey probably not fucking with you. So this is what it looked like at his thing. So he said, dang, he looked evil intent. Nobody there. He said three niggas there. Just like Biden's previous. Yes. This nigga's campaign looks just like Biden's. Nobody's saying that. So this is what happens. People say, well, how did the $32 million, what happened? Did $32 million go on advertising or whatever? No, this is how it happens. And this is why they have to get birthright citizenship away from America. And this is probably why it's going to get canceled. I don't think Trump truly wanted to get it passed. Or if Trump truly did wanted to get birthright citizenship wiped out, I think his mind was changed along the way by some Khazarians, because they're the ones who benefit from it the most with their dual citizenship. Because Khazarians, what happens is Khazarians will come over here to America. They'll have a baby and then take it back to Israel, Khazaria, and raise it completely as Khazarian baby, but it has American citizenship. So it can do everything Americans can do, but it doesn't live here, has no actual ties to America. This is what truly most dual citizenship Israeli American citizenship is. They'll take them babies back over to Israel, raise them with a totally Israel state of mind, but use them to control America because they have American citizenship, right? And they have all the money. So what happens is Miriam Adelson, I give you Miriam Adelson, the one who owns Dallas Mavericks. Fuck her. Don't ever root for the Dallas Mavericks ever again. I love you, Kyrie, but we can't root for the Dallas Mavericks. Fuck the Dallas Mavericks because of the bitch who owns that shit. You cannot root for the Dallas Mavericks ever a fucking again. The one who owns the Dallas Mavericks, she's trying to destroy America. She's literally trying to destroy America. She was born in Israel. The one who owns the Dallas Mavericks, Miriam Adelson, she was born in Israel. So she has dual citizenship though, right? She's already said that she values Israel more. When Trump asked her in front of everybody, she said she couldn't say which country she valued more and all this and that. So then when they asked her, how does she control so many, how does she have such control over in America? She didn't want to answer the question. When they asked it, it's like, I want to say the truth, but I cannot answer. So please don't ask me the question. And then they asked the dude next to her, then he was like, I really don't want to answer. But then they forced him to answer. He's like, well, it's the system of America that allows me it allows anyone with money to invest. Basically, he said, yo, I can invest as much money as I want in American politics and control these bitches. That's basically what he said on stage. Miriam Adelson, she didn't want to say it. So she's like, yo, can I just not answer the question? And she was like, all right, girl, you cannot answer the question. Then he made her kind of answer the question a little bit, right? Yo, Charlie J. Scott, appreciate you, bro. Thank you, man. Thank you, sir.
May the force be with you.
So we're at $100 for the donation goal today through the Super Chat and the Cash App. So appreciate you guys. Keep them coming. You know the donation goal we got for today. So appreciate you. This is the lower. This is the minimum. This is the minimum goal, everybody. So appreciate you. Again, the best way to support is to go to realnagas.com and get the great book of melanin research, the hard copy, and get hooked up on all the goodies I got. Plus the t-shirt. You got to let me know what t-shirt you want also. You get one t-shirt, but whatever it is going to be a dope t-shirt. So back to this. So Miriam Adelson. So Miriam Adelson, she donates all this money, right? So she basically found out that her and some other guy, they donated all this money came in against Massey, came from her and this other dude, right? And they donated to these PACs, right? These super PACs, these, you know, special political or super political action committees, right? And so that way they can vote, they can send all their money there. They don't get audited or none of that. They can just send their money there. No one has to know. They don't have to say where the money comes from or any of that. But some investigators found out that it was coming from there. So they said, well, what happened? What did they do with the $32 million? Excuse me. How would they use that to affect an election? And so basically what they did was, so if you're born in Israel, so you have American citizenship, so which means you don't have to come over here and register anything. If you want to live in a certain state, all you have to do is just apply for residency, right? So if you want to vote, though, there's a certain time period that you're allotted to be you have to be registered in that state to vote, which is 30 days as far as Kentucky. So all of these people from out of nowhere just started registering or becoming citizens of Kentucky 30 days or a little bit before 30 days before it was time to vote. So they could register at the time it was, you know, when it came time for them to vote, they were eligible to register to vote. So then you get all of these mail-in ballots. Where are they coming from? Khazaria, maybe? So this is what they do. Her money helps buy these fake residencies in Kentucky because there are places, there are companies that'll give you just a residency. They'll allow you to use their address as a residency and take your mail for you and shit like that. But you have to pay them a certain fee, and you can use their residency as a mailing address. So you can have, you can be a citizen of that state. This is what they do. So they was like, well, what happened to all $32 million? Well, that's where the money goes. It goes to pay for residency for those people who don't live in Kentucky, who live in another country, and then they want to affect the race. So she buys residency for all of them goddamn people, and then they can send mail-in votes. So this is why dual citizenship or birthright, not dual, but birthright, I say dual citizenship too, should be wiped away. You should only be allowed to be a part of one country, not two goddamn countries. Not two goddamn countries. If you are a part of two countries, you damn sure can't be a part of the government if you're part of two countries. But the reason that Trump's lawyer failed when he went and argued against the Supreme Court was because the Khazarians really don't want that. If they do away with birthright citizenship, that tears Israel apart. They have no more power in America. None. It's over. So this is what we get. So again, don't be discouraged from local elections. You know, if you don't have somebody as big as Thomas Massey voting in your election, it's most likely going to be on the up and up. The election is going to be on the up and up, even though they find other tactics, the ways to do it. They, Karen Bass, they drop in ballots overnight. So that's why you have to watch a lot of ballot boxes, because in the middle of the night, they'll run a bunch of ballots to the box in the middle of the night. So they do stuff like that. They don't really change the voting mechanisms or anything like that, but they just cheat and rush in a whole lot of ballots when no one's looking. Like 3:30 in the morning, they'll rush to 10,000 ballots to the ballot box. This was recorded last time Biden was elected. So this is the way this is kind of the way they'll do it. The Democrats will do it. Then this is why Republicans were losing elections, because they weren't hip to it. Now they're starting to get hip. Oh, we gotta do these late night ballot drops and shit like that. So I just say, don't be discouraged, because you still want to get involved locally, because that's what affects you the most. Even though Thomas Massey just got mangled, but I think it's going to come out eventually that Khazaria cheated, and it's going to be bad for them in the long run. So, real quick, oops. Ezra 81, appreciate you. And Kenneth Hill, thank you guys for the Cash App. We're at 125 for the day. Thank you guys. We're at 125.
May the force be with you.
So that happened and they were tripping. Oops. So moving along, hopefully this is going to be a good thing because it sheds light on Khazaria, because AIPAC came out immediately after the election and said we affected the election. Basically, we were able to get 2 pro-Israel candidates elected during this election cycle last night, and we're very proud of it. So they just came out and blatantly said we control the elections of the United States. We control your bitches. Basically, we control all you and your bitches, putting cases on all you bitches. They did the Nino thing. And the King Kong ain't got shit on me. So, but they really did mess up in the long run. They kind of screwed themselves in the long run. So moving along, still speaking of bitch real. A Jewish columnist came out and he said that the Khazarians buy politicians for Israel. Now, he came out, he wasn't supposed to say this. I don't think he was supposed to say it like out in the open. But he messed up. And now like he was on a panel with a whole bunch of other Khazarians, basically, just talking shit. Like, no, because this is not all of them, but a lot of them, the mentality they're raised with is they're better than everybody else. They're the chosen people, and everybody else is their slaves. They're the goyim. So if you're raised with this mind state your whole life, even if you say I'm all for everyone, I'm not biased, I don't discriminate, blah blah blah. You may grow up with this little destructive, toxic seed in the back of your mind that I'm pretty much better than you. Like I know I'm not supposed to think that, but I think I might be better than you. just saying. You know what I'm saying? Just saying, might be better than you. Let's see. So check this out. All right, here we go.
Disposal. And in my view, we have to use what means there are at our disposal. And in my view, I'm going to put it blank, that is Jewish money. There is an enormous amount of Jewish money in politics.
So this is John Podhoretz, who literally took the job that his dad had. They called Keaton was calling him Lucky Boy.
John Podhoretz, yeah.
Yeah. So it's no longer, what do they call that when you, what's it called when you inherit?
Nepo.
Nepo, yeah. But we call him Lucky Boy. And
not in terms of his name or appearance.
No. But he has blocked me on Twitter. He's one of those guys. I knew about them. So here he is. He's going to talk about the Thomas Massie election. And everything he says here, he's saying this in defense of Jews, but everything he says here qualifies as anti-Semitism according to the IHRA new rules.
Oh, this is going to be good.
Everything he says here. Here is this guy, John Podhoretz, thinking he's actually... So if you want to know what increases anti-Semitism and actual Jew hate, watch this. Because everything he says here, while being true, will also make people hate them and would be considered anti-Semitic if it wasn't a Jew saying it. So let's listen.
I think it is a good thing if Massie and the people like him and others believe that if you cross the line into anti-Semitism, Jews are going to use the power that we have openly to go for you.
And what is that power exactly? I wonder what that power is.
Let's Something see. With the banks and all the media.
Jews are going to use the power they have to go after you. And what power do Jews have? Remember, I showed you the House of Rothschild. Work all your lives, work and strive for money. What did they say? Work and strive for money. Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Remember that? That is a quote from the House of Rothschild. Told his kids, we are Jews. We are persecuted. We are Jews. work all of your lives, work and strive for money. Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. And then the nigga broke down and shit. Here is the evidence of that. That was in the 1930s. That movie came out. And this is the repercussion of that. This is the mentality that came from that.
Media's bad. Let's see.
As much
Because what other recourse is there? Are we just going to sit here and take it, beg for scraps, hope that nice people are nice to us? The Democratic Party is going explicitly anti.
Okay, of course. Why wouldn't people be nice and helpful with the ones that are demanding all their money and children? Isn't that how it's supposed to work? I rob you, and if you complain, I threaten. As long as it works.
Seth says, for being anti-Semites, that seems to be part of an appeal in primaries to the left in the party. We have to use what means there are at our disposal. And in my view, I'm going to put it blank, that is Jewish money. There is an enormous amount of Jewish money in politics, by which I mean.
But that's exactly what you mean.
Yo,
we mean that Jewish billionaires put their money into politics and control the politics of America. That's what he's saying. He's saying that. If I said that, it would be anti-Semitic.
That they put their Jew money in?
Yes.
Jewish money. There is an enormous amount of Jewish money in politics, by which I mean Jewish donors, wildly disproportionate, not only charitably, but politically. When I say charitably, I mean nobody really knows the numbers. Jews make up 2% of the population. According to some studies, Jews make up 20% of the charitable contributions made in the United States. And
that's bullshit. That's a bullshit state. They say Jews only make up 2% of the population of the world. That's bullshit. Those are the people who claim Judaism. Remember, there are crypto Jews. Most of the people in the world are actually crypto Jews, meaning they hide their Judaism, and they do it on purpose so they can affect change around the world in other countries without being called Jews, without being known as being called Khazarians. This is crypto Judaism. They're probably more like 10% of the population in the world, but they're hiding it. Again, this is Sun Tzu. When you're big, appear small. When you're small, appear big. This is the art of war. And this is all they do is mind games. So whenever the Khazarians are telling you they're only the 2% of the population, is absolute bullshit. They're most likely 10% of the world population, which is how they're able to affect everything. If they were only 2% of the population, they wouldn't be able to affect it as much as they are, or as much as they have been. But being 10% and then hiding your Khazarianism with last names like Ellis, like David Ellis and Larry Ellis, no one would ever think Ellis is a Khazarian last name until you dive deep into who they are in the background. You're like, oh shit, these niggas Khazarians. What's old boy Jamie Dimon, the head of Chase, what is it? JP Morgan Chase. Jamie Dimon. Nigga, that's Neil Diamond? You mean like Neil Diamond? No. Diamondinsky. Diamondstein. Also Khazarian. And there's so many of them you can pull up. Have no last name. Go look at anybody's last name who's green. And it ends with an E. If you see somebody's last name that ends with, their name is Green and it ends with an E, that's short. They shortened it from Greenberg. I used to work for him, Jeff Green, straight up Khazarian. That motherfucker was crazy. He used to try to yell at everybody in the office till I cursed his ass out one day, which is probably why I stopped. I got fired. That motherfucker tried to curse me out one day. I said, "Look here, motherfucker. It don't go down like that, bitch." I said, "Nigga, don't you ever curse at me like that, motherfucker." He used to curse the Mexicans out and shit in the goddamn office. The motherfucker tried that shit with me. I let him know immediately, nigga. Nigga, nah, don't pop off like that. But I digress. But they're crypto Jews. So 2% bullshit, 10% more likely. Here we go.
Annually. That is a tenfold. Think about that. Think about the disproportion of that. And in politics, it's pretty close.
So he's telling you that Jews are disproportionately.
No, I said green if it ends with an E. Come on, man. Did you clean the sugar daddy out here? What did I just say? I said if their last name is Green and it ends with an E. Come on, man. Get that out your ear. Here we go.
Wildly overrepresented with Jewish money in politics. And why did they put that money in politics? To control it.
Charitable donations. What charitable donations? Cars for kids?
Pagers?
Free pagers.
Again, if I said this, it would be anti-Semitic. If I said Jews make up 2% of the population, they make up 20% of the political spending thing.
Judaism within
States annually.
Exactly right.
Jews make up 20% of the charitable contributions made in the United States annually. That is a tenfold. Think about that. Think about the disproportion of that. And in politics, it's pretty close also. And if that money isn't used, why do people give money? Because they want to influence elections to get people elected who reflect their views. Well,
wow.
So 2% of the population takes 20% of all political spending to control the politics. In favor of who? Americans? Jews? Israel?
Yep.
That's what he's saying.
And then, the evidence is Trump didn't do any, well, I let you no tax on tips. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
this is an existential issue for Jews. And the Jews.
And by the way, look at the faces of the people. Look at the faces of the people sitting there like, and they're not interrupting him for a second. Like, okay, everybody ixnay on the UJ.
Because they know if I say something, it's going to look really extra worse than it looks now. So they have to say,
you're doing the thing.
For
Right.
Jews.
Shut up.
And the Jews who explicitly give money because they want to make it clear to anti-Semitic candidates that they are going to have to go through a buzzsaw and that they are not going to simply waltz in and be, if they're treated with kid gloves by the New York Times, we are double time going to do what we can to expose who they are, to find out what we can find out about them that will harm them, and that we will do what we can to.
You're going to do what you can to find out what you can to.
We're going to find out what we can about them to harm them. Look at what he's saying. We're going to use all our money to take you down. Find out how to hurt you politically. Instead of beating you with ideas, instead of just beating you with our ideas, we're going to find a way to hurt you. Wow. I mean, this is blatant. They telling you right out. Fuck you, America.
Harm them? Really? Like what? Like finding out they're on the Epstein Island flight list? You mean, that should be a deal breaker, shouldn't it? Right?
To prevent them from taking it. Prevent them from taking and will harm them, and that we will do what we can to prevent them from taking office. What other choice does American Jewry have?
how about live your own moral principles you supposedly have, you scumbag? I mean, I thought you studied Torah. You don't follow it? It tells you not to do this kind of shit.
Let me play it without stopping it if I can, because that you have to hear it in its.
What else can we do besides every stereotype? That's the only way. Unreal. John Pudhurst. What a great name.
I think it is a good thing if Massey and the people like him and others believe that if you cross the line into anti-Semitism, Jews are going to use the power that we have openly to go for you. Because what other recourse?
And let's remember what he's considering anti-Semitism by Thomas Massey. Anti-Semitism is, I don't think we should fund a genocide. I don't think we should fund Israel. I think we should have the Epstein list exposed. That's what he's calling anti-Semitism.
That's how you know Israel's guilty, because it's anti-Semitism to expose the Epstein thing. That's how you know Israel's guilty. Right there.
Right there.
Is there? Are we just going to sit here and take it, beg for scraps, hope that nice people are nice to us? The Democratic Party is going explicitly anti-Semitic. We can see it happening. People are getting benefits, as Seth says, for being anti-Semites. That seems to be part of an appeal in primaries to the left and the party. We have to use what means there are at our disposal. And in my view, I'm going to put it blank, that is Jewish money. There is an enormous amount of Jewish money in politics, by which I mean Jewish donors, wildly disproportionate, not only charitably, but politically. When I say charitably, I mean nobody really knows the numbers. Jews make up 2% of the population. According to some studies, Jews make up 20% of the charitable contributions made in the United States annually. That is a tenfold. Think about that. Think about the disproportion of that. And in politics, it's pretty close also. And if that money isn't used, why do people give money? Because they want to influence elections to get people elected who reflect their views. Well, this is an existential issue for Jews. And the Jews who explicitly give money because they want to make it clear to anti-Semitic candidates that they are going to have to go through a buzzsaw and that they are not going to simply waltz in and be, if they're treated with kid gloves by the New York Times, we are double time going to do what we can to expose who they are, to find out what we can find out about them that will harm them, and that we will do what we can to prevent them from taking office. What other choice does American Jewry have?
What other choice does American Jewry have? Wow. Be on the up and up like everybody else? Win with your ideas? And again, what he calls anti-Semitic is anti-Israel, anti-Khazarian. That's what he calls anti-Semitic. If you are anti anybody's other government, there's no way they can call you. If you anti-Chinese government, you're not anti-Chinese. If you anti-Indian government, you're not anti-India. If you anti-African government, you damn sure ain't anti-African. So why is they the only motherfuckers you can't be against their government, or you against the whole the entire people? Supposedly the whole diaspora of alleged Jews, because we know they're Khazarians. This is the only goddamn people that you can hate the goddamn government and then hate everybody else who's supposed to be attached to that. And then they just attach themselves to everybody else who's supposed to be Jews. even if they don't want to be attached to Israel. So this is the fuckery, man. This is what you got. This is what you got to deal with. Yo, spread well. Appreciate you. For the super chat, it says, "Is it true that the cars in Cars for Kids stands for Khazarian car?" I don't know. Stands for Khazarian's car. I don't know. They just put it in. I don't know. That's a good. Hey, that's a. That's pretty damn good. I don't know. That might be. We appreciate you. Thank you for the cash app. And hold up. Broderick Enoch, thank you for the cash app, brother. Both of you guys.
May the force be with you.
Oops. Where we at right now? We are at 175. 175 for today. So thank you guys for the donations. Let's keep them going so we can get to the goal. So yeah, man, they're blatant. They are blatant with it now. They think they're on top of the world. They spent all this money and they won, so they can just talk shit about it now. They're talking shit in Israel about it. AIPAC, they texted about it. Yeah, we won. So happy that we can get 2 pro-Israeli candidates selected. Then this dumbass, he comes out talking about all we have is our money. If you don't want to go, if you're going to be anti, what is it? Antiseptic is what is the term they use. If you're gonna be antiseptic, then we're gonna use all of our money to get rid of you, not beat you with our ideas. No, that's too much. Can't beat you with our ideas. It's gonna remove you from the situation. The fuck? This is why dual citizenship has to go. This is exactly why it probably will go in the next 20 years. Trump should have gotten it wiped away, but he didn't really want it gone because the Khazarians came in and they told him, nah, bitch, you're not going to do that. We need dual citizenship. So moving along. Hold on. So Trump says because Trump says he has a 90% approval rating in Khazaria, in New Khazaria. He has a 90% approval rating. He said, I might as well just go ahead after I'm finished being president over here. I might as well just go be president of Khazaria. Like, what? This nigga said I should just go ahead and be president of Khazaria. Hold up. Watch this shit. Here it is, right here. Trump crazy. I mean, when he was on stage and somebody was, and that dude, I forgot his name, Levin or Harvey, something Levin. He has his own show on Fox. But he was up there and he shook Trump and he said, he grabbed Trump. First of all, you're not supposed to just be grabbing the president and shit, which showed how much he bitched Trump. Trump was on the podium. He walked up there and grabbed Trump, started hugging him and shit. This is the first Jewish president. This is the first George president ever. And then Trump started laughing and he looked at the camera and he said, it's true. It's true. He said it. After this dude grabbed and mangled him and made you look like a little bitch, throwing you all around. This is the president of the United States. Some little punk ass journalist from Fox walks up to the podium, probably drunk. He sounded like he was drunk. Grabs Trump, starts shaking him, say, this is the first Jewish president. And Trump goes, it's true. It's true. So check this out. This is your boy.
I'm right now at 99% in Israel. I could run for prime minister. So maybe after I do this, I'll go to Israel, run for prime minister. I had a poll this morning. I'm 99%. So that's good. But
well, he's not the president of that country, though.
He doesn't know that's a bad thing.
Stupid.
Donald Trump has a 99% approval rating in Israel and a 35% approval rating in America, says JP Sears. Yeah. Now, JP Sears was a MAGA guy.
Sorry,
shout out JP Sears.
But JP.
Yes, Mark Levin. Thank you. That's the dude. That's him. Thank you. Couldn't remember his name.
Sears actually has integrity and he's consistent. And so he no longer supports the politician because he's not in a cult. It's clear which country he serves. Welcome to the United States of Israel. You want to hear it?
I'm right now at 99% in Israel, I could run for prime minister. So maybe after I do this, I'll go to Israel, run for prime minister. I had a poll this morning. I'm 99%. So that's good. But
wow.
Like he's not. So that the true mark of a psychopath is they have no shame.
Right.
And so he doesn't realize that you have 99%. So why don't you go to, well, here's what Utah Barzan said. I fully support him taking that fuxing role. First, he must be charged for treason against Americans, and then he can definitely become the prime minister of a genocidal, demonic, home bomber, land stealer, child killer, Epstein producer, happiness killer, civilization destroyer, pedophilia, OnlyFans-centric, Baal and Moloch worshipping effing terrorist state.
Baal and Moloch.
I fully support that. Why don't you go now, Trump? I mean, this is.
I'm right now at 99% in Israel. I could run for prime minister. So maybe after I do this, I'll go to Israel, run for prime minister. I had a poll this morning. I'm 99%. So that's good. But
wow. I mean, he's the president of that country, though.
He doesn't know that's a bad thing.
Israel really wanted that ballroom for the White House, I guess.
As long as he keeps fighting Israel's wars for them, he can stay in office. Remember what happened to Charlie Kirk when he soured on Israel and became anti-Iran war. Now Turning Point USA is well-funded, pro-Israel group without a purpose or a real leader.
Trust me, that when they took out Charlie Kirk, that was a message to Trump. Don't do what we say. That's going to be you. The first one was the first assassination attempt. That was the first message. Then the real message was when they took out Charlie Kirk, and he was like, "Oh shit, these niggas is real. Is real. These niggas is real." So Trump is scared of shit right now. Trump be acting like he this big ass hardcore alpha male, whatever. Trump's scared of shit. Now, understandably so. If a bullet whizzed by your head once, and then one of your closest friends get his neck blown out, and you like, God damn, these motherfuckers is crazy. So that's right. That's what he on right now. Yo, real quick. Chaz G, appreciate you. Thank you for the cash out. I mean, the super chat. He says precise. Hold on. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, sir.
May the force be with you.
Says precise the game. Where some of these receipts could be clipped up consciously to share. You can. I'll just take some minute. Look, if somebody told me they could ask, somebody hit me up and said they were willing to do some editing, and then you never hit me back, man. realnagas@gmail.com. If you want to do the editing, again, the person who said they could do the editing for the show and want to clip up the show so that we can post more clips or the segments of the show, so that people can see them in segments and not have to watch through the whole 5 hours of which I don't give a damn. Watch through this 5 hours. But for the people who don't want to watch through the whole 5 hours, if you can edit, please hit me up so we can clip up the show and do more posts so that you guys can get much more of the stories without me going crazy, going nuts. Again, realnagas@gmail.com. Just make sure you put editor in bold, in all caps. So this your boy Trump, fully committed to bitch real. I mean, this nigga's mouth is surgically attached to Israel's butthole. Butthole and balls. Right up under that little cup part right there. Right up, that nigga's right up in there. So you ain't ever getting your country back. Especially FAGA. FAGA is never getting their country back. They so disillusioned right now. They're a cult. You had MAGA, and then that was the people who were really just about the country. They were about the philosophy of making America great again. It was about America, even though they might have been slightly biased or racist or whatever, but it was still more about America. Then when he started ball gargling Khazaria, they walked. They was like, fuck this shit, bitch. we're out of here, bitch. We're out, bitch. Then you had nothing but the cult left, and I called them FAGA. Right? That became FAGA. And FAGA is the only people left. They're the only people who don't see no wrong in Trump. And then they keep talking about something called TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. But they don't understand there's poles to everything. Just like somebody can have TDS against Trump, you can have TDS for Trump. And they don't see themselves as that part. You're deranged in favor of this nigga. You don't think anything that he does is wrong ever. This is them now. And they think, but only the people who think everything that he thinks or everything that he does is wrong, they think they're the only ones with the problem, not the ones who think everything he does right is the one. No, we don't have a problem. What do you mean? Trump's balls taste great today, man. He has Kool-Aid flavored balls today, man. He woke up, He patted them down. He shined them up. Threw a little Kool-Aid dust on them. Tropical Punch is my favorite. I mean, he knew. He put it on there just for me. Tropical Punch. Thank you, Trump. I needed Tropical Punch balls today. Thank you, sir. He's for me. I only get the Tropical Punch balls. Okay? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Like, nigga, you got the worst TDS of all time. Nigga, the ball gargling TDS is way worse than thinking that he is responsible negatively for everything. If you the ball licking part, that's the worst TDS. The worst TDS that you could absolutely have. Then, still dealing with Mr. Trump. We have your balls. You have your balls in the piranha tank, Mr. Trump. Don't make me drop the balls. So then, moving along, the Trump administration. Trump basically has forever banned. So Trump has been doing some. First of all, he's been talking shit about Nancy Pelosi and all the Democrats doing insider trading as long as they've been in part of Congress, like how they got all rich. But Nancy Pelosi is just the face of it. A lot of people don't even know Nancy Pelosi is like the 12th on the list as far as insider trading, how much money she makes. She's not up there, but she's the most famous. So that's why they had her on there. But Trump has been doing a whole lot of wheeling and dealing, putting out tweets that he knows not true, that drives the stock market up. Then all of a sudden, somewhere out of nowhere, a big rush of cash will either short that stock or buy that stock up right before the stock goes up or falls, right after Trump's tweets are deemed false. They'll come out. So he'll put out a whole bunch of fake tweets affecting the market. Then Iran or somebody will come out and say, that's bullshit. And then the market drops or resets. And Trump has made a gang of money. Now, who the hell is doing all the betting? Who's doing all the stock marketing and the betting? Who's doing all of that? But Trump has went from $2 billion when he entered office to $7 billion. He's been in office a year and a half. This nigga went from $2 billion to $7 billion net worth since he's been in office. How the fuck did he do that? He got Barron and Don Jr. and I forgot, and Eric. They're all doing some major, allegedly, some major stock trading, illegal stock trading. So Trump came out because everybody is seeing this, and Trump came out and said, you know what? I don't think I want to be investigated. Just in case. I don't want to be investigated just in case. And oops, hold on. If I can find it. Is this it? Let me see. I think this might be it. Hold on. Nope, that's not it. Sorry. I mean, is that it? Hold on. Hold up. Here, I'll do this. Let's do this. So check this out. Trump has lost his goddamn mind. So everybody who was saying that Trump is trying to be a king, they might have a little something. Check this out.
And used his taxpayer dollars to pay back.
I am not committing to anything beyond the settlement agreement itself. When you say campaign donors, that they are not excluded from seeking compensation.
Last question. There it is. Yeah, Donald Trump's donors. Think about the slush fund that we're watching here, okay? Donald Trump's donators donate money to Donald Trump's campaign to get him elected. Then Donald Trump sues his own government and used his taxpayer dollars to pay back all of his donors that donated to get him into office. Wow. We have hit peak.
So check this. Trump is doing some wheeling and dealing. So basically, he banned the IRS from auditing him or his family. Like, nigga, what? He has banned the IRS from auditing him or his family members or anybody he close to. in his cabinet. Now, y'all can't audit us. But then, on some truly gangster shit, this nigga privately, in his personal capacity, he institutes lawsuits against the United States of America, right? For whatever, saying false, you guys falsely accuse me of this, or you falsely accuse me of that, right? He sues the DOJ, the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice then settles out of court with Trump. So remember, it's Trump's DOJ. The head of the DOJ is Trump's personal lawyer. So they settle with this nigga Trump. Basically, Trump is just making money hand over fist. He goes and sues the American government, the DOJ, and then the DOJ settles out of court for however many billion. He goes and sues them for a few billion, and then they settle for ever how many hundreds of millions or billion. And he just basically made money out of nowhere. Just instant money. I'm going to sue you and have my DOJ settle the goddamn lawsuit and pay me. This nigga is tripping. But then you can't audit me. The IRS cannot audit me after I do this shit. This nigga is insane. This orangutan Avenger ass nigga. He has lost his mind.
Levels of corruption in this country. Holy shit. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. And I got to tell you up front, the story we have today on Donald Trump, this might be the most insane case of government corruption I have ever heard of in the United States. It's so insane that the story doesn't even seem real. However, I promise you, it very much is all true. And that is the fact that Donald Trump has essentially sued his own administration for $10 billion, received a massive settlement, and now has, in that settlement, made himself, his entire family, and all his businesses immune to ever being audited by the IRS again for the rest of their lives. So, wow. And Donald Trump's stock trading record has also just been released, and it's going to blow your mind. It's some of the most insane insider trading we have ever seen in the government. So buckle up, because this one is going to blow your mind. But also, you somehow are not going to be shocked whatsoever. So that's what we're talking about today's video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Also, guys, a lot of people have been saying that they're no longer receiving any notifications from my channel. Wonder why. So make sure you hit that bell icon and turn on the all button that the Department of Justice, which of course is run by Donald Trump's personal criminal defense attorney, put out yesterday about the Trump family. And this story broke yesterday. I mean, this headline doesn't even seem realistic or possible. And I promise you, we're going to look at the documents here from the Justice Department in a second. It's real. The Trump
now, Hodges, you say smart move. It's smart, but it's illegal. If you still paying taxes, this nigga is using your money. So then what he just said, what he's doing with the money is, so he sues the government, they settle out of court, he gets that money, then he pays back the niggas who gave him money, donors. He pays off all his donors that gave him money during his campaign. This nigga is, man, yo, this is crazy, bro.
Trump administration has forever banned the IRS from auditing the taxes of Trump, his family members, or his companies. And of course, who did this for him? Like I said, his personal criminal defense attorney, acting attorney general Todd Blanche, the same guy who said it's not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein. That is, acting AG Todd Blanche signed an order Tuesday barring the IRS from examining President Trump's prior tax returns and blocking the agency from pursuing pending claims against Trump, his family, or his businesses. And here you go, directly from the office of the attorney general, signed by Todd Blanche himself. So you know I'm not making this story up. It says here, the United States releases, waives, acquits, and forever discharges each of the plaintiffs from, and hereby forever barred and precluded from prosecuting or pursuing any and all claims, counterclaims, causes of actions, appeals, or requests for any relief, including injunctive relief, monetary.
The United States releases, waives, acquits, and forever declares each of the plaintiffs, from and is hereby forever barred and precluded from prosecuting or pursuing any and all claims, counterclaims, causes of action, appeals, or requests for any relief, including injunctive relief, monetary relief, damages. What is it? Man, I can't read that damn word. It's so damn small. Hold on. Damages, examinations, or similar or related reviews, appeals. Damn it, I was tripping. Appeals, delay. Appeals, delay relief, and blah blah blah. I can't read the rest of them. My eyes is messed up. Oh, relief cost, attorney fees, blah blah blah. So basically, you can't sue me for shit. You are permanently, he says, United States releases, waives, the United States releases. Sure. He told his person to do this, and then it's the United States releases. Holy shit, man. This nigga is running a straight racket. Now, everything that people said about him during his campaign is actually true. It wasn't true his first round go around. He didn't do none of that stuff. It was Trump derangement syndrome his first go around, even though he was acting. So even though they were, this motherfucker is truly evil. He's acting. He was acting, but they had nothing that they could truly point at that he did bad, because most of it was Putin, Russia. They were trying to, it was all fake. It was all fake and fabricated. Now, though, because the Khazarians got him by the balls, everything that he's done, everything evil that he's doing is real. Like, no pun intended. It is real. And now you can call him crazy and all this and that type of shit, but now you look like the people who were calling him Trump deranged before, because now, you know, you call him Trump deranged before and say he didn't do anything, but now he's actually doing something. But it's like the boy who cried wolf. Isn't that the story? The boy who cried wolf. Well, now the wolf is actually invading the house. Excuse me. And you're like, wolf! Like, nigga, shut your bitch ass up. That's what it was, because they was crying wolf the whole time, his first administration, and there was no wolf. Now the wolf is eating every goddamn thing in the house, eating up all the pigs and chickens and everything on the outside, trying to raid the house, trying to raid your refrigerator, tearing up everything. And you're like, wolf! Wolf! They're like, man, shut your bitch ass up. Ain't no damn wolf in the house. That's where Trump is right now.
Relief damages, examinations, or similar from, and hereby forever barred and precluded from prosecuting or pursuing any and all claims, counterclaims, causes of actions, appeals, or requests for any relief, including injunctive relief, monetary relief, damages, examinations, or similar or related reviews, appeals, debt relief, costs, attorney fees, expenses, and or interest, whether presently known or unknown. So what that means is this family, and literally all of them and all of their businesses, will no longer ever be able to be audited by the IRS, even though you and I can still get audited by the IRS if we have the audacity to not claim a Venmo transaction above $600. Now, we're going to get into Donald Trump essentially suing his own administration here and his stock performance in a minute, but I want you to think about why maybe this is happening. I don't know. We know that pretty much every Friday to Monday is a massive stock market manipulation where Donald Trump comes out and says some ridiculous shit about how the war's over and it's back on, and we see all of the insider trading going on around that with oil futures and everything we've seen. Of course, we also know that Donald Trump's children have been making out like bandits as well. So just some second, third order effects to think about is, you know, somebody like Barron Trump, who can now never, ever be looked into or audited by the IRS when he has things like, I don't know, making almost $100 million at 19 years old off of insider trading crypto off of his dad's tweets. Nope, can't look into that. Oh, how about this one? Oh, you know that contract that Donald Trump Jr. got worth hundreds of millions of dollars from the Pentagon for his drone company? Yeah, well, guess what? No looking into that either. So yes, the Donald Trump family can do anything they want financially and never have to worry about being audited ever again. That's they don't even really have to claim any of their income, because no matter what they put in those tax returns that they file won't matter, because even if it's the most bullshit thing ever submitted, the IRS can't do anything about it. Yes, now, could you imagine if Joe Biden were to have done something like this for himself and his family? Oh, the outrage. Now, since we're talking about government and corporate corruption, that's going to bring us to today's sponsor, which is Venice AI, which cover Claude and Gemini models. Get full all the world's leading AI models in one place. Justice Department, again, being run by his own $1 billion. And let's take a look at this story here. All right, so as you see here, here's the story. Trump sued his own IRS for $10 billion over leaking his tax returns, then settled with his own Justice Department, again, being run by his own personal criminal defense attorney. And the settlement created a $1.776 billion, clever with a number there, taxpayer funded, yes, you and I are paying for this, to compensate his political allies and his family, obviously. The president filed the lawsuit. The president's DOJ settled it. The president's allies collect the money, and you and I are paying for it. The fund covers January 6 defendants, Mar-a-Lago raid claims, the Russian investigation. Anyone who says they were a victim of lawfare can file and claim and get a check. I guess maybe all of us should do that too, huh? They named it the Anti-Weaponization Fund, and they even tried to make it look patriotic. And you know MAGA is going to love this. Now their King Daddy Trump can do anything he wants with impunity. He can even sue his own government and pay himself and his buddies out of the taxpayer money. Nice. Now, Todd Blanche was just questioned about this before Congress, and he was asked,
yo, this nigga is the most gangster there's ever been in the goddamn seat. Holy shit, man. Just making money hand over fist, and you cannot investigate me about it? Get the fuck out of here. So when the Democrats take over, they're going to say, fuck you, bitch. Now, he probably will be in Israel after he gets out. I'm sure he's going to Israel. He's Jewish. He said he's Jewish, and I think he actually is Jewish as far as religious-wise. He converted to Judaism. So he is Jewish. So he can go to Israel. That's where he's going to go. Trump is going to have to go live in Israel because the Democrats is coming for his ass. They're not going to let this stand. What do you mean we can't investigate you? Get the fuck out of here. We damn sure going to investigate you. Real quick. Yo, 50-year journey. Appreciate you. He says, what is stopping us from doing what did? What do you mean? What he did? Is it in the Bible that we use their own system against them? Oh, is it in the Bible that we use their own system? I don't know if it's in the Bible that you use. It's in common sense that you use their system against them. That's what the Khazarians are doing. Most of the stuff the Khazarians are doing is within the system. They just know the system so damn well that they can manipulate it at will. This is what all them study. They have all these classes and shit that they be studying. This is what they be studying. They don't be studying the Torah and all of that shit. They do that too, but they study the system that they want to take advantage of. They're studying they teach this amongst themselves. How to take advantage of the system, the Americans, especially when you come over here. So unless we have classes in schools like this where we're downloading and indoctrinating our children with this information and then having groups go out and execute this shit, you just can't learn it. You have to go out and execute. It's knowledge learned and there's knowledge that is executed. Learning information doesn't mean shit if you can't execute. That's what, again, mental masturbation. So a lot of you guys in here that hear me talk about all this stuff, you're not doing anything with the information. It's mental masturbation, period. All this law information, universal law information I'll be talking about, anything. If you're not using it, you're only here just to get entertained, it's mental masturbation. You're not doing anything. So appreciate you. Let me give you the clap for that.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you. We're at, what was we at today? What did I say? 171. We're at 205. 205 for the day. Appreciate you. Thank you for the cash apps and the super chats. Remember the cash apps, I get to keep all the money on the cash apps. The super chats, they take 35%. Just letting you know. You don't got to stop doing the super chat, but the super chat does take 35%. So you want me to get all the money? Just make sure you cash app Real Nagas, the number 9. Appreciate you. Man, Dwayne Hicks, bruh. Thank you, sir. Swooping on in, brother. Appreciate you, man. Always hooking me up.
May the force be with you.
You get another one
May
of
the
those.
force be with you.
Even though I heard the Mandalorian and Grogu was whack, it's boring. But Yoda's not.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, man, for coming through, brother. So Trump is a piece of crap. That we know Trump is a piece of crap. Yo, and Richard Burden. Thank you, God. Thank you, man, for the super chat. I mean, for this is cash out. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
May
you,
the
my
force
dude.
be with you.
So moving along, man, thank you everybody for hitting the super chats and the cash apps. I appreciate you guys. Also, make sure you get over to realnagas.com and get this damn great book of melanin research. Get hooked up on all this beautiful knowledge right here. This Know Your Rights Manual, Public Official Bonds book, Constitutional Rights card, Qualified Immunity card notice. Bam, you're getting all of this. Bam. You're getting hooked up. Qualified immunity. Bam, you're getting hooked up. And then you also get one of the dope shirts when you order as well. So that's the best way to support right there. Get over there and get hooked up with the deal. So appreciate you guys. So moving along. Oops, where we at? So oh man, where we go? Oh, the last thing I got. Now the Trump administration is saying you have to go back to your own country for green cards. So green cards. So this is he's smashing on the immigration. If there's a couple of things he's done is smash on immigration and Fruitopia. That's two of the best things that he's probably done since he's been here. Is mash on Fruitopia and hold on, mash out on Fruitopia and get the immigration thing straight. So check this out. So there was a loophole though that allows him now. He's going to be able to kick out holder, even if I might. He's going to be able to kick out green card or people who are waiting for their green card. So usually, if you had a visa, you can apply for a green card here, and then you can wait in America till you receive your green card. Not no more. This nigga found a loophole that says even if you have a visa, they can kick you out, make you go back to your own country to wait for a green card. This nigga is this nigga is tripping. So check this out.
Like that green card holder doesn't have a green card holder, even if I might like that green card holder, doesn't have an indefinite right to be in the United States of America, right? American citizens have different rights from people who have green cards, from people who have student.
Hold up, Dantes. I got to check you on something, bruh. I got to check you on something, Dantes. You said Mandalorian ain't been good since season 1. You lost your damn mind, boy. The hell you talking about? When I don't even want to tell what happened at the end of season 2 unless somebody's seen it. But at the end of season 2, are you crazy? That was some of the greatest Star Wars we have had, period. The end of season 2 was some of the greatest Star Wars we have had, period. And I hate to say that because it's Kathleen Kennedy. But Kathleen Kennedy didn't have anything to do with the season 2, the end of season 2. Jon Favreau, he went and did it in secret on his own, which is why it was so damn good. And then when she found out, she basically took the nigga's balls away when she found out he was doing Star Wars in secret and didn't alert her to what was going to happen. And that's why season 3 was a piece of shit, because Kathleen Kennedy took it over and shit it all over it. However, don't you dare say season 2 wasn't dope. Are you kidding? Boy, woo! Season 2 was off the chain. Boy, don't let me. I was about to tell what happened. But here we go.
Student visas. And so my attitude on this is this is not fundamentally about free speech. And to me, yes, it's about national security, but it's also more importantly about who do we as an American public decide gets to join our national community. And if the Secretary of State and the President decide this person shouldn't be in America and they have no legal right to stay here, it's as simple as that.
Do you see more such deportations happening?
I think we'll certainly see some people who get deported on student visas if we determine that it's not in the best interest of the United States to have them in our country. So yeah, I don't know how high that number is going to be, but you're going to see more people.
There is an enormous change in U.S. immigration policy tonight. The Trump administration says any non-citizens in the country who have applied for a green card must leave the country indefinitely, even if here legally, and regardless of whether they have a spouse or children. Then they have to wait for their green card application to be processed outside of the country. We'll follow up on that.
Wait till you hear this shit. The Trump administration.
Yo, this is cold shit. There's a whole lot of people that just chill over here and wait for a few years before they get their green card. They get the visa, then they marry somebody, then they have to wait a little while. Maybe it takes a couple years for them to get their green card. They say, you got to go home, even if you marry, to wait for your green card. This nigga is evil, boy. Like, goddamn. You want immigration reform, but nigga, if somebody's married, you gonna make them break up with their spouse to go back to their own country and wait? Dude, this nigga is foul, man. Like, come on, bro.
Administration just radically changed the green card process, making it so much harder to get a green card. Because now, if you want to apply for a green card in the United States, you have to leave the United States to do it. Before, you can come to the United States, begin the green card application, stay in the United States while it's pending. That's going to change. The Trump administration now says most people who apply for a green card actually have to go back to the country of origin, essentially where they're coming from, and they're going to have to apply for an American visa through the American consulate in their home country. It's going to impact students, tourists, so many people. And get this, there's currently a travel ban in place for 39 countries. So how are they going to come back into the United States of America? I don't know. For others, they're going to have to go back to countries where they may have faced persecution.
Wait. So you got to talk about liberals and Democrats who going into full-blown panic over a bombshell announcement from the Trump administration that they're closing a major loophole in our immigration system, right? Our legal immigration system, because illegal immigration is a problem. But to be honest with you, legal immigration is a much bigger problem, okay? Because a majority of the people who come into the country illegally start by coming to the country legally, and then they just overstay their visa, or they take advantage of loopholes that are built into our system that allow them to overstay their visa and change their status so that they can stay here in the United States, quote unquote, legally. But what they're really doing is that they're taking advantage of the system. Okay. You have people come over here on visas that are temporary, and then all of a sudden they fall in love in a week, right? And they get married, and all of a sudden they can stay, right? Even though they're only supposed to be here temporarily. Okay. So again, the Trump administration is closing a loophole involving the green card process. The Department of Homeland Security put out a bombshell memo. Got 16.3 million views. It's really broke the internet here. An alien who is in the United States temporarily and wants a green card must return to their home country to apply. This policy allows our immigration system to function as the law intended instead of incentivizing loopholes. The era of abusing our nation's immigration system is over. Yeah, so as always, the immediate freak out over this is overblown. I'm going to tell you guys what I think is actually going on. In fact, they put out more guidance on what they actually are trying to do here, and it should tell you a lot about who they're actually targeting. But again, the initial freak out is that people who are here legally, right? So, they came to the country and they decided to get married, right, to a U.S. citizen, and now they're in the green card process, or they're working here. For example, they're on the H-1B visa, and they decide to apply to stay permanently with the green card, or, other circumstances where people are here legally, students, and they say, hey, I want to be here permanently. I'm going to apply for a green card. Basically, the Department of Homeland Security is applying the same policy that most Western and developed nations, in fact, most nations in general, have when it comes to this process, right, of permanent residency, which is that you got to wait in your home country, right? And a vast majority of countries on Earth. Again, the United States is the exception here, okay? Not the rule, we're the exception. If you are applying to stay there permanently, you don't go to that country first and then say, hey, I want to stay there permanently. You apply to stay there permanently. And then if you get accepted, you go, right? Again, we're the exception, not the rule, right? And again, liberals are currently freaking out. They're losing their minds over this memo that was put out by the Department of Homeland Security. Take a look.
I have some really terrifying breaking immigration news. USCIS is basically saying no more green cards in the United States. USCIS released a policy memo this morning, which is the most illegal policy memo I've probably ever read as an immigration attorney. It's basically ignoring a law that was created by Congress that allowed people to overstay their visa or have some kind of immigration violation to adjust status and get their green card in the United States. This includes people who overstayed their tourist visa, they worked on their tourist visa, they worked.
Do you see how people have just become accustomed to you overstaying your visa? If you overstay your visa in any other country, you are going home. Period. You are going, even in like Thailand, which is still cool about it. You cannot overstay your visa in Thailand. Like, and they'll let you stay for a minute. But when it's time for you to renew your visa in Thailand, there's like a bunch of people there's like a group of expats, like Americans, that they have to go to this and stand on this big ass line. Every month or every couple months, they have to go stand in all this big ass line. All the American expatriates or anybody from other countries, no matter what, Thailand make your ass go over there and renew that damn visa, or you got to get the fuck out. That's how Thailand is. Most of them countries, Vietnam, all them countries, you have to renew your visa or you got to go. You can't stay. So it's funny how these Americans just are so damn indoctrinated into everybody just fucking up the system. Just abusing the system where that shit should be allowed. No one wants to follow the goddamn rules anymore. Well, this is when you get chaos. And again, is it any damn likely? Most, again, liberal women are the ones who don't want accountability. They just want to rule. They don't know how to rule. They just want to be able to rule. But you can't rule under compassion. You can throw compassion in there, but you can't rule with a compassion in mind, because people will take advantage of that shit. You have to rule with a stern mind with a little bit of compassion seeped in. You have to be strict on what you're doing. You have to be disciplined, because if you don't, people will take advantage of you just by nature. They will do that. They will take your kindness as weakness, and women don't understand that. Men do. Men understand that shit, because you get that in the street when you come up, especially if you a cool, nice dude. And some dudes are gonna take you for advantage, and eventually you may have to fight for them to know you ain't no weak ass bitch because you a nice bitch. You ain't no bitch, but you ain't no weak ass bitch because you nice. And then you got to smack somebody up because they took your kindness for weakness. Women don't understand that, because women don't usually have to fight like that, and so it's not truly rooted in their psyche of accountability or making people earn what they work for, what they get. And so this is where we are now.
Without authorization, they worked for a company outside of their student visa.
My bad. Real quick, I gotta say thank you, Conceptual Elixirs. Appreciate you, brother. Curtis, Neal, Khan Ali, and Chimp. Thank you guys for the cash apps. Appreciate y'all, man. Man, thank you guys.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, everybody, for hitting the donation button, the donation cash app. Appreciate you.
Got married on their tourist visa. immigration violation to adjust status and get their green card in the United States. This includes people who overstayed their tourist visa, they worked on their tourist visa, they worked without authorization, they worked for a company outside of their student visa, they got married on their tourist visa, etc. Any kind of conduct that was inconsistent with your visa when you entered the country could be a reason why they deny you. Now, what does this mean for people with pending applications? I don't know, because the memo doesn't state when they are going to start enforcing this and essentially ignoring the law. What I can tell you is that policy memos created by the government can't just ignore the law. There is going to be a shit ton of lawsuits filed immediately in favorable jurisdictions, and I believe that we will prevail in court. Although this is absolutely terrifying to read, I don't believe that the government will get away with this. But this is definitely something that every immigration attorney is watching, and I will keep you updated.
Adjustment of status just got a lot more dangerous. Immigration just released a shocking new policy memo emphasizing that adjustment of status is not a right. They are now no longer saying that adjustment of status is a normal process to get a green card. And they are expecting everybody to process for their green cards at the U.S. Embassy abroad, not adjust your status. This is a huge philosophical shift for U.S. immigration, because for years, adjustment of status through marriage inside the United States has been very common. Since the time I have been born, 50 plus years ago, I don't want to age myself. Now, USCIS is basically telling immigration officers to heavily scrutinize every adjustment case. The memo specifically tells immigration officers to look negatively at people who overstayed their visas, people with status violations, people with unauthorized employment, people with conduct inconsistent with their original.
Basically, just following the law, the law that's on the book. That's it. All Trump is saying is we're just going to follow the laws that are already on the books that nobody has been following. Everybody just been skirttailing or obfuscating and curtailing the laws for so damn long that everybody thinks that you're supposed to do that. You're not supposed to have any damn type of discipline or structure or anything like that. This is just the way they think. America's supposed to just give everything away. You're just one giant charity country where you're supposed to give all your shit away to everybody who come and knock on your door, not even knock on your door, who force their way, kick your door in and walk on your door, sit on your couch, grab your remote control, turn on your goddamn, turn on the Mandalorian season 3. Like, nigga, I'll beat your ass. Turn off that fucking Mandalorian season 3. But they think this is just so natural. You're supposed to just say fuck it and accept it. No consequences to actions, no accountability, nothing. You're supposed to sit back, take it. Bend over on the couch and take it when somebody walks through your damn door and want to fuck you. No, nigga, that's not, no. So all they're doing is just enforcing the laws that are on the books, and liberals have lost their fucking mind. How dare you enforce the laws? Like, what?
Visa purpose. Now, immigration is also emphasizing preconceived intent much more heavily. So that old 90-day rule, wait 90 days and then get married about that we always talk about, that may be down in the garbage now. We honestly do not know yet, or even know if USCIS is going to effectively ignore that 90-day rule and do something completely different. Because this memo strongly suggests they may start asking, what was your real intention when you came into the USA? Did you really intend to come temporarily? Or did you intend to stay permanently all along? Even if you married 180 days after you came here to the US. So this means entering on a tourist visa and later marrying a US citizen is going to be much more heavily scrutinized. People with overstays, unauthorized employment, questionable travel history, inconsistent social media, prior violations, inconsistent statements could all potentially face much more strenuous questioning at an adjustment interview.
Now, this is what they're sneaking in. When they say social media, questionable social media, all they really mean is, now this is the fuckery that they threw in here. All they really mean is, did you say something against Israel? That's what they mean. They don't give a shit if you talk shit about America. They're looking for your social media if you are a Palestinian sympathizer, Gazan, same thing, but they're looking for all these keywords: Gaza, Gazan sympathizer, free Palestine, all of this type of stuff. They're looking for that. If you say anything against Khazaria and that they're genocidal and all the rest of that stuff, they're looking, can't come to America if you shit on Israel. Or you can't stay in America if you shit on Israel. That's really what this is for, everybody. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. That's what this shit is for. That's why I'm trying to tell you, you're going to have to learn your rights eventually if you're going to get in here and smash on these people.
Too many people walk through life carrying fear, not because they've done something wrong, but because no one ever told them they have rights. When you don't know the law, even ordinary life can feel like a risk. That's why we build Know Your Rights Foundation, a place where the law becomes clear, simple, and yours. Knowledge is your shield. The law is your defense. Start learning today at KYRF.org.
Just to be clear, we are a law school, people. We are probably the first, not even probably, we're the first melanated community law school in America. Again, we are the first melanated community law school in America. Probably the first community law school in America. There's no other place you can go learn the law for free in America. For free. And government. We teach you law and government, civics, which is what you need to know in order to be a viable and productive part of society. You need to know civics, government, how it works. Not just your rights within it, but how does the government form to secure your rights? How does it work to secure your rights so that you can take advantage of the system? You can utilize it for all the things that it was created for your advantage. So again, get over to kyrf.org/volunteers, sign up. What's today? I think we have an interview class this coming Wednesday. So if you want to get into the interview class this coming Wednesday, make sure you get over to kyrf.org and sign up for a show. We are we are a law school, the first community law school in America that I know of. I don't know of any other community law schools that are teaching you the law for free, teaching you how to protect yourself against the government and the police. Really, the police first, then the government second. So make sure you get over here and don't miss out on this in case we just decide not do this one day. You never know. Here we go.
And the memo even says applicants may need outstanding equities to overcome these negative factors. And that is a real dangerous phrase, because what qualifies as outstanding equities? Who the hell knows? So,
oh my God, it gets worse every single fucking day. You're telling me that people who are here legally on visas, just trying to get their green cards, can't finish the fucking process here in the US anymore. I personally know people who are in the middle of this process who do not have the means to fly back home to pay all the legal fees all over again. They are forcing hard-working immigrants back home. They are preventing people who look like me or have my skin color from staying. The policy states that they will make exceptions for extraordinary circumstances. But what the fuck are those circumstances? Their priority isn't removing the criminals, the rapists, the murderers, the gang members, the patients of mental institutes. These are hard-working, temporary visa holders who have followed the rule book step by step to obtain their green card. And yet again, this country shows their racism.
So this dude was fake ass laugh. First of all, he a piece of shit laughing at other people's pain and turmoil. That's some bullshit. You are an evil piece of shit if you laugh at somebody else's pain. Straight up. If you laughing at somebody else's pain, nigga, you are a piece of shit. So you don't got to laugh at them to understand that enforcing the laws that are on the books is a good thing. You don't have to be happy in someone else's turmoil and anguish like that dipshit. But yeah, he's so damn fake. That laugh is so fucking fake. Like, come on, man. You not laughing for real. Like that dude, man, it's hard to watch that motherfucker to get news, but he got some of the better news stories because he doesn't follow the normal news stories. He'll go out and pick other news stories. So that's why I'll check on his stuff. And also, he's good on politics and finance, but he's a piece of shit at the same time. Two things can be true at the same time. He's a coon Cajun piece of shit who hates black women and black people. For sure. But loves his white daddy, but the nigga knows politics and finance. So moving along. So allegedly, Tulsi Gabbard, she was fired allegedly. Comes out that she said she wasn't fired. The Trump administration says that she wasn't fired. However, it's kind of hard to. Let me see. Wait a minute. It's kind of hard to really say that she quit because well, the reason she gave is a good one. Let me say that. It's not let me say it's definitely a good reason that she gave why she quit. But hold on, let me see if I can find the story. But it's highly suspicious after a week after she was the CIA, not the CIA, but yeah, the CIA raided her. Let me see. Man, I think this is it. The CIA raided.
Well, that was just a week ago, and there's been
CIA raided her office for the MK Ultra files that she was declassifying and the JFK files. They raided her office. She wasn't there. They raided her office because she was declassifying those files. Snatched the files, which they're not supposed to do. Remember, they're not supposed to operate domestically. They have no power within the United States, the CIA. They're only supposed to operate on foreign soil. But how are they able to tell the office that runs them? They were able to go confiscate information from the higher office. The office that controls that department, they were able to confiscate. And then instead of a lot of backlash or Tulsi coming back with the backlash, apparently she just resigns because they said because her husband has bone cancer. I'm like, really? The coincidence he got bone cancer a week after your office got raided.
been some interesting developments in those JFK files since, because, well, that was just a week ago, and there's been some interesting developments in those JFK files since, because since that story came out, which of course they debunked as having never happened, well, we've now learned that those files that were supposed to be declassified for us, according to Donald Trump, will no longer be released. Yes, those files that the CIA definitely didn't come and take out of Tulsi's office that she was declassifying. I'm sure President Trump has a great reason for that. Welcome back.
Yo, real quick, what you know about Office Space, bruh? What you know? What do you do here? First of all, if y'all haven't seen Office Space, that shit is hilarious. Office Space is a hilarious movie, man. Office Space is a great movie. And I was just watching Entourage because I had to go back to a time where it wasn't so goddamn feminine in the goddamn world. Entourage is a great time when men can be men, goddamn it. Love that damn show. Even though it was all Khazarian ruled. When I go back, you go back and watch it again, you're going to see the Khazarians was all through that shit. It was all about Khazarian propaganda. However, it was a great time. But one of the dudes from Office Space, he became a part of the cast later on in the seasons. He was one of Ari's friends who was sleeping with one of the co-workers, but that dude was from Office Space. You just made me remember that dude from Office Space when you said this right here. But I don't think you know nothing about Office Space. I don't think you do. But here we go.
Back to the channel, everybody, and we have some breaking news as of just a couple minutes ago at the time of me filming this, and that is that, yes, Tulsi Gabbard has officially resigned as Director of National Intelligence. Now, did she actually resign, or was she maybe more forced to resign? Because I don't know, there was some weird stuff going on like last week when we had that weird story about how the CIA raided her office and took all the JFK files, and that we've now found out that Donald Trump is going to block the release of the rest of the JFK files. That's bizarre. Those things couldn't be connected. But again, we're going to see, did she resign out of principle or not? Because that's going to be an important piece to see why this actually happened. So that's what we're going to talk about in today's video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, helps the channel. Follow us on Patreon, grab some America First, America Only merch. Also, guys, tonight, live 5 p.m. I know everybody is underlying pieces. All right, we'll let my boy Aaron Love break this one because he's actually the one who sent me this originally for me to find out about this morning.
Breaking everywhere. It looks like Tulsi Gabbard is out as DNI, so she apparently put in her resignation letter today. It's breaking everywhere on X. Soon to be here. You heard it here first.
So yes, official resignation put in, and pretty quick turnaround here. She's going to be out by the end of next month. And immediately my thoughts were, okay, did she go down the road of Joe Kent? Did she actually resign out of principle? I mean, we all know that Tulsi Gabbard literally ran all of her political campaigns for over a decade, specifically on one single issue, and that was essentially no war with Iran. And then when this war kicked off and she didn't resign, a lot of us who had supported her in the past said, but now that she's resigned, does that show that maybe we were a little too harsh? Well, we'd have to look at her resignation letter to find out why. So let's do that first, and then we'll break all this down. All right, so here we go. As of 30 minutes ago, Tulsi posted, I am deeply grateful for the trust President Trump placed in me for the opportunity to lead for this last year and a half. Then she says, unfortunately, I must submit my resignation effective June 30th, 2026. My husband, Abraham, has recently been diagnosed with an extremely rare form of bone cancer. He faces major challenges in the coming weeks and months. At this time, I must step away from public service to be by his side and fully support him through this battle. Now, first thing, this is horrible to hear. You never want to hear anything like this about really anybody's loved ones, right? Whether you support this person as a politician or a government official or not. Absolutely terrible to hear. So definitely, hope and pray that her husband makes an absolute full recovery and that he ends up being okay. However, what it also means is that Tulsi did not resign out of principle at all. We would have much rather heard that she could, no longer serve an administration that was fighting an unjust war in Iran, considering, again, she ran her entire political campaigns off that for 15 years straight, much like Joe Kent did. But we found out maybe that's not the case. However, the thing is it does feel like this may be just an off-ramp resignation and that she was going to be fired anyway because Donald Trump has been talking to his cabinet about firing her for weeks now. Okay, so this story was actually over a month ago saying White House asked Gabbard to resign by the midterms. And at the time, rumors were saying Trump has been asking cabinet officials in recent weeks whether he should replace Tulsi Gabbard as the DNI, venting frustration about her leadership and that she shielded Joe Kent, a former deputy who undercut his rationale for war with Iran. Now, something else you might find interesting about this, Donald Trump has actually fired 4 cabinet members now in the last 2.5 months. And what's interesting about all 4? Oh, that's right. The only people he's fired are all women, as we can see. Now, good, bad, or indifferent on that. Just a little bit interesting that he's wiping all the women out of his cabinet and not all the men that are a problem. Like, I don't know, Kash Patel, Pete Hegseth, Howard Lutnick, they're still fine. But anyway, I digress. Now, some other things to think about with Tulsi before we make our judgments on her on this one. Because again, for those of you who don't know, I used to be a huge Tulsi supporter. I wanted her to run as Donald Trump's VP and then obviously have been very, very let down with her abandonment of her values that she's portrayed over the last 15 years. We've all seen that, obviously. But maybe she has been doing good things behind the scenes that we don't know about. Now, we have to go back to understand why Donald Trump really, really doesn't like her. It all stems back to almost a year ago in that first Iran conflict. Now, if you guys don't remember, Tulsi actually came out, testified before Congress that the intelligence community continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon. Yes, the director of the National Intelligence herself said that.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides.
So this is the real reason. Excuse me. That's the real reason they're trying to get rid of Tulsi, obviously, because she's not with the program. Now, she should have resigned. She would have much more integrity, or people would believe in her integrity much more if she had resigned right off the bat when Trump went to war with Iran. But we don't know if she was gathering intelligence or whatever. So we got to wait and see. She is an Aries. And so Aries, they don't just do shit. If you see them do some stuff, it's probably they got some underlying thing that they're doing. Don't just take them what they're doing right on the surface. She probably stayed in there to gather a whole bunch of intelligence because she would never have that position ever again. She'll never be in the position to know everything that American intelligence has. She'll never be in that position ever again. So to just say she should have resigned from that without, making the most, getting all the information that she possibly could, I kind of see that as an Aries. Like, yo, I'm about to stay here and gather up all the goddamn goodies on you bitches. I'm putting cases on all you bitches. I'd have done the Denzel. Putting cases on all you bitches. So I hope she did that, which is the reason she stayed.
Decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program.
Now, keep in mind, that was the director of national intelligence, so America's own intelligence apparatus.
Real quick, sorry. Yo, got to show some. Says Ronald Ruhlhock. Appreciate you, Brandon Terry and Wayne Richards. Thank you guys for the super chats and the cash apps, peoples. Thank you guys. Appreciate you.
May the force be with you.
Hooking me up every week. Thank you, sirs. All right, here we go.
This had all come to the conclusion that Iran was not attempting to build a nuclear weapon. Okay. So obviously, Donald Trump's not going to be a fan of her saying that. And this was his response back when this happened.
So you've always said that you don't believe Iran should be able to have a nuclear weapon. But how close do you personally think that they were to getting one? Because Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon. I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having one.
There you go. Donald Trump said himself, I don't care what.
I don't care what she said. See, she went against bitch real, and she always campaigned never going to war with Iran. So there had to be something. Now, I think Tulsi's husband is Khazarian. I think that may be the reason she's compromised. Honeypot go both ways. They send the fine Khazarian chick to the dude. They send the fine Khazarian chick to the dude to compromise him, honeypot him. But Tulsi is a woman Aries. And Aries, one thing Aries like is tapping. male or female. Let me tell you, I can attest for both male and female Aries. We both like. So they got Tulsi. They probably honey potted Tulsi with some old Jew, some Khazarian. One of them Khazarians over there. Nigga's name is Abraham. Now, I don't know. He not necessarily sure. I think he is, though. I'm pretty sure. I'm like 90% sure he's Khazarian. And that's probably why Tulsi didn't get out when she could have, because all of this backlash was going against Bitch Real. And Bitch Real put her handler on her. Like, nah, girl. You can't go against us.
What she said. Which, again, pretty wild that you don't care what the director of national intelligence, who has access to all the information and intelligence coming from every intel apparatus of the United States, don't care what she has to say, huh? Okay, interesting. Well, we've all seen how that's worked out since. Now, Paul.
So, a lot of politicians are coming out, and Trump is trying to act like they're still on good terms. Thank you, Chelsea or Tulsi. You've been such a great addition to the administration, blah, 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 right? But all the while, behind the scenes, get the fuck out of here, bitch. Get your bitch out. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck. And so she had to come up with bone cancer. Her husband had to come up with bone cancer. Like, you this nigga just got bone cancer this week when your office got raided. Okay. For sure. We're going to believe that one. We believe you, Ted. We believe you, Tulsi. We believe you, girl. I promise you. We believe you. Yeah, we believe. Like, girl, don't nobody believe your bullshit. There's no way in hell that you did not know your husband had cancer before this week. But they got her. They got Tulsi. So moving along. Again, here's I'm telling you guys, you better start learning your rights. In America, your freedom of speech is up for grabs. So this is a woman who posted on Facebook. I don't know if you guys heard about this. This woman posted on Facebook about the dirty water in Texas. And got arrested. Yeah, she got arrested. I was like, hold on, let me make sure. She got arrested for posting. Check this out. This is crazy. About the dirty water in her city. And they said you cannot make detrimental statements like that. And they arrested her. I'm trying to tell you, your freedom of speech is up for grabs in America right now because you don't know anything about it. You better get over here. KnowYourRightsFoundation.org. Stop playing.
A woman says she was arrested after posting health and safety concerns about a city's drinking water on Facebook. It happened in Trinidad in Henderson County, southeast of Dallas. People who live there say the tap water sometimes looks and smells unsafe. When one woman shared her take on Facebook, the police department arrested her, and now she's suing. Fox 4's David Centenary is live with more from that city. David.
Yeah, well, some city leaders say there are issues with the water system and that there has been for quite some time. However, one woman's claim posted to Facebook that the water is making some people sick led to her being arrested.
Did you ever expect something like that Facebook post could get you arrested?
Not at all. A Facebook post made by Jennifer Combs, a wife, mother, and citizen journalist, led to her arrest by Trinity.
Now, hold up. You said, I know my rights. That's what all melanated people say when we do our police stop law class. That's what most melanated people say before they get snatched out of the damn car and get their asses beat. I know my rights. Oh, yeah? You do? Because they really don't. Most melanated people think they know their rights because you're watching, what is it, SUV? Law and Order SUV? Some old niggas watching Hill Street Blues or some shit. Y'all don't know shit. Stop watching TV. You don't know your rights because you watch TV or even these videos on YouTube, the audit channel or Lackluster and all these audit channels. You don't know the law just because of that. You have to be taught the law. The law is a system, and just because you see some videos that tell you what your certain rights are, that doesn't they don't tell you the context of how those rights are supposed to be administered. And if you don't understand that, you can be left all the way out. Just because you know a right doesn't mean you know how to assert that right. So again, people who said, I know my rights, I bet if I tested you on just 3 things, you would fail. But I trust you. Maybe you do. You might know your rights. You probably do know. Maybe you do. I'm just saying most people who say that don't know their rights. So freedom of speech is disappearing due to Khazaria since they own all the social. Yep, that's exactly right. But they're too late. They're too late. This social media it's the monster that they can't control. It's beyond their control now. So the more control they try to have over it, the more they show their ass. Remember their power. What they say the devil's greatest power is? The devil's greatest power is to convince you that he doesn't exist. Remember that old saying? That was the Khazarians. That came from them. That Khazarians, their greatest power was to convince the world that they don't exist. The Jews don't run everything. We don't own everything. There's no such thing as a Jew power, a Jew empire. They had, again, you couldn't even speak it. So that has been their greatest power the whole time. Now that they're in the forefront, now that everybody can see him, the emperors, they can see the emperor with the clothes off. They're like, nigga, you naked, nigga. The fuck, nigga, put some drawers on, bitch. At the very least, nigga, put some drawers on. Then put some pants on, put some shirt on. They cover that goddamn stank ass gut up, nigga. Goddamn, nigga, you got dirt and shit all in your damn belly button. Goddamn, nigga, get out of my sight. That's where Khazaria is right now. Niggas can see all the dirt and gut and gunk in their belly button and shit because they ain't washed their ass in a minute. Like, they are out there. So no matter what they do to try to cover it up, everybody goes, nigga, I can still see you, nigga. I can still see you. Get your bitch ass in the house. So no matter what, they're done.
Trinidad Police Department on May 8th. Jennifer Combs, a wife, mother, and citizen journalist, led to her arrest by Trinidad Police Department on May 8th.
Do you have to spend the night in jail?
I did.
What was that like?
Horrifying. Absolutely horrifying.
And you've never even had a speeding ticket?
I have not ever had a speeding ticket. It was one of the most probably humiliating things I've ever went through in my entire life. It was very, very bad.
So what was the Facebook post about? The city's water supply.
The best way I can describe it is it looks like the Trinity River is flowing from their water taps.
Look at this.
The post from her page, Southern Belle Watch, reads in.
Look at that. You see how dirty that water is? And she can't report about the water being fucked up. Nigga, you got shit water. That's literally shit water. Like somebody just took a fucking one of them diarrhea shits in the water stream. And it's coming out through your goddamn fucking sink. And she can't say nothing about it? Get the fuck out of here.
Part.
Looks like the Trinity River is flowing from their water taps.
The post from her page, Southern Belle Watch, reads in part, we have received reports that some citizens have been hospitalized due to bacteria in the water. This is a serious public health concern that deserves immediate attention. If your water looks discolored, contains sediment, has a strong odor, or you have experienced related health issues, please send us a message. We are gathering information and reporting findings to the state.
The police chief had screenshotted it and posted it on the Trinidad Police Department page.
The April 6th post by Trinidad Police calls what Combs wrote false information that creates fear, panic, or unnecessary emergency response within a community, eventually charging Combs with felony false alarm or report.
I feel like this is an extreme stretch.
So here inside Trinidad City Hall, the water looks clean, but some say it's a fluid situation depending on where you're at and when. How would you describe the city's water situation right now?
The city's water situation is a struggle, without question.
Trinidad Mayor Dennis Hawes does not dispute that they have water issues.
A lot of this stuff is original pipes that were put in here in Trinidad in the 50s, probably.
Oh
we have to get to a position where we can fix that infrastructure, and it's very expensive, as I'm sure you can imagine.
On Wednesday, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality confirmed to Fox 4 that it received a complaint regarding the water quality and an investigation is ongoing. It's unclear whether anyone has gotten sick from the water.
I've seen some Facebook posts where people have said they've gotten sick, but to me personally, I haven't heard anything.
In a post on May 10th, Trinidad Police Chief Charles Gregory doubled down on his decision to arrest Combs, calling the case cut and dry. He says claims and an investigation is ongoing. It's unclear whether anyone has gotten sick from the water.
I've seen some Facebook posts where people have said they have gotten sick sick. But to me personally, I haven't heard anything.
In a post on May 10th, Trinidad Police Chief Charles Gregory doubled down on his decision to arrest Combs, calling the case cut and dry. He says claims citizens were hospitalized due to bacteria in the water are simply false and have only caused unnecessary fear and confusion in our community.
I really haven't seen anything like this before, David.
SMU constitutional law professor Dale Carpenter questions if a crime was committed and believes Combs' First Amendment rights may have been violated, even if it turns out Combs' post was inaccurate.
She's making a statement regarding a matter of great public interest. And so people sometimes make false statements on matters of great public interest, and they're allowed to do so. If we prosecuted and arrested everybody who made such claims.
They're saying they she made false statements that water, basically, they're saying that she made a statement that water can hurt you. And that's a false statement because she had no evidence of it actually hurting anybody. Is there anybody who would look at that type of water and say, yeah, go ahead and drink that. That's good for your health? Are you serious? And then they're going to arrest her because they said she has no evidence of it actually hurting anybody? Are you serious? Are you stupid? All right, then, motherfucker, drink it. Go ahead, hey, motherfucker. You're right, Sheriff. You're absolutely right. I have no evidence that this water would hurt anybody. How about a drink? Officer, you want a drink? You want something to drink? Well, nigga said, come on in, opportunity. You want something to drink? That's what I'm going to do. Don't worry about it. I'm going to give you a big gulp of this right here. How about that? And ice, the ice in the big gulp is also going to be made with that water. Isn't that good? Like, nigga, you full of shit. It don't make anybody, that water hasn't proven to make anybody sick. Well, go ahead, take a gulp, my nigga.
Claims our jails would be overfilled.
Chief Gregory was not at Tuesday's council meeting, but the water issue was a topic of conversation.
The reason why everyone is here and the reason why Fox 4 is here is because your city is acting like tyrants.
Combs stands behind her post, and in a federal lawsuit filed Tuesday, she accuses the police chief of political retaliation related to her work as a citizen journalist. She claims multiple citizens made social media posts stating that they had personally been hospitalized or affected as a result of consuming the city's water.
I don't agree. I don't think it's fair that the citizens pay for water they can't really use.
The lawsuit adds, speech about the safety of a community's drinking water is a quintessential matter of public concern entitled to the highest degree of First Amendment protection.
There's people saying that their appliances are getting ruined. They can't cook with the water. They can't bathe with it. They can't do laundry. A lot of them feel hushed and like they don't have a voice and no one listens to them and no one takes them seriously.
The police chief has not responded to a list of questions we sent over to him via email. He is listed as a defendant in this federal lawsuit. So is one of his officers, a city council member, and the city of Trinidad.
All right, David, so you interviewed the mayor. Police chief didn't want to talk to you. I'm curious what the mayor's attitude or take on the police chief's actions regarding Jennifer Combs' arrest.
I asked the mayor if he agrees with that arrest, and he really wouldn't take a side. He told me, in his words, he does not feel it's appropriate to comment, just saying that the case has been turned over to the Henderson County District Attorney's Office for prosecution. I reached out to the DA's office to see if they will give us any sort of comment, what they think about the case, but at this point in time, we have not heard back.
To ever emerge from the classified intelligence world. Well, my friends, you can decide for yourself.
So, yeah. She got arrested for saying that shit water is probably bad for you. Hey, I'm just spitballing here. No actual evidence or proof. I didn't study on it or nothing. I didn't go to medical school. I didn't go to chemistry class. Nothing like that. I just think shit water may hurt you. I'm just saying, usually the water you drink has no color. Now, did you add food coloring into the water? Because maybe that's what you did. Maybe I overstepped my bounds and you just added brown food coloring to the water system. Maybe that was just me. Maybe you doing something festive. What was you doing? What we trying to celebrate? What we trying to celebrate? Cinco de Mayo? Is that what you did? You trying to throw? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Like, motherfucker, brown shit water. It's not proven that it'll hurt you. It's not proven. You have to prove it. You have no evidence that this shit water will kill you. Do you? Do you have any evidence? That's what I thought. That's what I thought, Your Honor. You see it. You see him. You see it. Like, gonna have to rule in his favor right now. Like, That's fucked up. You can't advocate against, you can't be an activist against dirty water in your city, or they will arrest you. This is crazy shit. But moving along, last thing I got in regular news, crazy as hell. Again, this is a war on your freedom of speech. Again, you better learn how to assert your rights. So moving along, now this is really how you need to learn how to assert your rights, because let's see. So a young brother was sentenced. Let me see if I can find it. A young brother was sentenced to excuse me. They were sentenced to life in prison, but basically life in prison with labor. Life with labor in prison with no parole. So people are saying, yo, it's blatant slavery. Now, what did he do? He killed somebody. He killed a rapper. He killed some, I don't even know the rappers. I don't know these dumbass rappers' names today. Not that he dumb. I ain't trying to disrespect the rapper that got killed. But nigga, today rap is whack as shit. I was watching Entourage. Entourage was so damn dope because it had hip hop all through every goddamn episode. Shout out to Entourage. Them Khazarians know some good hip hop. Today, you couldn't make Entourage with the hip hop they have today. Them scenes would be so whack with that as the background music, it'd be fucked up. But I digress. So this dude went and they traveled from like Tampa to Jacksonville or Jacksonville to Tampa or whatever to kill this rapper, which means you had a whole lot of time to think about not doing it. Premeditated. That's premeditated murder. When you, again, you get manslaughter when you have a argument with somebody and it blows up and then you just kill somebody. That's manslaughter. And then, you can get, there's so many charges. Murder 1, murder 2, murder 3. Then you can get homicide. Then homicide is just a man killing. But then you can get manslaughter, manslaughter 1, second degree manslaughter, shit like that, depending on how much time you had to think about it within the time that it happened. However, if you had a ride from your city to another city to go kill a nigga, that means you had ample time to think, I probably shouldn't do this. So this dude, he killed the person, and he says he took responsibility for it and everything. And then he got this.
For individuals.
Address the court and the jury. So I would like to ask you what you want the jury to know.
Yeah. I just want to address the court today, and I'm not here to dispute anything. I'm just here to be a man and take responsibility and express my feelings about this whole situation. That's what I plan on doing.
Okay. And how do you feel?
I feel very remorseful. This is a terrible situation. It's been a traumatic experience.
And based on Mr. Gathwright's age, physical abilities, things like that, do you think that the prison would benefit from him in a work capacity if he were sentenced to life without parole?
Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse for this young man, check this out.
Really quick, I fuck with J. Cole. He goes back to the old school style, boom bap. Yeah, J. Cole is tight, but he's consciousness. He's like light consciousness, like Miller Lite or Bud Light. He's not real. I grew up on real conscious hip hop, like hardcore conscious hip hop. J. Cole is, like I said, Miller Lite. He's consciousness light, but he cool though. He good though.
I say yes with my experience, not only just in classification, but as former ward and even as a jail administrator. He's someone that's young, he's healthy. In reality, we need that labor, we need that sweat equity, and we will put them out there to work because we do have an aging prison population, jail administration. We have that. So we put these young individuals to work and get some sweat equity out of them since they are young and actually can do the work.
Now tell me what that sounds like to you. If that does not sound like modern day slavery, then what does it sound like?
So we got to follow up on our coverage.
So it is modern day slavery. The 13th Amendment says involuntary servitude. You won't have no involuntary servitude unless it's punishment for a crime. Says it right in there. There was some documentary that came out on Netflix called The 13th. Did y'all check that out? That was a pretty good documentary, but it showed you slavery is still alive and well in America. And it's going to be for most melanated people, since you are the ones who populate most jails. Was it 2 million melanated people are in jail? 2 million melanated people are in jail in America. That's insane. That's fucking crazy. When you only got like, when you only have what's the population? Like 40 million, 35, 40 million people in America, but 2 million melanated people are in jail. Come on, man. That's crazy. Yo, Sharice Reed and Casey Crosby and Brandon Terry. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for the cash apps. Thank you, everybody.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you. So she said, "Oh, is that what you want, Sharice?" Bam. She gave me the cash app. I got a flex for the money, Sharice. Come on, girl. For sure. God damn it, now to get me out here like I'm in Chippendales. I feel used. I feel abused. So here we go. So is this wrong for them to sentence him to a lifetime of labor rather than death sentence? Should he be sentenced to death, or should he be sentenced to a lifetime of labor? You guys let me know in the comments.
Oh, the murder case that I reacted to just a couple days ago, featuring 4 young scholars, aka 4 black thugs, right, criminals, okay, who decided that it'd be a good idea to hunt down and murder rapper Julio Fulio as he was celebrating his birthday in Tampa. Now, these 4 individuals decided to drive all the way from Jacksonville, Florida, to Tampa in order to murder a rapper. Okay, this was clearly, in my opinion, premeditated, right? They had a long time. They had plenty of chances to think about what they were about to do, but they did it anyways. Okay, they did it anyways. Now, in this video, we have to once again talk about Sean Gathright, who went viral, breaking down in tears as he learned his fate, right? And what is likely going to happen to him. He's going to be sentenced to life in prison without parole, and what that actually means, which is forced labor. Okay, and a lot of individuals, black liberals, of course, are now triggered right over the idea of a young black man being sentenced to life in prison without parole and forced to repay his debt to society, because only black liberals, right, only black folks will get on the internet and potentially shed tears over a young black man paying his debt back to society, right? Because, right, out of where we're at. So without further ado, let's get into some of these reactions here.
You were sentenced to life without parole?
I say yes, with my experience, not only just in classification, but as former ward and even as a jail administrator. He's someone that's young, he's healthy. In reality, we need that labor, we need that sweat equity, and we will put him out there to work, because we do have an aging prison population, jail administration. We have that. So we put these young individuals to work and get some sweat equity out of them, since they are young and actually can do the work.
That's Sean Gathright. He's being sentenced for the murder of Julio Fulio, rapper. Check this out. We are past the point of the school to prison pipeline. We are going directly to the school to slavery pipeline. But look at this.
If you commit these crimes, if you murder somebody, regardless of whether or not you're in school, doesn't matter. Yeah, you're going straight to prison, right? What's so controversial about this? I don't understand. I don't get it.
76% of incarcerated individuals, regardless of the crime, say that they were forced to work or face serious consequences within the prison. But look,
yeah, I mean, that's not enough. To be honest with you, 99% of them should be working. I'm trying to figure out what the problem is here.
This. Incarcerated individuals on average produce $2 billion worth of goods and maintain $9 billion worth of products every year.
Not enough, right? It should be more, right? If we could juice some more out of them, we should be doing a lot more, right? Those numbers don't sound big enough for me, right?
That includes things like cooking, cleaning, laundry work, road work, firefighting, and public maintenance. But did you get this part?
Because we do have an aging prison population, jail administration.
In 1981, people 55 and older made up 3% of the prison population. By 2021, they made up 15%. That's 5 times higher. And among those serving life sentences, 30% were 55 and older. Check this out. Prisoners are counted as part of the population of where they're incarcerated. This inflates the political power and the population of prison towns, but prisoners never reap the benefits. For example, if a town has 500 black inmates, but they have a residential population of 500 people, they can now say that they have a town of 1,000 people. And they can even go further and say that they have a town that's 50% black. So when election time comes and they get the representation that they want, they could say that the black population has jobs, but they don't vote, keeping out the fact that those black people are in prison. And that,
all right, well, just, don't go to prison, right? If you don't want this to be a problem, don't go to.
So should he be punished? Does the punishment fit the crime? Is basically it. Does the punishment fit the crime? And if you do the crime knowing that you're going to go to jail, should you be punished? knowing that jail is the repercussion of you committing this crime. Again, accountability is a major thing in this new feministic world that they're trying to create in America. In feminine world, usually there's no accountability. You're just able to do whatever and say whatever. And because you feel that, there's no accountability. But in man world, men know you just can't say whatever and do whatever around other men. You may get checked hardcore right across your motherfucking mouth. Dude, this is something that dudes live with and know every single second of every day, especially when we enter a room with other males. We know that there's some shit that can pop off if I say something wrong, if this other nigga say something wrong, if a couple of us say something wrong, do something wrong, something may pop off. There's gonna be some repercussions. What they say in what's the movie Life? Consequences and repercussions. There's gonna be some consequences and repercussions. Now, usually that doesn't happen around women. They don't fight like that. Unless you go to the hood, they just mouth off. And there's no repercussions because of that. Niggas know you may get knocked out with whatever's close to the nigga who getting ready to whoop your ass. Maybe a phone, maybe a goddamn, maybe fucking a bottle. It could be a shoe. It could be whatever, nigga. Something's gonna pop off if you ain't minding your P's and Q's right here with your mouth by what you're saying. So this is what we know. Again, consequences and repercussions. So if you do a crime knowing that there's going to be some consequences and repercussions, then you are consciously accepting those consequences when you commit the crime. You can't say I didn't know. You know there's jail. You know you ain't supposed to be doing this shit. So does the consequence fit the crime? You guys let me know in the chat, in the comments. Here we go.
Prison, right? It's really that simple.
It instantly reminded me of slavery. When I was visualizing when they used to put the slaves on this little platform and they checked to see how healthy the slave was, if they was young, if they was tall, if they was, and how he was describing this guy on this stand. I just was visualizing like, man, this seemed like slavery again. Even though he put himself in the slave system. But the thought of the warden saying, nah, don't kill him. Look how healthy he is. We need that sweat equity. Like he said that.
Yeah, he's a healthy young Negro, right? A strong buck, right? We can put him to work. Hey, I love it. To be honest with you, it'll trigger me, right? This dude's a criminal. He's a cold-blooded murderer.
Yo, hold up real quick. He said you don't even have to be the one talking shit. The person who was talking shit, just being in the same room can get you him. Thank you. Can get you hemmed up. Club fights back in the day were like, yes. People don't understand, dude. Man world and woman world is completely different. Man, you have to, most times when you're around other dudes, you're going to have to be accountable for your words and your actions if you're around dudes like that. And it's most dudes, especially if you're around alphas. You're going to have to be accountable for your words and actions. What the fuck you say, nigga? I'm telling you, that shit happens all. Hey, nigga, fuck you say? How many of you brothers been in the goddamn room and you heard that? The fuck that nigga say? Fuck you say, nigga? Fuck you. Hey, F-U-H-Q. Fuck you, S-A-Y. I got a shirt. I got a t-shirt with that on there. I actually have a t-shirt in the shop that says, fuck you say, F-U-H-Q-S-A-Y. Because that is something you will hear if you in the room and you say something wrong to a nigga or he hear you wrong. Fuck you say, nigga. You are going to hear that. And then whatever follows behind that may be dependent on your answer. Straight up. Straight up, I'm telling you.
The idea of a murderer being forced into slavery, right? Why would I be upset about that, right? If we're gonna have slavery, if we're gonna have forced labor, yeah, we should be forcing murderers to repay their debt to society, right? I don't see how this is controversial, but again, it's controversial to some people because of the fact that he's black and forced labor is involved. Hilarious.
I got something to do for him. I'm gonna put him to work. And I'm like, wait, y'all not understanding or seeing what's going on. If y'all don't get y'all shit together, that they got a plantation for you to work. They don't even want to give you the death sentence no more.
Nope.
He's trying to spare his life, not because he love him, not because he care, but because he say we need that sweat equity.
Right. We deport a lot of illegals. We're deporting illegals, and we need labor to replace the illegals. And this young strong man who's a murderer is the perfect candidate, right? The perfect candidate. I'm trying to figure out what's so controversial about this. What's so triggering about this? None of these people have ever seen.
Yeah, his laugh is bullshit and it's fake. And he laughs at melanated people that are getting fucked up by the system. He laughs at the wrong shit. Any melanated people doing bad, he will laugh at that shit. Never laughing at Caucasian people. Never showing Caucasian people fucking up or doing wrong. Well, you can find a whole lot of that. Find a whole lot of Caucasian people messing up, doing wrong. The rapists, the grapists, the pedos, all the embezzlement, the money stealing, the real estate fraud, all this shit. I mean, they commit crimes way more than anybody else. But he can never find no videos on that. And what about them going to jail? Them committing crimes and having to do this shit. No, you don't see that shit. So yeah, his bullshit ass laugh is fake as fuck. But the fact that he laughs, he has a sinister laugh whenever bad things are happening to melanated people, which he called YNs. Unless it's a Republican black person, he don't give a shit. He's laughing his ass off. Now again, though, what he's saying though is you got to listen to what he's saying also. Fuck the laugh. Is what he's saying correct? Should there be consequences for your actions for these melanated people so that you will learn to stop fucking up? Because right now they don't enforce the law. And they haven't been enforcing the law since basically Trump got out of office last time. They've just been letting people go ahead, like in California. They don't arrest you for drugs. They give you drug needles. Sometimes they'll give you drugs. This is crazy. How the hell are you supposed to get drug addicts off the street when you giving them drugs and drug needles to do drugs? Again, there's no consequences to your actions, especially with Democrats, especially with the women Democrats, the women who are running it. There's really no repercussions to your actions. And again, not shitting on women, just calling balls and strikes. California is run by women, majority women. The governor is a dude, but he's a woman. He's a Democrat. He's a transformer, really. And then every other city in California is run by women. Women mayors, women city council, women board of governors. And then you see the difference from when men was running it. You had accountability. You had motherfuckers going to jail. You had nobody right. I mean, all of this shit. But then as soon as women take it over, the country or the city, the state goes to shit. Fraud, running rampant. No accountability. Motherfuckers stealing. Home invasions up. Fucking homeless people all over the goddamn place. They kill dogs on the street. Do you know the homeless people are giving their drugs to their dogs first so they can see if it's laced with fentanyl? So they killing the dogs on the street so they can do drugs. And do you think they're arresting these motherfuckers for that? No, they giving them more drugs and more needles and shit. This is bullshit. So again, the people who think that it's wrong for him to have a lifetime of labor rather than them killing you, that's the alternative, nigga. You can go to death row and they'll kill you. So lifetime of labor, dead. Labor, death, labor, death. It's a little tough there, buddy. I think niggas gonna pick the death. Appreciate you, Spread Wealth. Thank you for the super chat, bro. He said you can hear the pain in that fake laugh. You can hear the pain in that fake laugh. It's getting harder to sell out for pay. It is, but he does it so well. He does it so well. He's a great coon Cajun. Top notch. So we don't have to watch the rest of this because you know what the rest. So basically, the rest of it was melanated people pissed about them going to jail. Now they're right that these jails, when they do that, they send you to jail and all this. They can count the jail population as the regular population, and use it on the census to get votes and all the rest of that shit. That's true. That's why melanated people should be be more heads up and studious about going to jail, about doing right. You should be more conscious about your actions and not committing crimes so that you don't have to go to jail. If you know that's the repercussion, that they're just going to send you to lifetime labor, it's on you after that point. If you know the repercussions of your actions and you still do it anyway, you can't be claiming, no, nigga, you knew. So I don't want to hear that bullshit. You know, real quick, thank you, Spread Wealth, and Third Eye Jedi, appreciate you. This is California sounds like Canada. California's fucked right now. This is why that dude Spencer Pratt, the two elections right now, the election for Los Angeles mayor and the election for California governor are the most important elections in California history right now, because they fucked California up. Just in the last 10 years, they fucked it up. Man, California, y'all don't understand. California is the greatest place in America to live, especially definitely in America. It is a goddamn paradise when it's being run properly. When there's accountability, when there's safety, when there all of that shit. When it's being run properly, California is the greatest place to live. You can ski and surf in 2 hours, within 2 hours of each other. You can be in the mountains and ski, and then in 2 hours later, you could be on the beach with the sun surfing. Now, I don't do any of those, but I'm just saying you could be in the snow and at the beach within 2 hours in California, in Los Angeles. That's Southern California, Los Angeles. So it is the greatest place to live. Trust me. But when you got bums and shit or homeless people and shit all over the goddamn place, not so much. But appreciate you guys for the super chats.
May the force be with you.
California's worse than Canada. Shit, California right now is worse than Canada. But it's a great place, man. Trust me. It's the weather out here is amazing. Try to tell you that. So you guys be the judge. Does the punishment fit the crime, or is the jail sentences too harsh for young melanated people? Like they don't understand, like they can't understand the consequences to their actions before they do it. Like somehow there's a mental block, there's some informational block that black people can't get that information and don't know that if I do this crime, I'm going to have to do the time. What was the Beretta? What was the Beretta theme? Wasn't that the Beretta theme? Don't do the crime if you can't do the time. What was that? What theme song was that? I don't know if that was it Beretta. I don't know if it was Beretta. Somebody let me know if that was Beretta. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time. Was it Telly Savalas? Was it? I forgot which one it was. Was it Kojak? It's one of them old cop shows. It was either Kojak or Beretta, one of them. So moving along. In Skittle news, it says California's beautiful, but too many taxes. Yeah, there's a lot of taxes, but if you get your status back, and cost of living is too high. Cost of living is hella high in California, for sure. People leaving Cali and moving here to Tennessee in droves. Yeah, but hey, if you can deal with that, California is a beautiful place. I'll tell you right now. California is a beautiful place to live if you can afford it. Let me say that. If you can afford it. So moving along, a bunch of Transformer refugees, they ran from Texas. So in Skittle news, we're in Skittle news. We got one story for Skittle news this week. Was it Beretta? It was Beretta? Okay. Wait, was it Rock? Wait, which one? Is it Rockford Files or Beretta? Come on. I think it may be Rockford Files. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time. You might be right. I think it's Rockford Files. I think it's Rockford. It might be Rockford Files. But wasn't Rockford Files just like the music though? I think Rockford Files was just music. It might be Beretta. Bree said Beretta, goddammit. Okay, my bad. Beretta, goddammit. Okay, my bad. He said, Beretta, goddammit. Oh, that's hilarious. All right, my bad. So it's Beretta. But here we go. He said, God damn it, it's Beretta. So, moving along. In Skittle news, this is what I mean by on the feminine, this is the fruitopian energy. We should just be allowed to do whatever we want to do and no repercussions. So, damn it, where'd it go? Oh, wait. Here it is.
Declare a state of emergency. I'm Jake. I follow the news so you don't have to. So many LGBTQ Texans are moving to Seattle. The city may declare a state of emergency. I'm Jake. I follow the news so you don't have to. Let's get to this one. Seattle's LGBTQ plus commission just sent a letter to the mayor's office, city council, and the city attorney's office. It's requesting that the city declare a civil state of emergency in response to the increasing number of people fleeing hostile environments across the country. The commission compiled some data from organizations like the Movement Advancement Project that's been raising the alarm about this. They found that many displaced people are fleeing states like these in red, Texas, Florida, Tennessee, Kansas, and Idaho, due to anti-trans legislation, threats to personal safety, and barriers to healthcare and legal recognition. So what would an emergency in Seattle actually do? The commission says first it would simply acknowledge the crisis, but it could also allocate funding to local organizations to help displaced people. And also, they say it could just affirm that Seattle is a safe place. We did the best we could to find any hard data supporting the claim that more Texans are moving here. To be honest, there's not a lot out there. But we did find that the U.S. Census Bureau now reports Seattle ranked #1 among major U.S. cities for the share of same-sex couple households. Same-sex couples make up 3.2% of all Seattle households. Portland and San Francisco are number 2 and 3, by the way. Apparently, Memphis has the fewest same-sex couples in the nation. That's probably no surprise that Seattle is a very welcoming place for the LGBTQ plus community. Everyone has seen Seattle Pride. It's one of the largest, if not the largest, celebration in the nation every year. And Pride Month, June, is just around the corner. No word yet from the mayor's office about whether an actual civil emergency will be declared.
They are trying to declare a civil emergency, in Seattle because there's too many fruitopians moving to Seattle from all the other red states because Trump is downing, Fruitopia, DEI, and all the rest of that stuff. And then the red states all follow through with it. So they're moving from these red states to Seattle, but they got so many people moving there that Seattle says we got to declare a state of emergency so we can pay for all these broke ass fruitopian motherfuckers moving over here. So that means the taxpayers of Seattle, who may not be with that whole bullshit, have to now pay for broke ass people who can work. These are broke ass motherfuckers who can work, who just choose to flee and run to Seattle because it's more friendly to their community. But you have no way to support yourself. So now you need the taxpayers to come up and support your damn lifestyle. Look at this fuckery. This is insane.
So we got to talk about a very interesting story out of Seattle as the Democrat leaders, the socialist mayor, Katie Wilson, is getting begged by the LGBTQ community to declare a state of emergency because apparently there's so many people fleeing from red states like Texas into
the story.
My husband Peaches is also
well documented.
I'm Kennedy. I'm a trans woman who transitioned over 24 years ago. My husband Peaches is also trans and autistic.
Hey,
we currently live where I grew up. We're currently trying to escape Texas because HB 229 will go into effect.
HB 22, guys. Trying to go to Seattle, guys. You got me? Who got me, guys? Come on, guys. Pony up. Pony up for me, guys. I gotta go to Seattle. So, it's the only place I can be accepted, guys. Come on. Okay, we have to put them together, apart. Come on. What do I gotta do, guys? Come on. What do I gotta do?
Not that. You don't do that. How about I give you money to not do that? Okay? Can you not do that and not put that voice on?
What do you want me to do? This is what I sound. Do I sound feminine? I'm feminine, right? Come on. I worked all day on this voice. Been working all week. Come on.
How about I give you 50,000 to not do that voice? 50,000.
I like that voice. How about if I do it just a little bit? How about now? Can I do it now?
No, not even now. Don't do that now. Here we go. Just joking. Here we go.
September 1st, which will basically make being trans illegal. We're going to go back to pre-1969. You are not allowed to misrepresent your gender to the government or to your workplace.
15-year-old Libby Gonzalez is a lot of things.
She steals my clothes more than I steal hers.
No, I don't.
That is so not true.
A sister, daughter, friend, and she's trans in Texas, a state that's one of the most restrictive in the country.
I love being here and I love my friends, and despite everything that's wrong with our state, I love it here.
So why are you leaving?
Because it's no longer safe for us.
Already crying.
Not just Texas, but America.
It was a buildup. We decided as a family that the onslaught that we knew was coming with this administration was going to make an environment far too unsafe for our family to stay here.
Where are you going?
We're not sharing where we're going because my kids deserve a fresh start. We deserve safety. The majority of people don't have the means to up and leave. And this is why we need.
Instead of getting that kid some help at like, what, 7? That's when they declared. Instead of getting that kid some help, they just fell right on in with the, yeah, my kid's another gender. What? Your kid is 7. What the fuck do your kid know about anything at 7? Nothing. They've been watching TV and looking at goddamn social media all day. But now all of a sudden they've been raised by social media since they're 7. They know what they're talking about. This parent right here needs their ass beat. When you sit up here and think your child at 7 knows what the hell they're talking about and make decisions for the rest of their lives with their bodies, but you won't put them behind the wheel of a car. You won't send them to go get a goddamn tattoo. You won't send them to go buy goddamn alcohol, but you will allow them to tell you that they want to permanently change their body for the rest of their life at 7. Yeah, you need your ass whooped.
Need allies to step up.
When Texas considered a bathroom bill in 2017, Libby, then just 7 years old, testified in Austin.
I am 7 years old and I am transgender.
As Libby's gotten older, Texas has passed other restrictions. In 2022, Governor Greg Abbott instructed the state's child welfare agency to investigate parents and doctors who provide gender-affirming care for trans youth, equating it to child abuse. That's temporarily blocked now by a court injunction.
If that moves, my husband and I will be criminalized for supporting our daughter and making the very best parenting decisions that we possibly can. How can we stay here knowing that that's a potential?
In the wake of their departure, the very bathroom bill that sparked Libby's activism in the first place is back in front of lawmakers.
It's just really annoying to see how all of my entire childhood just...
Yeah. So you see that you're they're fleeing Texas, states like Texas, because apparently it is unsafe for trans people to live in states that pass laws based off common sense, right? That adhere to basic biology. Okay. And they're going to blue states.
No trans-friendly bathrooms. No. No, you don't get that. Because you're not a trans kid. You just crazy. Let me say that shit. Your ass is crazy, and your ass need to be in the goddamn fucking mental place. So does your parent. For excusing, and not only that, enabling this mind state. Yeah, that is abuse. Thank you. I agree. Dantes, I agree. That's abuse. That's child abuse. When you allow your child to run the house, what if your child says, I want to eat chocolate cake for breakfast, lunch, and dinner forever? Would you go, yeah? If you did that, you would go to jail. If you fed your child chocolate cake for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, you would go to fucking jail. But your child said she wanted it. They know themselves. They know they wanted the chocolate cake. Remember Bill Cosby? That is great. Give us chocolate cake. This is when Bill Cosby was giving his kids chocolate cake for breakfast and shit. Y'all haven't seen Bill Cosby himself, that stand-up? It was really sit down. He was really sit down. But that stand-up is what produced the Cosby Show, called Bill Cosby Himself. And you're going to see all of these things that you saw in the Cosby Show actually as jokes first. But he was talking about the chocolate cake. You know, he made chocolate cake. And he started looking at the ingredients in chocolate cake. And he was like, there's milk. That's good for you. There's eggs. There's wheat, flour. Hey, sounds good to me. So he made his kids chocolate cake for breakfast and shit. And they're singing him, that is great. Give us chocolate cake. Now, in real life, you would go to jail for feeding your kid chocolate cake, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Goddamn. But nobody, not with the Fruitopians. Your child can be 7 years old and tell you that they want to cut off their penis. And you're like, okay, yeah, sure. Gonna do that. Yeah, we're gonna do it. Gonna do it. Like, what are you doing right now? Yo, appreciate you. Thank you, Spread Well. He says, This is that what is that Vernuka salt energy? Vernuka? What the hell is Vernuka? I don't even know what that is. But appreciate you. Thank you for the
May the force be with you.
What is Vernuka salt? I don't know what that is. Put me on game. Sprinkle me, man. As E40 say. So, yeah, they full of shit. The Fruitopians. So moving along, in the science and the weird, a new report resurfaces. So it's a new report that came out again. It didn't, hold on, let me see. Now, it's all come out because Trump he just released UFO files again yesterday. I don't know if you saw, he just released more UFO files. Some jets that shot some missiles at some of the UFOs, and they blew up the UFOs. Then there's like some one orb type of UFO going crazy or whatever. But it sparked more debate, though. It sparked more debate regarding some stuff that came out a while ago, because they're acting like this is a resurfaced report. But this came out. I did a report on this in Trump's first administration. This came out though. This came out then. Now they're retelling it. Why are they retelling this right now? Because it's true, maybe. Watch this.
Going to have France and Japan joining in. Oh boy, this alien conversation definitely is getting strange, to say the least here, as now we are going to have France and Japan joining in on the disclosures. What in the world's going on here, as we have major reports of the former head of space security for BB's country literally coming out and talking about a galactic federation. Yes, you heard that correctly. As of course, Neil deGrasse Tyson does a 180-degree flip, which makes me even that much more suspicious of him, as Avi Loebob has called him out. And David Icke now is criticizing Avi Loebob. Lots of drama, even in the alien disclosure stuff. Who would have thought? We're going to get into all of it and a lot more, all here on this independent media outlet that has been covering conspiracies and aliens for about 20 years now. And if you appreciate that, subscribe, click the notification button, as of course this topic used to be reserved for us. Now, yesterday we talked about how Fox News was reporting on 4 different alien species that have been interacting with humanity.
So real quick, let me do that story real quick first, because they came out. Let me show you that first, because they did come out and they talked about the different alien species, which is nuts. Let me see. Let me pull that story up first. So, oops. So this was on Diary of a CEO. If you haven't seen that channel, check it out. Diary of a CEO. They do good work. But check this out. So this was an interview they had on Diary of the CEO.
Do people think that there's one type of non-human intelligence that's visiting the Earth, or is there many, many types?
People who have been involved in recoveries have said
there are at least 4 separate types. Now, I have not had direct access to that, but I believe the people who I talk to.
4 different types of life.
4 different types of life, at least. Yeah.
And the people I've talked to, through the process of making the documentary, both on camera and off the record sources, and the people Hal's talked to over the decades, have said that there have been dozens of recoveries of crashed craft in the U.S. alone.
Now, check this out, because this story wouldn't have been so crazy except for I think they had it on Fox News. Now, when they show you something on Fox News, hold on. They're basically telling the world that there are aliens. People don't want to, this is crazy. They are telling the world that there are aliens. Hold up. And people are waiting. People are waiting for, I don't know what the hell they waiting. They're waiting for news at 11 or whatever the hell I don't know what the heck they waiting on, honestly. But let me see. I have to find the dang story. Come on. Oh, here it goes. So check this out.
All right, I'm pretty sure this is just a distraction. This is where things are getting weird. Donald Trump tweeted out this photograph the other day. That is him and security detail and members of the military walking with an alien. Yeah. An alien is what they were trying to. Obviously, it's AI. There's handcuffs around the wrists of the alien, but only one of the handcuff hooks on the wrist actually connects to a chain. The other one, the chain doesn't connect at all. And it's like, obviously AI, but this was put out there by Trump without any words, no captions, nothing. It was just an image that was put out there just for all of us to wonder about. It's very curious. Obviously, this is some sort of a distraction, or he's just having kind of fun, but it gets weirder. Then we hear these reports that whistleblowers are saying there's actually 4 species of aliens that have been recovered from crash sites by the CIA and by the military. 4 different types of aliens, including insect aliens and lizard people aliens and giant Nordic aliens. This is what this article.
So if you've been into this for a while, you know about these different types of extraterrestrials. If you came up under Malachi Z. York information a while back, this is for the older cats. He kind of introduced this information a while back. Again, the mantis-like aliens. We got the grays. The grays are supposed to be just like grays are supposed to be like androids, but humanoid androids. These are the ones who fly the saucers. These are the ones who've been on the flying saucers, like Bob Lazar. Then you get the reptilians. They've been telling us about the reptilians since the beginning. They've been telling us about reptilians since V in 1984. Shout out to V. That's my goddamn, man. And then Credo Mutwa was talking about this. If you know about Credo Mutwa, that was the shaman, African shaman that David Icke used to try to pump up, used to steal a lot of his information. Credo Mutwa, shout out to Credo in the next world. But Credo was breaking this shit off long time ago. I was watching Credo and what's his name? David Icke decades ago doing this. Him going to Africa, talking to Credo. Then Malachi Z. York's though information in the 90s, he broke off them Nordic cats. He called them the tall whites, the tall Nordics, but he called them Ashtar Command. It was a name for the tall whites. He called them Ashtar Command. Now, this is in the 90s. Malachi Z. York breaking this shit off. But then there's 50 million stories about military people seeing the tall whites working with military, working with American military. There's a video, not a video, but a movie, documentary movie on YouTube called Walking with the Tall Whites. If y'all haven't seen that, go watch that shit after the live stream. It's on YouTube movie, Walking with the Tall Whites. And it says the aftermath. So this came out in 2024. This military nigga talk about the tall whites that America or the military has an agreement with. They got a military contract with and they work with. Breaking this shit off. So this shit is real. Is real, right? So the reptilians, though, those are the main ones that David Icke been talking about for years. Now, David Icke is vindicated. David Icke, been talking about this for 35 years, 30, 40 years. David Icke is vindicated, y'all. So is the TV show V. I'm about to watch that shit again. I'm about to go back and watch V later on this evening. And the new V was good too. With whole girl, what's her name? The girl who plays Deadpool's girl, Elena Baccarat or something like. Oh my God. Woo, shout, that girl fine as hell. Brazilian. Brazilian chick. But I forgot her full name. But man, the new V was dope too. because she looked real soft and feminine, but then she could play this super evil ass crazy bitch on the back end. Like she really embodied both a really beautiful feminine, I'm harmless. And then when she wanted to, she would look crazy as shit. Like Shay, shout out to her, man. What's the thing? Marina Baccarin. I think Marina, that's her name, Marina Baccarin or something like that. Shout out to her. But here we go. Watch both V's. The 80s, the one that came out in the 80s, and this V came out, I think, in like 2013, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 2012, 2013.
Says a former CIA scientist has claimed that there are several alien species the United States government secretly knows about. Dr. Hal Puthoff, a physicist and electrical engineer who worked on the intelligence community's psychic, spy, and UFO research programs in the 70s and 80s, said people who have recovered crash UFOs encountered at least 4 separate types of life. Those species have been previously discussed by physicist Dr. Eric Davis, known for his work on top secret Pentagon projects, who testified in Congress that Greys, Nordics, insectoids, and reptilians are potential operators of unidentified craft.
Woo! They breaking it up.
And these are the 4 that they're saying have come to Earth. So this is like the description of them. You've got these insect-looking people, and they show the height. So you can see the whole height here. The tallest one being 8 feet. So the lizard guy is 8 feet tall. The Nordic is like 7.5 feet tall. So they look like people. They're just giant Nordics, and they're 7.5 feet tall. Then there's the bug people, which are about...
I'm going to tell you right now, the one that scares the shit out of me out of all these niggas is the cockroach. Come on, man. If you saw a walking cockroach, nigga, you would shit everything out of your body. Your heart, your organs, nigga, everything. You would shit everything out your goddamn body if you saw a tall ass fucking cockroach walking across your... And then what if it spoke to your ass? How are you? Hello, sir. How are you? Nigga, Come on. Black folk, melanated folks from the hood, we got trauma. We traumatized by the insectoids. And if I see one of these niggas in the hood, let me tell you right now, too, the praying man, this is supposed to be like the praying mantis one. So praying mantises are, if you've seen a praying mantis, those motherfuckers can kill damn near anything. Like 3-4 times its size, too. And they eat you alive. A mantis eats the motherfucker alive. Its victims alive. Like the mantis ain't no joke. So this is probably one of the scariest of the aliens. The reptilians, I heard, are actually very intelligent. They're very intelligent. They're not warlike. Maybe some of them. There's a bunch of reptilian species. We only seen a few of them, but the ones that we know are peaceful. That we know of. So here we go.
About 6 feet tall, and they look like, I guess, grasshoppers, crickets, whatever that is. And then there's the classic alien looking little guy. He's only about 5 feet tall. And that's the classic alien that many of us have known, from all the various different alien things in the past. And that is the gray. We're calling him a gray. So they have the mantis, the gray, the reptilian, and the Nordic are the 4 types of aliens that have apparently been identified. And well, here's Fox News, actually. I mean, it must be real because Fox News is talking about it.
We just found out over 1 billion people have visited the site. 1 billion. It's got to be a record. The War Department says more files will be released soon. UFO experts and top researchers have been investigating aliens for years. Their sources say dozens of crashed UFOs have been recovered, and what they found inside, shocking.
Do people think that there's one type of non-human intelligence that's visiting the Earth, or is there many, many types?
People who have been involved in recoveries have said...
There are at least 4 types, 4 separate types. Now, I have not had direct access to that, but I believe the people who I talk to...
4 different types of life.
4 different types of life.
4 different species of aliens. Another scientist called them Greys, Nordics, insectoids, and reptilians. All of them have 2 arms and 2 legs, just like us. Experts speculate the reptilians are scaly with long tails like a lizard. Insectoids look like a praying mantis. The Greys look like your classic movie alien, and the Nordics look like a regular Swedish guy, but 7 feet tall. We haven't seen the evidence, but Pete Hegseth says more evidence is coming, and there are a lot of believers in Congress.
I have seen evidence in a skiff that leads me to believe there are things we cannot explain, and I have observed things that are of non-human origin and creation. That's my opinion.
Releasing the files isn't easy. They've been hitting for years, and a lot of people want to keep it that way.
The problem we have right now is the deep state's fighting the president on releasing. He kept his word, and I suspect some of our not so friendly comrades in some of our alphabet agencies are slow walking a lot of information. It's about power, it's about control, and that's kind of what runs Washington.
So why is our own government fighting so hard to keep these secret? Well, a dozen scientists have either gone missing or died. Now, we don't know if that's related, but people are scared to talk.
One I thought was going to do an interview, and then a couple days before sent me a message saying after
Martian Manhunter was dope. Shout out to Martian Manhunter. He black. He melanated. Martian Manhunter is black. One of the only few melanated extraterrestrial heroes. Shout out to Martian Manhunter.
after further consideration and long talks with my wife, I decided I'd be forfeiting my life if I participated in your interview. And I thought that was like very unsettling message to get, obviously, but also very specific word choice, forfeiting my life.
And apparently the US government not only knows about these 4 different types of aliens, but actually are trying to breed them with humans. That is what was discussed on Jillian Michaels' show.
So where do we start? Should we start with an alien hybrid breeding program where they're capturing caravans of immigrants and forcing them into this? Or should we start with the fact that a congressman who is well respected thinks that if this is fully disclosed, it's going to set the country on fire? I'm going to hand this one over to you here. I'm speechless.
Sure. Well, first of all, I've had the privilege of speaking to Representative Tim Burchett and his colleagues, and what he's saying regarding access to very sensitive information, he's absolutely correct. Some of the people that briefed those individuals, I personally know, they were colleagues of mine back in the day. He's absolutely correct that some of the population, I think, would probably be potentially concerned about how much we know about this topic, and for several reasons we can go into that. Now, as far as this notion of alien crossbreeding and hybridization. Let me just preface this. When I was in the Pentagon at ATIP, I was a nuts and bolts kind of guy, so really airframe, air integrity, material science, and propulsion behind it.
The black ones are the Anunnaki. Those are the ones who come here every 3,600 years, and they on their way back. They don't just stay here and kick it. They do their thing, bounce out for 30-some-odd hundred years, then come back, give some more information, bounce out for 3,600 years. The other ones, they kind of have a base here chilling. Now, do some Anunnakis live here? I don't know. But according to the science, they come here every 3,600 years, drop some science, drop some knowledge, and then bounce out. See what's happening. See what happened with the shit. Boom, boom, boom. See if they got to destroy everything and remake it, and then boom, and bounce out. So, but in the midtime, you have all these other aliens coming in and doing experiments, doing hybrids. Apparently, humans have been mixed with aliens 64 times. They've done 64 different hybrid experiments on humans. So apparently that's the case. So I don't know. But if you got negative blood, negative RH blood, apparently you're supposed to be an alien. You're supposed to be alien. Most people, like 80-some-odd% of people, have positive RH blood. That means positive for the rhesus monkey. But if you got negative blood, like me, my blood, I have negative. So if you have negative blood, apparently you're supposed to be some type of hybrid alien. Now, do I believe that? No, I don't necessarily believe the blood thing. I am an alien. I don't believe it because of the blood thing. I just know I'm one because I know I ain't from here. But the blood thing, don't necessarily think that's the reason.
The vehicles themselves, not so much the occupants. But what Gates is referring to is something called, in the vernacular, it's known throughout kind of the UFO community as MyLabs. And what it suggests is that there's been a long-standing agreement or understanding between us and our friends from out of town that have allowed us to work with whatever these are, in a cooperative agreement. And in exchange for that, supposedly they would have access to certain human specimens biologically in order to test. I have to say, first and foremost, I heard about that while I was at the Pentagon. I was not privy to the specifics of that. From my understanding, that relationship began, if it is true, sometime in the 1950s, and has continued. I have met several individuals, former intelligence officers for the Air Force and other services, who swear by it, who actually say they've had encounters with UAP and have seen military personnel in and around the vehicles, and as if, very nonchalant, as if it was supposed to be. I have to be careful with going into any type of speculation about hybridization or any type of scientific study or research, because
no, it isn't. Positive is rhesus. When you give positive blood, it means you're positive for the rhesus monkey. AB positive, A positive, O positive, all of that is rhesus monkey blood. Means you test positive for the rhesus monkey. You have monkey blood from the rhesus monkey. When it's negative, means you don't. Very, very few people in the world have negative blood. Most people have positive blood. All right, then where'd it go? Oh, here we go.
Because again, that was not my forte. But what I will say is I've had plenty of individuals tell me verbatim that the military is far more, the military industrial complex is far more involved in this topic than anyone really knows. There are cases which seem rather interesting, where you have in some cases UAP potentially being escorted by American fighter jets and allied fighter jets. So that would give you some sense of cooperation maybe between us and whatever they are. I can't tell you for certain because simply I wasn't privy to that, if that indeed existed. But I will also say it's really not that far of a stretch. If we were to come into contact with, let's say, just another nation, right? So let's look at it this way from a real perspective. There are tribes right now that are isolated in the Amazon and also the South Pacific, and we have these no-go zones. Basically, we're not going to interfere with these indigenous people and their development because they've never had outside exposure. They haven't been exposed to recent diseases and things like that, and it could cause a significant problem for them. But once one culture decides to engage another culture here on Earth, right? Forget about out there, just right here. You have an exchange of ideas. You have agreements between the different peoples. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You can go back and look at the conquistadors during their La Reconquista, or the reconquering, where their interaction with indigenous people didn't go so well, right? Same here in the United States, where we maybe did some things that we probably shouldn't have towards indigenous people. In other cases, it was a little bit more symbiotic. So let's get back to the question you're having, specifically about hybrids and alien hybrids. I don't know. I do know that there are people out there that swear by it.
He doesn't know, is what he's saying. Although people do swear that those of us who have Rh negative blood type are part alien. I've always felt different from the rest of you, so maybe it's true. Maybe it's true. It gets weirder. Could it get any weirder? Apparently it does. According to the New York Post, thousands of mysterious underwater UFOs have been spotted off of U.S. shores, says a report. This is a wild story. And another former military officer says that the oceans are actually controlled by aliens. So this New York Post story, which we'll get to that, but this New York Post story says a popular UFO reporting app has been making waves after reportedly recording tens of thousands of mysterious underwater objects up and down the United States coastlines, raising eyebrows and leaving experts with more questions than answers regarding their origin. Enigma, a nonpartisan organization that boasts, advertisements popping up. How do I read an article like this? Enigma, a nonpartisan organization that boasts its largest queryable historical sighting database for global UFO sightings, has recorded roughly 30,000 UFO sightings since the launch in 2022, according to the company's website. I mean, that could just be lights in the sky, right? We all get fooled all the time. But however, users have turned their attention away from the skies in the hunt for proof that life may exist elsewhere. Since August, Enigma has documented more than 9,000 sightings of mysterious objects within 10 miles of United States shorelines or other major bodies of water. Marine unidentified submersible objects is what they're called. So USOs are defined as any object detected underwater that cannot be immediately identified or explained. Now,
so that's that. Remember, this is all that's coming out right now. Yeah. RH negative means no rhesus monkey. RH positive, RH, it stands for the rhesus monkey. So RH negative means you test negative for RH for rhesus monkey. Positive means you test, you have it. Negative means no, positive means yes. So, but then check this out. Let's look back, go back to this report. So here we go. Now check this out. Now this came out when Trump's first administration. This is actually when Trump started Space Force. I did this story a long time ago. Trump's first administration. I talked about this is when he started Space Force. Now check it out.
Oh boy, this alien conversation definitely is getting strange, to say the least, here, as now we are going to have France and Japan joining in on the disclosures. What in the world's going on here, as we have major reports of the former head of space security for BB's country literally coming out and talking about a galactic federation. Yes, you heard that correctly. As, of course, Neil deGrasse Tyson does a 180-degree flip, which makes me even that much more suspicious of him, as Avi Loebob has called him out. And David Icke now is criticizing Avi Loebob. Lots of drama even in
Yes, in Sedona. They talked about there's one in Sedona. There's a sport in Sedona. Now I was thinking about doing a Sedona trip. I used to go to Sedona and we used to do all the hikes. I know where all the vortex spots are in Sedona. Matter of fact, they used to call that my home. People, when I would go to Sedona, they'd be like, "Oh, welcome home." I went to Sedona so much. So I may do a trip. In the near future to Sedona. If you guys want to go on a trip to Sedona, if you guys want to do a mass trip to Sedona, you guys got to let me know. I got to build up enough people. Got to be enough people. Then I'll put it on my website, and you guys we can do a purchase and do a trip to Sedona, where I'll guide you around all the vortex spots, take you to the the Sphinx. There's a Giza plateau in Sedona where you can see the pyramids. There's a Sphinx, everything. Also the different tunnels where all the Aboriginals, they put all the tunnels where they whistle like a flute when the wind comes through the tunnels. But you have to go off. You have to kind of define the real dope stuff. The caves where when you ohm. There was a cave where we did a mass meditation in ohm, and when we ohmed, I started to levitate. A couple of times I levitated in my life, and that was one of them. Both times were in Sedona though. I levitated twice in my life. Lifted off the ground, levitated. Twice were in Sedona. We did a big circle meditation in Sedona. We were doing ohm, and then in the middle of ohm, my whole body started to feel crazy. It started to tickle, and I was tripping, and my body started to lift off the ground while we were in the circle. A bunch of people. I was holding people's hands, and I started lifting and rising in the air off the ground, and people saw me. And I got scared, and then I fell back down to the ground. But everybody saw me lift in the air. So Sedona is a special place, extremely special place. So if you guys want to do a trip to Sedona, I'll put it out there again. This is my first time talking about doing it, so I'll talk about doing it again. You can't go to Sedona. You don't want to go to Sedona when it's cold. We would have to go around the fall, like at the end of, like right at fall, when it starts to cool down just a little bit. If you go to Sedona when it's hot, you ain't getting, or when it's cold, it's terrible. We have to make the trip either the beginning of spring next year, which is probably when we'll do it, so we'll get enough time to plan it out. This beginning of spring, or this year towards the end of fall. So don't think we'll have enough people. I don't know unless you guys get at me about it enough, and then I'll let you know how much the price is and all that type of stuff. But most likely it'll be coming up next year during the spring. Maybe I'll go for my birthday. Maybe we'll go and do it, and it'll be a birthday trip, a solar return trip. We'll all go to Sedona. We'll do a tour to Sedona. So if you guys want to do that, I will definitely guide you guys in Sedona, because that's my spot. I've been there so many times. That is my place. So we will hook that up. But here we go. Galactic Federation. Here we go.
Alien disclosure stuff. Who would have thought? We're going to get into all of it and a lot more, all here on this independent media outlet that has been covering conspiracies and aliens for about 20 years now. And if you appreciate that, subscribe, click the notification button, as of course this topic used to be reserved for the darkest corners of the internet, and now the president of the United States is saying there's multiple of them, vice presidents. Like, yeah, they exist. Everyone's like, cool, bro. If you appreciate us talking about that, subscribe, click the notification button. We greatly appreciate all the time that you spend with us. Now, yesterday, we talked about how Fox News was reporting on 4 different alien species that have been interacting with humanity. Allegedly, these 4 are a part of a galactic federation, right? Now, we are still waiting for more details to come out. As of course, people are awaiting video footage that members of Congress have. As people are saying, it's not video footage that we're after. It's the recovered craft. It's the alien bodies. It's the reverse engineered technology and other programs that have been implemented and utilized by this government that we want to know things about. There allegedly is an internal tug of war between the deep state intel agencies and some of the government departments surrounding all of that type of stuff that are fighting back and not releasing some of this stuff. As of course, we're still waiting. We're being told any moment now, just wait now, as a lot of people are waiting on edge here. A lot of people are visiting the government's official UFO website, and we're waiting to see and confirm what in the world do they actually have here. As now we're finding out that the French National Assembly will host its first ever UFO/UAP symposium on June 29th with lawmakers and top scientists. Japan also says, hey, we're looking into the stuff too about possibly making it public as well. There's a lot of crazy, wild videos online. People don't know what to make of them. Some of them are deepfake. Some of them are AI. Some of them are just altered. And there's a lot of this information. But so far, what we know is that Japan mark in Europe as well. News is reporting that a former top space security chief for BB's government says extraterrestrials exist. Trump knows about it, and that there's a galactic federation, as they are waiting for humans to, quote, reach a stage where we will, quote, understand what space and spaceships are, says Halm Assad. Now, this guy has been retired. He's no longer the space security chief. He's in his 80s. And this is the NBC news segment around this latest, the newest bombshell.
Now, he's 87, but he said this when he was 80. So this was 7 years ago. He actually said that. They're just now resurfacing. They're grabbing hold of his report and resurfacing. But I did maybe a couple of reports on this guy, the Israeli guy, back in the day when he said this. Galactic Federation, they told Trump, you can't say nothing about it. And that's when he implemented Space Force, Space Cops. They told that's probably again. They told, oh, there's a whole bunch of space aliens. You can't tell nobody. He was like, shit. Well, what the fuck can we do? And then that's when he started Space Force.
Shell that just, and this is the NBC news segment around this latest, the newest bombshell that just came out today.
That's according to Israel's former space security chief. In an interview with an Israeli newspaper, he said the aliens have been waiting until today for humanity to develop and reach a stage where we will understand in general what space and spaceships are. NBC News chief global correspondent Bill Neely explains this one.
Hi, Alison. Well, this is quite a story, and it comes from the man who headed Israel's space security program for nearly 30 years. Chaim Eshed is making the extraordinary claim that the United States and Israel have been in contact with a group of aliens for years, not immigrants, but extraterrestrials. He has called them the Galactic Federation of Aliens, and he says President Trump is aware of the existence of these aliens and had been on the verge of revealing their secrets, he claims. But
what secrets? Why are you being so vague? I hate all the vagueness and all of this.
Was asked not to do so by the Federation in order to prevent what he calls mass hysteria.
So is it the deep state? Is it intelligence agencies? Is it government corrupted agencies that have stopped whistleblowers before that are blending this? Or is this B-Mark? Is this the Galactic Federation that's like, yo, bro, ain't ready? Listen, if I'm the aliens, I'm looking at humanity right now and being like, what are you guys doing? You're obsessing about TikToks. You guys are all fat. If I'm the aliens, I'm like, you guys have a fractional federal.
The US and Israel have kept it from the public because, quotes, humanity isn't ready, and the aliens don't want to reveal themselves until humanity can evolve, he says, and understand what space really is. Well, the good news is that
What consciousness is, really. Space is consciousness. Like, you motherfuckers don't understand what you are in. Space is conscious. Now, this came out in that damn in that CIA thing, the gateway process, that whole document that came out in 2023, the gateway process. They talked about the whole thing. Well, maybe if we have enough time, we'll go over just a little bit. But if you go look at the gateway process, they released like 20 some odd pages or whatever, and then left out page 25. They told you everything about your consciousness and vibration, and the universe is just a bunch of vibrations clashing and running into each other, and certain vibrations harmonize and certain vibrations clash. I mean, it's breaking that shit off. That's what you are. Everything in the universe is mind and mental thought. And then they left out page 25. They're like, why you leave out page 25? Because they didn't want you to understand what you could do, who you really were. That was the part about know thyself, and who we truly are as gods. They left that page out. Then somebody found the page 25 and reprinted. So if we got time, I'll get to that story. But the Galactic Federation, meaning the aliens, they understand consciousness. They understand space as being consciousness. The infinite mind is what space is. The infinite mind of possibility that you can pull from, that you can harmonize and vibrate with, or you can clash with also. And it's like, you niggas are dumb. Y'all don't understand shit. Space is not space. Space is a giant universal consciousness that you can wield. Now that's in the CIA shit. Now the aliens are saying you niggas don't understand that shit either. So boom, once you able to understand that, what consciousness is, then the aliens are able to interact with you, but they can't do it. Not till you raise your frequency.
he claims an agreement has been reached between the US government and the aliens, a contract to do experiments here. There's also, he says, a secret underground base on Mars where there are American and alien representatives. Now, this former head of a branch of Israel's defense ministry is 87. He was very well respected.
Is this just an old man losing his mind? Or is he telling the truth? A lot of people in their older ages are like, I don't care, I'm going out, I'm going, pop, tell you everything. Is he telling the truth? Or is this a part of a psyop? What's really going on here before getting...
He's the defense minister. He was the head of all defense in Israel. And he came out and said, yeah, nigga, there's a Galactic Federation. Now, is he just crazy? Get the fuck out of here, man. This is the thing they always ask when somebody says some shit like that. Is he crazy? Is everybody crazy? All the millions and millions of people who talk about aliens who've had encounters, who've been abducted, all of that shit, everybody fucking crazy, right? That's the way they just dispel everything. Everybody crazy. This nigga was the head of the Israeli Defense Force, Defense Intelligence. He's the head of all defense, of all of Israel. He said, "Yeah, nigga, there's an alien federation." Like, nigga, fuck it. Alien Federation. He probably thought when he said this at 80, he probably thought he was gonna die soon. He's still alive at 87. Like, nigga, what did you say about the Alien Federation? Like, I don't remember.
Into that and a lot more we wanted to tell you about. We are changing our shop as we have a brand new than ever. My immune system's better than ever. Colostrum, can't recommend it enough. Now, again, let's go back to this NBC video.
At least until now. And he said all this in an interview with an Israeli newspaper in Hebrew, but it's really taken off after parts of it were published in English by the Jerusalem Post today. He says he's come forward now in the hope that his news will be accepted as true. He notes that if he'd made these claims 5 years ago, he would have been hospitalized, but now he's...
Yep, a lot of people are like, what? You're crazy. Or the government comes in and you got something to say? You got the heart attack, pew pew right here. You got something to say? People are like, cool, chill, bro, chill. I won't say nothing.
He says, I've got nothing to lose. Well, so far, President Trump has not tweeted about this, though remember a year ago, he did set up the Space Force as the fifth branch of the U.S. Armed Forces. Well,
See, when he says a year ago, this report is old because Space Force has been in existence for 7 years. At least 7 years at this point. So, again, this is an old report that he pulled up because he said Space Force was a year ago. No. Donald Trump didn't invent Space Force a year ago. He invented it 7 years ago. So this shows you how old this report is, that they're just pulling back up because now it's resurfacing because now the government just admitted there's aliens from another planet.
He did ask the White House, the Department of Defense, and Israeli officials to comment. So far, they have not responded to the NBC News request, and I wonder if they ever will. Alison.
Probably not. And again, this is huge, man. Professor Hamin Ashad, former head of Space Security Program. I mean, if anyone would know, it's going to be this dude. Now, again, what did he say here? He says that the aliens exist and they've been in contact with Bibi's government and the United States. Okay, how do they communicate?
You said, why won't they reveal themselves to the rest of the world? They think of you as ants. Think about that. The level of consciousness that you're dealing with from them, from humans to them, is like an ant to where you are. Would you go out of your way to introduce yourself to a bunch of ants? No, you just gonna do whatever the fuck you gotta do. If ants get stomped on, you don't even notice them. You're just doing whatever the fuck you're doing, unless you try to capture some ants to do experiments on because you want to know how the ant population lives, how the ant community, how they do things. Then you could have an ant farm and just watch the ants do what they do so you can study the ants. But otherwise, you wouldn't give a shit about no fucking ants. You wouldn't give a goddamn. Say, why won't they come show us? Because they don't think of you as any goddamn thing. They think of you as a goddamn dumb piece of lint. That's why they think of you as a goddamn broke piece of chewing gum. They don't think of you as stuck to somebody's shoe. That's why they won't fuck with you until you raise your consciousness level to show them that you can deal with them on some time, even that's the smallest level. You got to get violence out of your head. You got to get revenge and all the rest of all that negative shit. They don't deal with that shit. That's all human traits based off of scarcity. I'm not going to have anything in my life. So I gotta cheat this motherfucker. I gotta steal this. I gotta be envious of that person. No, none of that shit is in their consciousness. They don't deal with any of that shit. And as long as you do, they're not fucking with you. Look at the humans shooting them out of the goddamn sky right now. They have done nothing harmful to humans, but the humans, when they found out they existed, the humans started tricking them to come here so they could shoot them down. Just that mentality right there. They let's see these niggas with the fuck shit. That's why they're not dealing with humans. And neither would you. Just like you won't deal with ants. You won't go outside, out of your way to go outside and find an ant colony and be like, hey, brothers, what's up? I'm Big Daddy Kev. Hey, what's up, baby? Where the queen at? Hey, what up, queen? What you doing over there, girl? Hey, y'all better protect the queen over there. Hey, the queen, y'all better don't nobody fuck with the queen, okay? Okay, I'm just here. You wouldn't do none of that. You not going out there and doing none of that shit. Why would they do that with you? That's how little they think of you.
Okay, right. There's also allegations of joint bases on Mars. Again, David Icke was talking about this stuff for a very long time. Everyone's like, you're kooky, you're crazy. Well, I think a lot of us might be owing David Icke an apology. He says Donald Trump knew about it for a very long time, but was asked not to disclose it to avoid mass hysteria. As of course, a lot of people's reaction to the alien stuff now, it's just like, whatever. I got a lot going on. Can we lower those gas prices? Can we release that? That's what I've been seeing, right? Now, to talk about this Galactic Federation, there's some people claiming that there's a base of it in Sedona called Basque, right? And that's why there's power vortexes in Sedona. I've been to Sedona and I traveled there. Like, yo, check out the power vortexes.
Yo, hear that again. There's a Galactic Federation base in Sedona called Basque. Boop, boop. Then you have all the vortex The vortex is in Sedona. I know where all them bitches at too. I done been to all of them sites. We had meditations on all that. Man, they off the chain. And that power is real. It is absolutely true and real. Been there multiple times. Went on giant groups. Been by myself with my girl. So had, been there multiple times on different things. The power is out there. It's dope as shit. And it's crazy. If you bring negative energy to Sedona, Sedona will kick your ass out. I've seen it. I've seen it. Somebody came there with some negative energy. Sedona kicked their ass out on the trail. They got kicked out of the trail. It's real, man. Sedona is a super, super bomb spiritual place. It's a portal. And allegedly, under Sedona and a lot of these tunnels are entrances to the inner world. Shambhala, the inner city, all that type of stuff. I haven't seen it. I've seen those caves. I haven't gone deep into the caves, but I've seen the caves. And so apparently, some of those caves are supposed to be entrances into the inner cities, the inner worlds. So, again, now here you say there's a Galactic Federation base in Sedona called Basque.
Right. And that's why there's power vortexes in Sedona. I've been to Sedona and I traveled there. Like, you gotta check out the power vortexes. I went there. I did a little nature hike here. It was pretty fun. But this is some of the extra comments about the Galactic Federation here that I think are important to try to listen to. If this video loads, hold on, I might have to just click it. It's just not working. Apologies. Twitter sometimes listens to that.
No doubt. What's your...
What? Where? Apologies. I'm just going to exit out of here. Now, Joe Rogan yesterday talked about how Fox News was talking about these 4 groups of life forms that are not human. Is this the Galactic Federation that people have been talking about? As of course, we've been talking about this 4 type of creatures. Fox News reported on it. Everyone's like, Fox News is talking about lizard people. Here we go. As of course, Neil deGrasse Tyson now is talking about how aliens are real. Jesse Michaels came out and says this guy did a 180-degree flip on aliens because the Department of War created a website and a documentary with high-ranking intelligence officials came out. Quote, he was never doing real science. As of course, there are multiple videos of him being like, yeah, but everyone has a cell phone. Why haven't we seen aliens? That means they don't exist. It's crazy kooky. Now he's writing a book about aliens. Now with this guy saying it, the mainstream media guy that regurgitates the current.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson's full of shit. Never any aliens. Yeah, Agartha. Not Agatha. Agartha is what you mean. The inner city. You're missing an R. It's Agartha. But yeah. Yes, that's the interests. Sedona has interests into that. So does the Grand Canyon. Sedona and the Grand Canyon are linked. And you go to both of them, they're both linked, especially spiritually with all the, you can see they found Kemetan artifact, what they call Kemetan sites, Kemetan artifacts in the Grand Canyon. They're also in Sedona. I'm telling you can see when you climb to one of the highest trails on the mountain, you can see, when you look across, you can see the Giza Plateau. You can see a Sphinx. We had pictures of it and everything. We took all my homies got all the goddamn pictures. We had spiritual entities come and walk us around. We had so much amazing pictures from Sedona. It's insane. I mean, it is truly a highly spiritual place. And so if you want, like I said, if you want to go, we'll plan something. We can plan something for next spring around the birthday time when it's going to be a little less cold. So we'll do that, and I'll keep reminding you, and then I'll put it up on my website where you guys can purchase the trip. You're gonna have to purchase your own tickets. I ain't buying your tickets, but to come with me, you got to purchase the trip with me. So again, there's a Galactic Federation. We heard about this a long ass time ago. I talked about this in 2018, 2019. I talked about this when Homeboy came out with it. But now it's much more important, as we see. So moving along, a Navy SEAL was doing a damn interview. Speaking of reptilians, there was a Navy SEAL doing an interview. Excuse me. Doing an interview, and apparently his mask started coming off. His mask started coming off during the interview. And I don't mean like partially coming off. Like, now we couldn't necessarily see what was under the mask per se. But was he a reptilian? Was he an alien? I'll let you guys decide. Hold on. Once I get to it, goddamn. Oh man, come on, brother. Oh yeah, here we go. So this is crazy. Check this out.
Those two things are irreversibly.
So it's like he has a second mouth on his neck. Here we go. This is what we're talking about. So this guy, you tell me if you think this guy's wearing a CIA mask on Fox. Watch this.
The window big so you can see his neck hole.
Let me make it as big as I can.
Yeah. What's going on? What is going on?
Look at this.
You have that surgery?
Harwood, former CENTCOM deputy commander. Thanks for coming back, sir, and good morning to you. General Keane was with Dane and me yesterday. Let's begin with this analysis.
You're telling me that's a real dude? That's exactly. Look at how sunken his eyes are, Kurt.
Well, I was trying to figure out why that guy. Why would he need to wear a mask? And
he's a former CENTCOM guy, right?
Yeah, so they'll do a thing where they want to obscure what their current appearance might be because they could be a target for things. You know, I think he was talking about Iran or something, and Iran was trying to kill Bibi. That's why I said Bibi probably put that fake AI thing that you could see on purpose. So then they go, oh, Bibi's covering up, he's dead. That was a story that went around,
right.
And they're not trying to kill him anymore. So it's something like that. Or maybe the guy had health problems and they think switching out dudes will be a sign of weakness that the enemy or whoever will take. There's a lot of reasons for it, but I mean, how could you say it's not a mask?
Look how sunken his eyes are.
Yeah.
Again, I'm just saying this
His neck looks nice.
Lots of people have been sending me this video saying this. I don't know, but it's certainly
wrong.
Yeah, let's watch.
And we'll get on to you. Watch.
The president has exhibited a huge amount of patience here since the ceasefire on April 8th. And we've tried to work a deal with these guys, and it just doesn't seem possible. And where we are, we're on the cusp of going back into military operations. When we stopped, Bill and Dana, we had 2 weeks to go, a little less than 30% of the targets. Those targets remain, but we have better intelligence now after 5-6 weeks. So that target list is expanded. It's considerably more comprehensive.
Admiral Jones is exactly right about the point he makes. And also, Iran has a vote in this as well. They've reconfigured a number of things, I'm certain. What do you think the next best move is today?
Well, I agree with the general completely with one caveat. Patience may be a little short of the real objective here. The president has time on his hands. He controls the narrative, he controls the strike capabilities, and he knows that the policy he set with the blockade.
And look how smooth his skin is. Like his skin is perfectly smooth for a guy that old and with that kind of what?
A lot of them will wear these masks on things, former CENTCOM, to obscure what they actually look like. You got to understand, these are people that go around the world committing horrible crimes on behalf of the terror state of America. So you're going to want to be in disguise when you show yourself in public and, lie about Iran to the boomers who watch Fox.
Let's watch.
Has had short-term and long-term effects on the regime and the people.
It looks like there's another right here.
People of Iran. So he's been very astute in leveraging that.
How on earth could his face be that? I mean, look how there's not a wrinkle on his face. But he's 60 years old and there's not a wrinkle on his face. I mean,
looks like he pulled his face into a ponytail and it came loose down the bottom of his neck.
Right?
At time. And so I don't see it as negotiations. It really is capitulation. The president's made it very clear. You will not have a nuclear weapon. You will not have the material.
Some people trying to say that's a shadow at the bottom of his neck. That is clearly a hole at the bottom of his neck.
You'll surrender that, and you will ensure that the Straits of Hormuz are open to free commerce. That you have no claims for surcharge or approving. Those two things are irreversibly.
So it's like he has a second mouth on his neck. So the only thing that I can think that could be is that he's wearing something around his neck that's green. And so he's obviously in front of a green screen and that thing is coming through. That's the only thing I can think of. That's the only other explanation. But I mean, there might be another explanation, but that's the only one I can think of. You know what I'm saying? So maybe he has something, maybe he has a necklace or something on that's green, which I've never seen in my life.
I think it's a mask, 100%. And they do it all the time. And, remember that guy who was pretending to be Jim Carrey and he had a very realistic mask? So this stuff goes on all the time for various reasons. I went to me.
Let's see. Oh, they turned off comments.
They turned off the comments.
Why are the comments turned off?
Jinsa. So, I mean, there's probably Iranians trying to kill people that are part of this thing. That's what these people, that's my guess. So they're worried about that. And that's why he would be wearing that.
And the president knows he's in the position to demand those. So I think in that sense, he controls the narrative.
It does. You know what? It does look like a video glitch, actually. It looks like his mouth, because it's moving with his mouth.
No, it's moving.
Okay,
so maybe that is some kind of weird video glitch.
No, it isn't.
So
the neck movement, syncing of speech, and lack of natural wrinkles fit a well-made full or partial facial prosthetic designed for HD television. They are designing these for HD TV.
And when he would strike. I'd also say that patience and the request from Saudi, Qatar, UAE may be more also religious at the moment. You're in the middle of Hajj. You have millions
what is going
of
on?
Muslims
Chris,
in
you see
Saudi
this?
doing their annual Hajj at the end of this month, and that includes 30,000 Iranians. And so that plays into the calculus. Do you want to strike during Hajj, which is a very sacred Muslim month-end activity, followed by Eid al-Adha? So both of those things.
So he is a vice admiral Robert Harvard, retired former CENTCOM deputy commander. That is wild. That's what you see. It's like his mouth. So,
well, because he's talking and it's lifting along with his mouth. So now it looks like he got two mouths. I think that's clearly a mask. I don't know why it would even be controversial to think it's a mask. See, when he talks, it moves the mask.
Look at that.
We've already seen these masks before.
Well, we've seen them, of course, we've seen them. They got the mask. There's no doubt about it. They've got those masks. Hasn't everybody seen those masks? Let me put in CIA masks. See what comes up. Let's watch this guy. So they used to have to put you in makeup. Now they just put it takes 15 seconds to put on a mask. Let's watch. And those are the masks that they have. Look.
They've had those since the first Mission
90s.
Impossible with Tom Cruise. Remember Tom Cruise had those masks and they were super realistic? They've had these for a long time.
Would it fool you? Yes.
But yeah, I wish they would show his neck a little bit more.
I don't think his mask is very good. This kid's, but
Let's watch. Let's look at another. Here's another one.
Look at this shit.
Yeah, people. There was a couple in the CIA. The husband is not with us anymore. But I met the wife, Jonah Mendez. She showed pictures of herself as a black male. And that face can be put on in a couple of minutes, and it's indistinguishable from a human face. Now, what we focus on now is two things. Gait, that's very difficult to change, and footwear. Everything else, what you wear, that you can change it real quick. But shoes, people forget about that. The CIA know how to make faces that look like real people. There was a couple in the CIA. The husband is not with us anymore.
Let me try one more.
Oh, type in Bush and then go to images. Yeah, right there. And then go to images. She's standing next to Bush, hanging on, holding a mask right there. Okay, zoom in a little bit on that picture. That's her showing the entire time she's talking to Bush, she had a mask on and Bush didn't recognize her until she took it off. And she says, no, that wasn't me. That was the mask we made. Let's type in Bush and then go to images. Yeah.
Listen to this shit.
And she's talking to George Herbert Walker Bush. This is the early 90s. That's not.
You said it's Zartan? It's Zartan? Hey, yo, it's hilarious. Wait, his neck starting to queef? What'd you say? Wait, his neck start queefing? Oh, y'all funny as shit. But yeah, man. So, man, that's crazy. That's the last thing I got in the science and the weird. Holy shit, man. Oh, wait a minute. So the hidden conscience. Somebody said don't forget about the 25th page thing. All right, let me see if I've showed this video before, but let's see. Hold on. Let me find. Oh, here it is. This is one.
Strict construction of the term simply does not exist. The truth is, explore that process. Brain operates in a similar way.
So you guys make sure you copy this down because he gives a great breakdown of the main points within it. And then there's another guy who reads it verbatim. I'm gonna show you that guy too. You can copy both of these guys' YouTube channels and go back and watch it. But this guy, again, MOOR official or whatever. So check it out.
And this is one of the most incredible declassified. Sound crazy? That there are all. A declassified CIA document from the 1980s has been uncovered, and it reveals a mind-bending truth. The world around you is an illusion created by your own mind, that there are alternate dimensions waiting for you to access them, and ultimately this information shows you are God. Sound crazy? I've devoted my life to studying consciousness and hidden information, and this is one of the most incredible declassified documents I've ever encountered. The shocking information within reveals a method for accessing other realities and a way to tap into the power of your own consciousness to transcend the limitations of time and space. This is not science fiction. This is a real document, and the secrets it holds are waiting for you to uncover. Now, before we continue, make sure you like and subscribe because I'll be releasing even more information about this document on my channel in the near future. The document begins by revealing the incredible fact that reality is actually an illusion constructed by your brain and the senses. It explains that the brain is capable of constructing a virtual reality through the process of perception by taking raw sensory data and organizing it into a coherent picture of the world. Think of the brain like a computer that processes programming code to construct a video game world. Well, the document explains that the brain operates in a similar way, but that this process can be transcended or hacked, allowing you to have out-of-body experiences and tap into dimensions beyond space and time. I'll be revealing exactly what this document says about how this works, and by the end of this video, you'll have uncovered what's described as a powerful method for breaking out of the confines of your body and the physical world, and you'll have learned the ultimate truth about yourself and all existence. But first, you have to know something about the gateway process. Established in 1974, the Monroe Institute is a mysterious research organization that specializes in the study of altered states of consciousness and human potential by pushing the limits of the human mind. The Monroe Institute developed a training system called the gateway process for altering brain frequencies to a level that induces altered states of consciousness, allowing one to access hidden layers of reality beyond the physical world. This caught the eye of the U.S. military for its potential applications in military and intelligence operations, and in 1978, they ventured into uncharted territories, evaluating the gateway process and its potential applications in the art of war. The military arranged to send its officers for training at the Monroe Institute in the art of out-of-body experiences, or OBEs. And as the years passed, the military's fascination with this only grew stronger, leading to a shadowy mission in 1983, where additional officers were sent to the Monroe Institute with the intention of unlocking the secrets of out-of-body experiences and harnessing the power for military purposes. And it was during this time, specifically on June 9th, 1983, the CIA produced a then classified document for the Department of Defense detailing the gateway process, the illusory nature of reality, other dimensions beyond space and time, and a warning of encounters with non-physical entities. Finally, this document was declassified in 2003. Now it will change the way you look at reality forever. The document begins by explaining how the mechanics of a gateway process, also known as the gateway experience, requires an understanding of biomedical models, quantum mechanics, theoretical physics, hypnosis, meditation, and references its association with the occult. And we're going to dive in and explore that process right now. You need to hear this because this will change the way you see reality forever. The document explains. Fundamentally, the gateway experience is a training system designed to bring enhanced strength, focus, and coherence to the amplitude and frequency of brainwave output between the left and right hemispheres, so as to alter consciousness, moving it outside the physical sphere so as to ultimately escape even the restrictions of time and space. So what's going on here? The left and right hemispheres of the brain have very different functions. For example, when it comes to speech, the left hemisphere deals with the logical structure and rules of sentences, while the right hemisphere deals with the meaning of the sentence. The two hemispheres working together, combining logical structure and meaning, is what allows us to communicate. Essentially, the gateway process uses audio signals delivered through headphones to synchronize the left and right hemispheres of the brain to alter the mind, moving your consciousness outside.
What did I tell you? How many times have I done your brain is a tuning fork lecture to you guys? I told you your brain is like a musical instrument. It receives vibrational frequency throughout the universe. All the vibrations and everything you want to know and that will ever be known already exists throughout the universe. It's just, can your brain register, excuse me, can your brain register the frequency, the vibration? Is it attuned enough to do that? And that's what your brain does. You have to tune your brain to certain frequencies so that you can register that information. This is what they're breaking off. This is what they're literally, now I came to this, I didn't read none of this. Came to this conclusion on my own without any of this goddamn information, which lets you know this shit is real. Here we go.
Outside of physical reality. But hold on, you might be thinking, how can the brain move your consciousness outside of physical reality? Isn't your brain and the mind the same thing? And if your brain is physical, how can it move consciousness outside of physical reality? That doesn't make any sense. That's because the idea that this is a physical reality and that the brain produces consciousness is wrong. Let me explain. The document states, solid matter, in the strict construction of the term, simply does not exist. The truth is that the world around you, everything you can taste, touch, hear, smell, and feel, is a kind of illusion generated by the brain. But what about the brain itself? The brain does not generate consciousness. You are not a brain. You are an eternal system of energy, a complex of frequency. The brain is what filters, limits, and conditions you so that you can experience the physical realm. Think of your brain and body not as what you are, but like a vehicle. Think that's crazy? Not according to neurosurgeon Michael Egnor and many like him, who, due to his work with the brain, has concluded there's no way that the brain can create consciousness and has abandoned materialism for idealism, which means he now believes that reality isn't physical, but mental, immaterial. Your brain and body are not what you are. It's what allows the true you to connect to physical reality. Except physical reality isn't physical either. It just seems that way when you're connected to it. Just like a dream seems to be physical and real when you're in the dream. The CIA document states, the point to be made is that the entire human being, brain, consciousness, and all is like the universe which surrounds him, nothing more or less than an extraordinarily complex system of energy fields. The so-called states of matter are actually variances in the state of energy.
Y'all hear that? The so-called states of matter are actually variances in the state of energy, vibration, frequencies. Just different rates of frequency and vibration. That's it. Breaking it off. Now, again, they're going to talk about how the 25th page breaks down how the ancient religions and the ancients came to this conclusion thousands of years ago. That's what the 25th page was about. Talking about how it would unite if everyone knew this, all the religions in the world and all the philosophies in the world would unite, because they basically say all of this within their religions. And if you just pull this out, the main part of it out, they would all unite each other. They would all unite. All the philosophies and religions around the world would unite.
And all is a document states. The point to be made is that the entire human being, brain, consciousness, and all is like the universe which surrounds him, nothing more or less than an extraordinarily complex system of energy fields. The so-called states of matter are actually variances in the state of energy. According to this document, everything is a non-physical system of energy, including the universe, your body, and your brain. So what is the brain? Well, the brain is still a system of energy, of mind, which has the function of tuning your consciousness to perceive the physical world around.
What did he say? Tuning your consciousness. That's what I say. You don't create thoughts. You tune into thoughts. You don't pull information. A lot of people, you don't have ideas. You tune into them when you're on the right frequency. Just like, been telling y'all that for years. I'm breaking that shit off to you real quick. Wanted to show y'all this though before. No. So the book that breaks down how you can levitate is this book right here. This is Anti-Gravity and the World Grid. It shows you all the ley lines around the world. And it's easier to manipulate energy when you're near or on a ley line. And so Sedona is one of those ley lines. That's why it's so powerful, so much energy there. And yes, I levitated twice. One of the levitation experiments that I did is in here. Shows you the levitation experiment right here. See that? This is a levitation experiment that works. They do this on the internet now, but I did this like 20 some odd years ago before there was any internet. And I had this book. This book I've had for 20 some odd years. Look at this damn book. Look how old this shit is. I've had this book. I got the newer. I actually got the newer version over there, but this is the old book. I'm still sticking with it. I ain't letting you go, baby. I ain't letting you go. But this is the levitation experiment in the book right there. Again, because you are not matter, of course you can levitate if you hit the right frequency or vibration. That's what we did in the cave when we were ohming. All of us were hitting an ohm, and then we all hit a certain tone of ohm that we all hit, and then body just started vibrating frequently. I just felt lighter and lighter. It started within my solar plexus. It felt like a bubble was in my solar plexus. Then this giant bubble felt like it was just engulfing my whole body. It started at the solar plexus, then it just started engulfing my body, and I started to just lift. And I was like, oh shit, my eyes were closed, but I could feel my body lifting. Then I opened my eyes and I saw myself off the ground, like my tiptoes were pointing on the ground. I was like, holy shit. I started freaking out. But then I looked across the circle, and somebody else, they were looking, they opened their eyes, they were looking at me, they were like, holy shit. And they was looking at me like, God damn. And they got scared, I got scared, and then I came back down to the ground because they got scared. I was scared. But they were like, this nigga was levitating. That's when they broke the cycle. Like, this nigga was levitating. Holy shit, y'all see that shit? So it was crazy. But back to your consciousness. You can do all of that. You can do that and so much more. So here we go. Back to your consciousness. All right, here we go.
Around you, the non-physical system of energy, including the universe, your body, and your brain. So what is the brain? Well, the brain is still a system of energy, of mind, which has the function of tuning your consciousness to perceive the physical world around you. The document continues. As psychologist Keith Floyd puts it, contrary to what everyone knows is so, it may not be the brain that produces consciousness, but rather consciousness that creates the appearance of the brain. Think of the brain not as what you are, but like a...
Consciousness creates the appearance of the brain. Again, your brain is just a tuning fork. It's no more than a guitar or the strings on a piano. Your brain fibers. That's all it is. It tells you to tune in the frequencies that you are, the pool of frequencies that you are drowning in or swimming in.
A virtual reality headset that you, as an eternal of the brain. Think of the brain not as what you are, but like a virtual reality headset that you, as an eternal being of frequencies, puts on to experience the illusion of the physical world. A VR headset blocks out the information of one world and gives you the illusion of another world. Well, the brain acts in a similar way. Well, why would your brain do this in the first place? Why would it force you to tune in and focus on only this so-called physical reality and exclude all other information? Because it evolved that way to ensure your survival. If a creature was focused on, let's say, the state of an electron spin on the other side of the universe, a predator would easily hunt it down and eat it. Aldous Huxley said, Each one of us is potentially mind at large, but insofar as we are animals, our business is at all costs to survive. To make biological survival possible, mind at large has to be funneled through the reducing valve of the brain and nervous system. What comes out at the other end is a measly trickle of the kind of consciousness which will help us to stay alive on the surface of this particular planet. The idea that the brain does not create consciousness, but rather limits and focuses the mind on the so-called physical universe is known as brain filter theory. And that's exactly what this document is stating. You are not a brain. You are not physical. You are an infinite being of energy, of frequencies that's having an experience of the so-called physical world, but it's not physical either. It just seems that way. All reality is actually a kind of internal hologram. The Gateway document continues. The universe is composed of interacting energy fields, some at rest and some in motion, and it is, in and of itself, one gigantic hologram of unbelievable complexity. According to the theories of Carl Pribram, a neuroscientist at Stanford University, and David Bohm, a physicist at the University of London, the human mind is also a hologram which attunes itself to the universal hologram. Now, I need
the holographic universe. Yes. This CIA thing is breaking down the holographic universe, which we've been taught for millennia. Really, this information has been around for millennia. The holographic universe, and the CIA is telling you, yeah, that's true. You live in an illusion. You live within a giant illusion.
need to make something very clear because I feel like I'm going to get a lot of comments about this. It's important to understand the universe is not an external hologram. It doesn't get projected out there like in sci-fi movies. Rather, it gets projected internally. So whenever I or the document mentions a hologram, remember that it's not a hologram that's projected externally that you could put your hand through like in movies. It's an internal mental hologram that's solid and interacts with every physical sense, including touch. To understand that better, think about when you go to sleep and dream. You can think about your dream as an internally projected hologram. It actually is. Reality is a system of mathematical frequency patterns that are mental. They're not physical, and they create an internal hologram within itself that when you're tuned into it via the brain can not only be seen, but also touched, tasted, heard, and sensed in every way. According to this document, the gateway process works by hacking the brain, so to speak, by synchronizing the left and right hemispheres of the brain in such a way that it begins to lift the filtering function that keeps you tuned into the physical universe and allows
synchronizing the brain. How do you do that? Through vibration and frequency. I'm trying to tell you guys. Y'all better get y'all some tuning forks. You guys better get you some tuning forks and start doing your work, doing your vibrational work, tuning your brain, putting those tuning forks on your head, tuning your right and left hemispheres to be in balance and harmony. How else do you do that? You work your right and left mind. You work, if you're left-handed, you work your right side. If you're right-handed or your right side dominant, you work your left side. This is why boxing is so good. This is why sports is really so good, because it gets you to put your left and right hemisphere in a certain type of harmony, even though it's with only that sport. Usually, though, it travels to other things when you can use both hemispheres of your brain, when you become ambidextrous.
You to have out-of-body experiences and experience other dimensions. According to the Gateway document, this is known as clicking out, and it's done by getting the brainwaves to oscillate at a frequency below a distance known as the Planck distance, which is a fundamental concept in quantum physics, named after one of its founders and Nobel Prize winner, Max Planck. This exact distance is 1.6 times 10 to the negative 35 meters, and according to the document, when the brainwaves reach a frequency at this level that is nearly continuous, consciousness clicks out and enters a new world. In fact, Max Planck himself said this over 100 years ago. As a man who has devoted his whole life to the most clear-headed science, to the study of matter, I can tell you as a result of my research about atoms this much. There is no matter as such. All matter originates and exists only by virtue of a force which brings the particles of an atom to vibration and holds this most minute solar...
That brings the particles of an atom to vibration. Again, the essence of the universe, the secret essence of the universe is just frequency and vibration. If you even Tesla said that. If you understand the sequence of vibration, of frequency and vibration, you unlock the secrets of the universe. Tesla broke this down. This is not new information, but the CIA, though, see, this is conspiracy information or tinfoil hat information. Until now, the CIA has this shit in their documents like, yeah, niggas can do this. Yeah, they can do that. We gotta keep them from understanding and knowing that they can do this.
system of the atom together, we must assume behind this force the existence of a conscious and intelligent mind. The mind is the matrix of all matter. According to Planck, matter doesn't exist. Everything is mind. This is a mental reality. But what does Planck mean by a conscious and intelligent mind being behind all reality? That sounds a lot like God, doesn't it? Well, things are about to get intense because while explaining the process of clicking out to another reality, the document introduces the idea of God known as the Absolute. Between the Absolute and the material universe in which we experience our physical existence are various intervening dimensions to which human consciousness in altered states of being may gain access. The Absolute is conscious energy in infinity that is without boundaries.
The Absolute is conscious energy, conscious energy in infinity, i.e. without boundaries. Conscious energy without boundary. What is the first universal law of the Kabbalion? What is the first rule law of the Kabbalion? All is mind. The universe is mental. Again, they're going back and understanding ancient science is the new new science. And the new science is just old ancient science. The very first principle of the Kabbalion, of the laws, of the principles of the universe, the laws, is the universe is mental. All is mind. Everything within this universe is a consciousness that you draw from, that you are a part of, and that you draw from.
Occupies every dimension to include the time-space dimension, conscious energy in infinity that is without boundaries. It occupies every dimension to include the time-space dimension in which we have our physical existence, but we cannot perceive it. What is the Absolute? According to this document, the Absolute is mental energy in infinity that is completely at rest. This energy permeates everything and is responsible for everything. Let me explain. Since this is a reality,
mental energy that is completely at rest until you put it into action. It's the universal infinite mind, potential. Dark energy, whatever you want to call it. You draw from this. When you are in your creative potential, your creative force, this is what you activate. And then again, it's a yes thing, entity. Whatever you want from it, it'll say yes. This is why it doesn't hear nuance. It just hears what you say and what you think. So if, when you say I'm broke or I don't want to be broke, all the universe hears is I'm broke. You have to start speaking in the affirmative, like Yoda. This is why they put Yoda like that. Anything you hear Yoda says, he affirms it at the end. Like what's in mock me, do not. Right? He'll say whatever he wants you to do. He'll say the action at the end because he wants to put that into force. So again, speak in the affirmative. Tell the universe what you want so it can give it to you. Stop talking negatively. Even if you're saying that's what I don't want, you're telling the universe that's what you want. Just tell the universe what you want. Stop telling it what you don't want. Just tell it what you want. Because when you say do what you don't want, all it hears is that. And it give you that. So again, you are the conscious creator. You are the God, which is what it is about to talk about.
Of mathematical frequencies of energy. It's a reality of waves responsible for everything. Let me explain. Since the entity that is completely, what is the Absolute? According to this document, the Absolute is mental energy in infinity that is completely at rest. This energy permeates everything and is responsible for everything. Let me explain. Since this is a reality of mathematical frequencies of energy, it's a reality of waveforms. Now, these are not physical waves, they're immaterial waves of mind. Now, all waveforms, no matter how complex, can be broken down into simple, basic waves known as sinusoids. In other words, sinusoids are the building blocks of reality. They make everything up. Think about Legos, for example. You can construct amazingly complex structures with simple Legos, but you can break down those structures into the individual basic blocks that make it up. The same idea goes for something like a brick house. The house is a complex structure, but you can break it down into its individual bricks. Well, the same thing goes for waveforms. Even a wave structure as complicated as the universe itself can be broken down into individual waves known as sinusoids. They are the building blocks of existence. The Gateway document is using the term the Absolute to refer to the infinite energy that gives rise to the entirety of existence. In other words, the energy that is responsible for all creation. But get ready because this goes even deeper.
Think of it as a giant pond. Think of the universal consciousness, the conscious mind, as a giant pond, right? And your thoughts are a pebble. I use this metaphor quite a bit, but it's the most perfect one I can find. Because your thoughts are a pebble. And when you throw the pebble into the water, to the pond, the water of the pond, it creates a ripple, a vibration, right? The bigger the rock, which equates to the bigger the thought, or how much you are attached to that thought, the bigger the ripple it will create. Or the more times you throw that same rock with that same intent into the water, it creates more and more of those ripples, right? Until your vibration, those ripples reach the other bank of the pond, right? So if you have a thought about something, either positive or negative, if you just throw a small pebble into the pond and create small ripples, they won't come back to you. They're very small. They don't create that much force within the pond for them to be, any type of consequence. However, if you keep throwing those pebbles, like if you keep saying, oh, I ain't shit, I'm broke, those are just constant pebbles that you're throwing into the pond and creating those ripples. And then eventually all of those ripples will get to the other side. If you keep throwing them, those ripples become waves, and then they become crashing waves, and then become tidal waves, and so on and so on. They keep growing. The more thoughts that you keep putting to it, they just keep adding to it, right? Whereas it's the same thing with a positive thought. But then think of that. Now, you don't own the pond. Think of when he's talking about all these different waves, these different frequencies coming about. Think of you were throwing pebbles in one part of the pond, and then on the other part of the pond, somebody else was throwing a whole bunch of pebbles in the pond. Then the other side of the pond, another person was throwing a whole bunch of pebbles in the pond. Y'all creating all kind of ripples, and those ripples are bumping and running into each other. This is what you're doing when you're interacting, when you're out here with people. Your thoughts are the ripples, frequencies within the universe, and they're interacting with people. If you have the stronger vibration, the stronger frequency, your ripples will be stronger than someone else's. But if you meet someone else who's more about that life than you are, then their ripples will affect you. That's why you have to be rooted in your understanding of who you are before you go out there and try to be or try to change somebody. This was the teaching of the Avatar. At the end of Aang, when he was trying to change Lord Ozai, he was trying to take his bending away, and it was trying to tell him, in order to change another's bending, you must be first unbendable yourself. Otherwise, it's not you who will do the bending, it's you who will be bent. That was the lesson in the Avatar, which is why the Avatar is so fucking dope. It's like, don't go out there trying to be gangster and preach some type of philosophy or trying to change someone when they're more about what they're about than you are about trying to change them. Because at that point, they're going to change you. You won't change them. If they're rooted in, even if it's fucked up and if it's bullshit, if they're more rooted in their ideology than you are in yours, they will change you. This is why you have to you have to know who you are. Know your God. There can't be no guessing in the shit. And once you truly know who you are, then your ripples have force and power within the universe, because there's no doubt that they will manifest something.
Term the absolute was popularized to refer to the infinite energy that gives rise to the entirety of existence. In other words, the energy that is responsible for all creation. But get ready, because this goes even deeper. The term the absolute was popularized in the field of philosophy in the 19th century by philosopher Georg Hegel. So what is the absolute? Well, it's God, but nothing like the kind of God you'd hear about in religion. It's us. Let me explain. According to Hegel, reality is not material. It's actually structured mind. Sound familiar? According to Hegel, the absolute is the ultimate reality and truth, and the entire process of evolution, the creation of the universe, and history is the absolute coming to know itself through itself. In other words, the absolute projects what seems like a physical world from itself and then inserts itself into its own self-generated world as human beings. In other words, we are the absolute, experience the world that we...
Meaning consciousness manifests so that it can know itself and then elevate its consciousness, elevate its vibration by us manifesting as different aspects of the universe, of the all, which is from the Kabbalion. We're just different aspects of ourselves so that we can know each other and then grow from those experiences. And it's only consciousness that will grow. It's only consciousness that wins that, because we all are of the same consciousness. We all draw from the same conscious pool. So when consciousness is elevating, all of us gain.
Generated. Now, the absolute isn't actually human beings. In other words, we are the absolute, experience the world that we generated. Now, the absolute isn't actually self-aware yet. You see, it doesn't do this knowingly. It's like it's asleep and dreaming, and unconsciously creates a dream world and then inserts itself into its dream through human beings. And so it experiences its own world through humans, but it doesn't know that it's doing so. It gets lost in its own dream world. In other words, humans are the absolute, but don't know it. The absolute only becomes conscious when humans realize that's what they are. You are the absolute, but you don't know it. But you could. You could know it right now. You could begin to wake up to the reality of what you are, the reality that you are God experiencing its own world. And all of us are doing the same thing. The gateway process states, we have implied that this universal hologram is the finite embodiment in active energy form of the infinite consciousness of the absolute. It is the title we assigned to that vast pool of energy in the state of perfect rest over which the physical universe is layered and from whence it comes. Our consciousness, therefore, is energy in active thing. The gateway process states, we have implied that this universal hologram is the finite embodiment in active energy form of the infinite consciousness of the absolute. It is the title we assigned to that vast pool of energy in the state of perfect rest over which the physical universe is layered and from whence it comes. Our consciousness, therefore, is that differentiated aspect of the universal consciousness which resides within the absolute. Human consciousness is able to separate from physical reality and interact with other intelligences in other dimensions within the universe, and that it is both eternal and destined for ultimate return to the absolute.
You can connect with other conscious living beings within the universe if you attune to the right frequency. See, these aliens know that shit. They're like, you niggas are so unevolved that you are nowhere even near that. Maybe a few of you who are exceptional amongst you. However, that's like a hangnail. That's like a hangnail on Andre the Giant. Like, that's nothing. So this is why they're very leery about dealing with humans. But here we come to 25th page thing. Watch this.
Document then goes on to explain exactly what Hegel proposed. That is, that the absolute projects itself to explore itself and comes to self-awareness, self-conscious knowledge of itself. In order for the absolute to attain self-consciousness, the consciousness of the absolute must project a hologram of itself and then perceive it. That hologram is a mirror image of the absolute in infinity, still exists outside time and space, but is one step removed from the absolute and is the actual agent of all creation. All reality. Then, on that very sentence, just as the gateway document is explaining exactly what the absolute is, how it comes to self-consciousness through itself, and that this is the true force of creation that religion has believed to be God, the next page is missing. Page 25 is not there. The document picks up again on page 26, but it's completely switched topics. The rest of the document is included. Every single page from page 1 to page 30 is there until the end of the document, but page 25 is gone, right when it was beginning to reveal the true nature of the absolute as the agent of all creation and how it's coming to self-knowledge, the true nature of God. The question is, what is on page 25? Since the report's initial declassification in 2003, countless requests under the Freedom of Information Act have been filed demanding that the CIA release page 25, but the CIA claims they never had it. Fortunately, we now have the missing page, thanks to an article by Vice about the gateway process. Vice received a note from the Monroe Institute 4 days after publishing an article about the gateway report. The Institute said they had page 25, that it had been sitting in their archives all along. Now, Vice tried to obtain the page during a phone call with the Institute's CEO, COO, and marketing division, but they refused to release it without a carefully orchestrated marketing plan. But eventually, after a major organizational change, the Monroe Institute's director of marketing and communications emailed Vice with the full gateway report, including missing page 25. The question is, what is on page 25? Was something about it too shocking to include? First, the missing page heavily implies this information could unite the world religions. It states, the absolute fits the Christian metaphysical description of the Holy Spirit. Finally, our description of the universal hologram, the torus of creation and evolution, is neither new nor original. Its use as the figure of the universe, of creation, developing, and evolution is found in various stylized representations in virtually every religious system of antiquity, whether of Eastern or Western derivation.
Boom. It just showed you. Look, it said it could be the Holy Spirit in some religions, but basically it's just consciousness, because most again, Christianity is the lower vibration of most other forms of consciousness, not conscious knowledge or organized consciousness. So these different genres like Gnosticism and Masonry and all the rest of these different avenues of information, knowledge, they've already broken this down, especially going back to ancient Kemet. Masonry is just ancient Kemet knowledge, so it doesn't, they didn't come up with anything. So we've already broken this stuff down throughout time immemorial. So now they're saying like, oh snap, if they did know, if they understood all of this, all of these people would come together. If they understood what they were talking about, that they were the God they were talking about in all their religions or all their, and all their doctrine was the same exact thing, they would come, this would bring the world together.
in virtually every religious system of antiquity, whether of Eastern or Western derivation, whether it's the stylized labyrinth once popular in the Hellenic world, the spiralized version of the Hebrew tree of life, or its Hindu counterpart, or the Chinese spiral through the fourfold powers. The ultimate meaning is the same. Mystics the world over, it seems, have perceived the universal hologram in the same spiral form and have incorporated that intuitive knowledge in their religious writings from antiquity to the present. Next, the missing page begins to talk about an aphorism used in mystical philosophy and esoteric circles. The aphorism, know thyself. The gateway.
Bam, know thyself. Somebody put that in the chat earlier. Yes, know thyself on the temples in Kemet. Know thyself. Also, it was in the Matrix. Remember in the Matrix how she had it, the oracle? She had it in the kitchen on the board thing above in the kitchen. Know thyself. Temet nos. She had it in Latin. Temet nos, which means know thyself. Again, know that you are a God within this consciousness. You are a part of the God consciousness, and that you create as God when you understand that power and know that power. Again, everyone is God, but only those who know they are God will manifest the power of God. Know thyself.
Document states, it was axiomatic to the mystic philosophers of old that the first step in personal maturity could be expressed in the aphorism, know thyself. No modern test in psychology will ever replace the depth and fullness of the perception of self, which can be achieved when the mind alters its state of consciousness sufficiently to perceive the very hologram of itself, which it has projected into the universe in its proper context as part of the universal hologram in a totally holistic and intuitional way. This would seem to be one of the real promises of the gateway experience from the standpoint of its ability to provide a portal through which, based on months, if not years of practice, the individual may pass in his search to find self, personal effectuality, and truth in the larger sense. Now, hold on, what does this mean exactly? What does know thyself have to do with anything? Well, the full aphorism is, know thyself and you shall know the universe and the gods. This means that when you truly know yourself, when you know what you are, you'll know the universe and the gods. Why? Because you are the universe and the gods. You are all reality. You, we, all of us are the absolute, exploring itself through its own dream world. Interesting that information that could result in a possible unification of the world religions and human beings achieving the true knowledge of what they are and what existence is through self-knowledge was omitted. Just like in the Garden of Eden, knowledge of the self and that you can become God through this knowledge is always forbidden. While not everything in this document is entirely accurate, it's decades old after all, its major points are exactly right. Humanity is on the brink of a new beginning, a new consciousness. And once we all understand that we are the absolute experiencing ourselves in our own diversity and transformations, we'll realize that we're all in this together. And instead of fighting and attempting to destroy each other, we'll finally begin to work together to construct a brilliant new world. And that's exactly what we're here to do. Join us spreading a new consciousness and constructing a new.
Bam. This is what the government knows about you. And this came out in the 70s. This is 1978. This is almost 50 years ago, guys. They've known that you are God. And all you have to do is know that, and you would break free from any of the shit that they create. They're like, holy shit, we can't tell them that. Or we definitely can't tell them that, because then they would all unite. And all the divide and conquer shit that we do wouldn't work if they all understood that all of their gods was the same goddamn energy and entity that they're coming from. So we can't do that. We can't put this information out because that would fuck our whole game up. Again, the government knows you are God. You just read it. They tried to take the goddamn page out that told you to know yourself. And that's how you had access to the energy. You have access to the power is to know thyself, to know it, not think that you are God, not have a goddamn inclination or hunch, none of that shit. No, you got to know. N-O, you have to K-N-O-W. You have to know thyself. And again, this is the great teachings of the past that you have forgotten. It's encoded in your DNA. You just forgotten, which is why the information feels so familiar to you when you come across it again. It's in your genetics. It's in your DNA. You haven't forgotten it truly. You've forgotten it here, but your essence hasn't forgotten it. It understands it. It is it. It can't forget something that it is. You just have to gain access to it again. You're locked out of the temple. You're locked out. And once you understand who you are, the gates will open and the energy floods. But it only happens when you know. So That took longer than I thought it was going to take. Got me up here 4.5 hours into this bitch. I wasn't supposed to be on here long. Real quick, last thing I got, nigga news. They tripping out over Lupita Nyong'o again. Because they're really going ham. They're really going hard in the paint over Lupita. Because she's Helena Troy. But they keep leaving something out of the ancient Greece thing. They keep leaving something out. Let's see if we can see what they keep leaving out. They keep leaving a little something out. So let's check it out.
Did you know that Greek and Roman architecture was directly inherited from ancient Egypt? The first Greek temple, the Temple of Athena Nike, was built in 427 BC. It uses the same architectural design patterns as the Temple of Djoser, built in 2670 BC, 2,000 years before it. The pyramid and temple complex was architected by Imhotep, the father of medicine and architecture. The design was so innovative and the technology so enduring that 2,000 years later, the Greeks copied it. The Romans then learned it from the Greeks. This can be seen from the design motifs and the use of columns of the Greek temples. New research suggests that the temples and pyramids may have been made of concrete, a technique that the Greeks would have inherited from the Egyptians. The goddess Athena, after whom the first Greek temple is built, is none other than the Egyptian goddess Isis. Subscribe for more. Africans taught the Greeks a lot of what they know, but history won't tell you that. The Greeks didn't just admire Egypt. They studied under African masters. Pythagoras, the so-called father of geometry, spent 22 years in Egypt learning philosophy, geometry, and medicine. Thales, Greece's first philosopher, studied there for 7 years. Even Plato, one of history's greatest thinkers, stayed in Egypt for 13 years, absorbing its ancient wisdom. And Hippocrates, the so-called father of medicine, admitted that Imhotep, an African multi-genius, was the real originator of medical knowledge. The famous Pythagorean theorem, Egypt had been using it to build pyramids 1,000 years before Pythagoras was even born. Plato himself said Egyptian education made students sharper and more humane. He even told his own students, if they wanted true wisdom, they had to go to Egypt.
So check this out. Hold on. Let me go back.
Did you?
Hold on. That's not all. Check it out.
You probably have the wrong idea about ancient Greece and ancient Rome. Many movies often inaccurately portray these civilizations by casting Northwest European actors. As a result, many believe that ancient Greeks and Romans looked exactly the same as Northern Europeans, often having blonde hair and blue eyes, which caused some nationalist groups to heavily adopt Roman and Greek symbolism. But that is simply misleading. Areas of Italy and Greece were already heavily descended from Anatolian farmers and had mostly dark hair and eyes, and that translated even after Yamnaya steppe infusion as well, since their admixture was minor and European farmers of Greece and Italy were not as light as European farmers of globular amphora in modern-day Poland. As a result, the vast majority of ancient Roman and Greek samples had dark hair, dark eyes, and intermediate skin tone, with only a minority having blonde hair or blue eyes or pale skin. The phenotype that some nationalists who have appropriated Greek and Roman symbolism think that they had would actually be more accurately attributed to Germanic and Slavic tribes to the north of ancient Romans and Greeks, who were described as barbaric at the time by Romans and Greeks.
Did you know that
barbaric Romans and Greeks, they think those blonde-haired, blue-eyed motherfuckers is
you probably
Greek.
have
Now, real quick, Zendaya, who they have in the movie, in the new Odyssey movie as Athena, the goddess of wisdom, they more look like her. A lot of them look more like her. Very tan skin, light to tan skin with the curly, wavy hair. That's what they look like. And they're tripping about Zendaya being in there. And Zendaya would have looked just like the damn Greeks of that ancient time, of the later Greeks, not the Minoans and the Messenians and all them. So check it out.
The African origin of the major sciences has already been proven. Dr. Martin Bernal of Cornell University and Dr. George G.M. James have shown this in their respective works.
They saw that the Egyptians were the teachers of the Greeks. And no one really considered the Greeks serious as philosophers. And Socrates and Plato and these people had transmitted elements of their philosophy.
All of the Greek great thinkers only produced once they had spent time being educated in the Nubio-Kemetic sciences. Thales learned geometry from Kemet. Pythagoras learned his theorem from Kemet. Plato's entire body of work was already known by the African priests. Euclid, credited for trigonometry, Democritus, the philosopher, Solon, who introduced democracy, Herodotus, and even Archimedes, the famed physicist and chemist, all studied for many years in the Black Africans' Nubio-Kemetic civilization complex. The African origin of the major sciences has already been proven.
That's that. Hold on. There's one though that this guy is breaking it down. I can't. Let me see if I can. So you guys should check out Without History. I've told you about Without History multiple times. Let me see if I can just.
And the Greeks had been living there in at a rather primitive level, and along had come Egyptians and Phoenicians, and these people had set up cities and had civilized the Greeks.
Dishonest historians have given us a complete fabrication of the Greek narrative.
Get a closer look. Detail of one of Memnon's Negro companions, 530 BC. Oh, there you go. There you go.
But when you actually look at the evidence from an unfiltered lens,
that's what we were always told. Yeah. Now, where do you think this is? Actually, it comes from Saqqara in Egypt, which were built over 2,000 years before the Parthenon.
you come to realize that the very basis of what they termed the Greek miracle wasn't a miracle at all, but a veritable cultural download and a genetic seeding telling a story that is completely different from what we have been made to believe. In 1985, in what can be considered one of the best books on the matter of history, the author pointed out a historical quote that would henceforth open the eyes of an army of would-be enlightened souls. And it reads, "The true home of the Greeks, before they won domination in Greece, had passed clean out of their remembrance. They looked to the east, not to the north, as the quarter from which some of their ancestors had migrated." It then clarifies, saying, according to it, Greece had originally been inhabited by primitive tribes, Pelagians and others, and had then been settled by Egyptians and Phoenicians, who built cities and introduced irrigation. The pillars of history sing the wisdom that will build our tomorrow. This is the Without History channel. Every episode.
Now, again, they're tripping about Lupita Nyong'o. Now, the Odyssey story is a myth. It's a myth. So it's not real. So they're acting like, well, we can come up, we can make whatever we want. Now, let me say this. I got two sides of this. I want the Odyssey, the actual Odyssey story, the way it was written. I don't want them to change the people in it. If the white dude wrote it, white motherfuckers in it, just put it the way it was written. We don't need to change it up. Melanated people, we got so many of our own great stories in history. We don't need to co-opt white people's stories. Now, they were co-opting our shit for sure, but if they wrote that shit and that became famous, then let them fucking do that shit. I don't want to see no damn African sister as Helena Troy. That ain't what we know. That's not in the book. Put the white Caucasian girl in there. Now, my whole thing, the other side of this is when they sit up here and say that Helena Troy was supposed to be the most beautiful woman in the world and Lupita Nyong'o is not that. You have lost your fucking mind. You have lost your crack-ass mind to say Lupita Nyong'o is not one of the most beautiful women in the world. They have lost their damn mind. So this is again, here's the backlash. Now, I'll say this. Lupita don't look good skinny and bald. But they keep showing that picture of her to try to show that that's the backlash. Look.
Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey is facing major backlash online after reports claimed Elliot Page could play Achilles' ghost and Lupita Nyong'o could play Helen of Troy. Critics called the casting woke because the original Greek characters were traditionally described as white. The controversy grew when Elon Musk mocked the casting on X, shared memes targeting Elliot Page, and accused Nolan of changing the story for awards attention. Fans were also surprised when Travis Scott joined the cast as a bard. Nolan defended the choice, saying rap culture connects to the oral storytelling traditions of ancient Greek poetry. Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey is...
So there's that. And then you got so many. So look at all these videos they've made about Lupita Nyong'o. It's crazy. Even most melanated people are tripping. Now, again, I want the story told like the story's supposed to be told. So I don't necessarily think it's a great casting either. Not because she ugly, though. She way more beautiful than Helena Troy would have been. Fuck that. Let's get that straight real. Now, again, this is Lupita. I like Lupita when she got hair. Look, that's Lupita to me. Woo, god damn. Look at Lupita in these braids. God, look at that beautiful ass motherfucker. Look at that beautiful smile in them lips. Are you insane? That girl is downright gorgeous. But again, I don't like her with the Caucasian. Look, since she got with the Caucasian. Look, this her with the Caucasoid. She done cut her hair off. I don't like the short hair and the skinny. I don't like her being super skinny with the short hair. But they lost their damn mind. And again, not understanding that ancient Greece was created by ancient Africa first. So they full of shit with that. So I just had to drop some information in there because they keep going crazy about when they talk about Black Athena and all the rest of that. These damn white backlash groups are really they're building up some momentum. And Lupita had to come out, and Lupita got pissed. She's like, "Fuck y'all, bitch ass motherfucker." Lupita, she went nigga on them. Fuck y'all, bitches. But Lupita, you are great. I don't necessarily think this is a great casting, and I don't think you should have turned the role down. A role this big, you don't ever say no to, even if it's not the right casting. It could turn out to be one of the role of your lifetime. So you don't give up a role like this. I don't blame her because they came to her with the goddamn role, but I still don't think that's the correct casting. So, but Lupita, you fine as hell. you one of the finest first people that's ever walked this goddamn planet for sure. Ever walked the planet ever. So I'm just saying. So moving along, in nigga news, Drake the boy Drake came out with 3 goddamn albums. All of them suck, apparently. I think they all suck. That's what I heard. That all of them suck. But so Drake came out with the album. Then the album cover. Now he got a lot of people pissed because he didn't go back. Oh damn! This is the one I had to show you guys, but I'll show it later. But the one that they had, excuse me. Sorry, hold on. God damn. Hold up. Damn. Hold on. I can't find the. Oh, here it is. All right. So here it is. I found it. All right. Like, yo, where the hell is the goddamn? All right. I found it. So check it out. So here we go.
Did y'all see the White House claiming Drake is MAGA? They done edited this man's album.
So Drake co-opted Michael's glove because Mike got famous. He tried to ride on Mike's fame. Then the White House said, "Oh, Drake coming out with new albums? Let me ride on Drake's fame." And they took the glove and they put the MAGA chain in the middle of that. And so Drake didn't come out and he didn't come out and say anything against it. So now they tripping on Drake.
Album cover to where he's now holding an iced out MAGA chain. They said, "We calling you out, Drake. We tired of you being a closet MAGA. You need to stand tall with your sister Nikki and claim your MAGA status." They said, "We're not going to keep doing you all these favors behind closed doors and you acting like you don't fuck with us when you know that we know that you fuck with us. So go ahead and come out. Let everybody know that you MAGA. Hell, it ain't like everybody can't tell already. You out here suing your motherfucking label because you lost a rap battle. You surround yourself with PDFs just like the rest of these MAGA motherfuckers. We hear you like them young, allegedly. You've been playing the victim for 2 years after you were the one who started the shit, then got your ass whooped, and then want to claim, oh, they jumping me. The administration saw that shit and was like, yes, he's definitely one of us. He's one of us and he needs to be exposed. He needs to be exposed because we're tired of him pretending like he's not one of us when he we need that clout. Who knows? This may help your album sales because one thing MAGA loves is a bag of hot garbage.
Wait. So we got to talk about a full-blown black liberal meltdown that is happening over Drake, the rapper, refusing to condemn or to say anything about the White House using his latest album, Iceman, as promotion for ICE, right? So if you guys aren't familiar, Drake is a rapper. He is probably the biggest rapper in the world at this point. I'm pretty sure everybody has heard of Drake. They've listened to Drake. Again, huge.
Now, homeboy obviously is going for Drake because he thinks Drake is secretly MAGA, so he's obviously sticking up for Drake, and he likes Drake, which shows that his taste sucks. Anybody who like Drake, but I'm just saying. So this is both the White House and Drake trying to live off of Mike. To me, both of them trying to live off Mike. Like you try, why you, if you coming out with 3 albums and people love your album, waiting on your album, and you one of the greatest artists of all time, why you got to write off Mike fame? And then why does the White House have to try to write again? This is what they do. This is what energy leeches do. They see somebody good and they'll attach themselves to somebody with a bright light. Like Trump did that with the dude who's running for LA mayor. The dude running for LA mayor ain't never mentioned Trump one time. But that motherfucker was like, yeah, I endorsed the mayor, the guy who's running for mayor, Prince Pratt. I think he likes me. He likes me, right? I think he likes me. No, nigga, he ain't said shit about you. But they'll attach themselves to him because they see he's a rising star. He has a bright light, and let's ride up with him. No, bitch. Stop energy sucking. And so this is what they did. This is what Drake did with Mike, and this is what the White House did with Drake. They're both riding on Mike's back. And this is the reason they're riding on Mike's back right here. This is the very reason they are riding on Mike's back is this right here. Let me show you. This is the last story. This is the last story I got because I'm hungry as hell. I got to get the hell out of here. Y'all had me long on that on the consciousness video. I wasn't supposed to actually show that video today. I was only going to mention it to you and then show it to you at a later time. But I'm glad I got the chance to show it. But this is what I really want to show. Check this out. Michael is #1 at the box office.
The momentum would slow down. Analysts believed the opening week frenzy would fade. The entertainment industry.
Michael is back #1 at the box office after 5 weeks of being out in the theater. He went down. Now he's #1 again. You can't keep Mike down, bitch. Can't keep him down. And his song Billie Jean is #1 on the music charts. So Mike is #1 in the theater and on the music charts. 17 years after his death. Shout out to the God Mike. You cannot keep God down. God damn it.
Thought the momentum would slow down. Analysts believed the opening week frenzy would fade. Critics predicted the conversation surrounding the film would gradually cool off as newer releases crowded theaters across America. But instead, something almost unbelievable happened. Against expectations, against industry forecasts, and against the normal rules of modern Hollywood box office behavior, Michael danced its way right back to the top. 4 weeks after its explosive debut, the highly talked about biographical drama centered around the life and legacy of Michael Jackson has reclaimed the #1 spot at the domestic box office, stunning analysts, and sending shockwaves through the entertainment world. In an era where most blockbuster films collapse after their opening weekends, Michael is doing the exact opposite. The movie isn't just surviving, it's growing into a cultural phenomenon. Across the United States, theaters are once again packed with audiences watching the rise, brilliance, controversy, pressure, artistry, and emotional complexity surrounding one of the most famous entertainers in modern history. Families are returning for second and third viewings. Younger audiences who never experienced Michael Jackson's global dominance firsthand are discovering the music and mythology for the very first time. Older fans are reliving decades of memories tied to the king of pop's unmatched influence on American culture. And now, Hollywood executives are asking a much bigger question. Is Michael becoming more than just a successful movie? Is this turning into one of the defining entertainment events of the decade? Because what's happening right now at the box office is not normal. Not in today's fragmented streaming era. Not during a period where theatrical attendance has struggled to recover fully after years of industry instability. And certainly not for a biographical film carrying the weight of controversy, impossible expectations, and one of the most scrutinized legacies in entertainment history. Tonight, we're breaking down exactly how Michael climbed back to #1 in its explosive 4th weekend, why audiences cannot stop talking about it, how the film is reshaping Hollywood's approach to music biopics, and why the emotional response from fans across America may be the biggest story of all. Because
Mike is changing the goddamn world from the grave. Now, I don't believe Mike is dead. Let me just say that right off the bat. I don't think Mike dead. I think Mike faked his death to get the Khazarians off of him. But here we go.
through documentaries, biopics, viral TikTok trends, surprise performances, and emotional tributes. But every once in a while, something happens that feels bigger than a normal comeback. Something that doesn't just revive a song, but revives an entire era, a cultural movement, and the emotional memory of millions of people around the world. And right now, that is exactly what is happening with one song, one record, one unmistakable beat, More than 4 decades after it first shocked the music world, dominated radio stations, transformed MTV, and changed pop culture forever, Billie Jean by Michael Jackson is once again sitting at the top of global music charts. In an era dominated by streaming algorithms, short attention spans, and constantly changing musical trends, one of the most iconic songs ever recorded has returned to Billboard's #1 position worldwide, stunning industry analysts, reigniting debates about legacy, and proving something millions of fans have believed for decades. The king of pop never truly left. And what makes this story even more extraordinary is the timing. This resurgence is happening during a moment when younger audiences, many of whom were not even born during Michael Jackson's peak years, are discovering his music for the very first time. Across TikTok, Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, Spotify playlists, reaction channels, and viral dance challenges, Billie Jean has exploded back into the mainstream conversation.
Shout out to Mike. I love you, boy. God damn it. God damn it, Mike, boy. Out here killing them. 17 years after you allegedly kicked the bucket, you out here kicking ass. Drake dropped 3 goddamn albums this week, and you killing them. He even beat the goddamn movie that Project Hail Mary movie. Mike's movie has made more money than the Project Hail Mary movie. That's probably gonna get a whole bunch of Oscars. Mike's movie beat that. Man, #1 fell down, back to #1. Only Mike could do it. Shout out to Mike. You the greatest of all time. Appreciate you, bruh. You are the greatest. And then I am the greatest because I gave you guys this.
For over a century, they observed you, measured you, questioned what they could not explain. Reports were written, then filed away. Findings whispered in academic circles, yet never spoken in classrooms. Knowledge stored like a secret, visible but never illuminated. But the silence only lasts so long. Eventually, truth resurfaces. The great book of melanin research opens the door to what was gathered and concealed. Decades of studies, global reports, and scientific notes that reveal more about identity, culture, and human design than they ever expected. This is not myth. This is not speculation. This is the record they left behind. A record meant for anyone but you. Order today, and the Police Stop Law package becomes your free companion. A guide to protection, awareness, and grounding in the world you navigate daily. For a century, they studied you in silence. Now the silence breaks, and the knowledge returns home.
So if you want to support Real Nagas, that's the best way. Go to realnagas.com, get the great book of melanin research, the hard copy, get all of the goodies that come with it, the whole Police Stop Law package. You know, it comes with the flashcards as well. Police Stop flashcards 1 and 2, the constitutional rights card, the qualified immunity cards. Bam, you get the qualified immunity cards and notices. Like I said, you also get the flashcards as well. You should give those to your kids. Those should make your kids do book reports with those. Again, this is the new era that we're coming into. Up your game. Again, when your stock has fallen, you have to add to your repertoire. So this is where we are, melanated people in America. You have to add to your repertoire. They think that your stock has fallen, and they're not looking at you anymore to rise. So you have to show them that, yo, I'm still here, bitches. So again, learn this system, master this system, and then turn the system into a tool for your game. Okay, a tool for your advantage. This is how you have to do it. But you can't do it until you learn the system. Again, RZA's greatest line is common sense. I master my circumference. So get your butts over here and do that. And as well, you know, you get a free Rapstrology t-shirt as well, either 1, 2, or 3, or you can get any one of the shirts in the store. I have hundreds of shirts in the store, hundreds of designs actually in the store. So go peruse the store, pick a design. You can get one of them. Make sure you let me know the size and the color when you order the Great Book of Melanin Research so I can hook you up. All right. And if you want to order one of the Woostrology shirts, you can hit me on the Cash App and I'll do that as well. Or if you don't have PayPal or anything to order any of the books or stuff, you can hit me on the Cash App for that. All right. That's it for me. I'm hungry as hell. About to get out of here. Make sure you get over to KYRF.org if you want to learn the law for free or get into the interview class coming up this Wednesday so we can get you in and make sure that you learn this law and that you can up your game. Other than that, I'm out of here. Appreciate everybody hitting the Cash App. Help me get to the donation goal today. Appreciate you guys. Let me give you some love. Appreciate y'all, man. I love y'all, man. May the force be with you. Master Yoda loves you. He appreciates you. But I'm out of here. Deuces.
Real Nagas, tap in.